and good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. My name is Dennis Herrera, and I can see already the fans, the trolls, the leftists, the illegal immigrants, all of the people that don't love America are here to keep Dennis Herrera company for another amazing podcast. Oh boy, I'm gonna tell you, man, these people are just very, very, very loyal. The hate, the hate is real. Salud, my friends. Good morning. Coffee is fantastic today. I will say this. I think I had a couple hours of sleep, so I am feeling a little bit better today. Let me tell you that right now. Let me see. I need to get give sec. I need to grab the chat real quick. Hold on. I forgot about that. Bump, bump, bump. We're gonna do a live streaming that just finished. I believe it's gonna be a 30-minute long. You know how I like to torture all the libtards that don't like us. I like to torture them with some live streaming of our great POTUS and me won the election, and we voted for President Trump to be the president. So we are happy, and we want him to do the job that we voted him to do. Now, some people don't understand that. Some people understand, but they're just afraid or maybe too embarrassed to admit that President Trump, the underdog, is the greatest POTUS of the United States of America. With that being said, good morning, Robert. Good to see you on here. Robert Maggot. He is not having it. He is not having it. Gulf of Mexico. I'm gonna say this: from Tijuana down to north to the southern border of Mexico, call it the Gulf of Mexico. If I'm in Honduras, I'm calling it the Gulf of America. Ah, man, that just triggers this guy, don't it? It just triggers them. Triggers them right away. Let's see. Javier is a loyal troll of the Dennis Herrera Show. Chris is upset. Chris Paza is still pissed off that he can't get legal papers to stay in this country. And somehow he hasn't learned to appreciate the fact that he does have time to spend in this country for now. My advice always to illegal immigrants, self-deport is the best option. It truly is the best option. Now, here's some freaky things that I heard yesterday. I'm a little concerned about 22 million illegal immigrants being in this country. And then Elon and somebody else said it was 50, but now they're saying there's 100 million illegal immigrants. I'm going to tell you, if that doesn't worry you, I don't know what will. I do not know what will. But I know it certainly bothers me. Let's say, Cool Cat Renee, welcome and good morning to you, sir. Good to have you on here. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA in general, period. Let's see. ICE wants to meet. Fantastic. Don't worry. ICE already has my address. They have my personal phone line. ICE knows everything about me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about ICE. You just worry about yourself and stop harboring illegal immigrants. That's what you got to concern yourself with. Bone says they're too stupid to understand. Let's see. Family says family is everything. Let's see. I like this kind of comments right here because this is how they get cussed out. I will try to hold my language for a little bit. Let me see what this troll wants to say here. Give me a second. That's Robert. That's Robert Maga. He is my dear brother in Idaho. You know, I wonder why the hell this camera sort of changes angle on me. You know, up and down. Something maybe something's going on with the lens. I must get new lenses, but that's for the future. Let's see. How do we got here? Pete says, "This guy really think he is a fallen American." I am a fallen American, whether you like it or not. Oh man, you smell that, guys? So early in the morning, you smell that? You smell that hate? I just, it is what it is, guys. Hey, listen, I'm gonna give you guys some advice. No, I think the trolls actually left already, but I'm gonna give you some advice. If you come into this channel, okay, too many people have threatened my life. I want to say this: if you don't like what I say, move along. It's a free country. Freedom of speech. If you are not allowed to have your freedom of speech on this channel, move along. Nobody wants to hear your rhetoric and your stupid insults without any sort of, I don't know, not even a good joke, you know? Just, if you have nothing nice to say, just move along, guys. It's okay. You don't have to be here. I'm not going to force you. No, no, no. I'm not going to force you to be here. Just keep on moving. All right? I want the people that agree with me, those who actually find it interesting to be in this channel, to be in here. I really hate it when I see a lot of people just being blocked, being blocked by the mods. I don't want you to be blocked by the mods. I want you to I really want you to interact. I don't want you to be, if you want to say something, I don't want you to just be blocked because you're being stupid. Just, bring something of essence, some sort of fact, some data, some numbers, you know what I'm saying, that we can check and this and that. I think it's great that people want to participate, but when you're not giving anything, you're not being productive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what other advice I can give you. But I will say this: if you don't like it, just move along. Don't make death threats. Don't come in, talking about my family. Don't do that, please. If you're trying to piss me off, good job. You will do that, but don't do that. Okay? That's you want to be immature about it. Be immature about it. Don't do that. All right. Let's see. Why don't we go ahead and jump in to the live stream that just happened? It's about 30 minutes long with President Trump. And let me see. President Trump participates in a bilateral meeting with the president of the Republic of Lebanon. Now, isn't that interesting? President Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and talk about this for a little bit before we actually get into this live. Think about this. President Donald Trump, right? You guys already know he's, we're doing all these attacks. Oh, shit. Hold on. Dang it. Oh, my gosh. What the hell happened? There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. You know what I'm going to say is this. First of all, let's for some of our libtards, let's go ahead and recap. What is the Gestapo? The Gestapo was the official secret police force of the Nazi Germany, established in 1933. It was responsible for identifying and eliminating all actual or perceived political opponents of the Nazi regime. I find that interesting that morons compare ICE agents to the Gestapo. Enforcing state terror and organizing the deportation of Jews and other minorities across Europe. Very interesting. And I think that they grab the deporting part to make sense of it. But at the end of the day, we know exactly what the Gestapo was doing. We're trying to repatriate illegal immigrants. It is very simple. If you don't like to be deported, very simple, self-deport. Don't come to any country illegally. You will be met with force. You will not be handed some ice cream and say, be a good boy. You will be manhandled. You will be slammed to the ground if you don't cooperate. You will get a beatdown if you resist. Don't blame the country that we love for enforcing their laws. An illegal immigrant will never have the upper hand on a country that enforces their law. Do you understand that? 100 million illegal immigrants? Unbelievable. I don't know. I don't believe that number. There's no way. There's no way that we have that many illegal immigrants on here. Now, that's just the naive person in me saying that. But I do believe in it. Half of me believes and half of me doesn't believe it. I have a struggle that I have. In and out. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to those of you, depending on the time zone that you're in. Jason, President of Lebanon has more respect than Americans for the president. Yeah, it's true. A lot of foreigners have more respect than the Americans, to be honest. And the only ones that are hating Trump are those criminals and the illegals that, they don't like to be deported. They like to be able to continue doing fraud and scamming the government and our tax-paying dollars in order to get what they want. Well, that's not the way the world works. We have a border for a reason. The border says that this is our country. You need to stay on the other side of it. You know, I find how nobody on the left bitches and complains about Mexico when every single illegal immigrant, it seems like, is coming through the southern border. Every country goes to Mexico just so that they can go through the border of Mexico and the United States of America. That's how shitty Mexico is. But not one leftist person says, we're going to go ahead and blame Mexico for all these illegal immigrants coming here, for all these drugs coming in here, for all this human trafficking and smuggling coming in here. Nobody says anything about that. Nobody says anything. You know, I find very interesting as you watch these agents at the border. You know, people only have like a one-sided vision. What I mean by that is they don't have critical thinking skills. I like to be able to see two sides to a story. I like to be able to put myself in other person's shoes, so to speak. And this is what I see. When people come to the United States of America, you have to understand something. When they come to the United States of America, and CBP is doing the checks, you know, ICE is doing the checks, all this stuff, and they're checking all the vehicles, I want you to know that before they get to that part of the border, they have to go through the Mexican side of the border. Now, through the Mexican side of the border, if they're not doing their due diligence to check papers, to make sure that nobody's bringing contraband, you see what I'm saying? To make sure that there is no illegal drugs coming to this country. See, they don't give a shit. You have to be able to think. It's not just the United States that controls the border. Mexico also controls the border. Why isn't Mexico catching drugs being smuggled into the United States of America? I know, right? They allow it. They don't care. They don't care. Do you find that interesting? We catch people, Americans. We catch Americans smuggling humans, illegal immigrants, bringing them in like they're just some family. But when the immigration checks their papers here on this side of the border, they get deported immediately. Why did that person get through the border of Mexico? See, this is one of the things that I wish that I can address as a politician, as a person of authority for the United States of America. I want to be able to talk to these people and be like, hey, listen, let me ask you a question. Do you want me to just let people come through the American border with all sorts of weapons and drugs into Mexico? I know the answer is probably no. I will hope the answer is no. So can you do me a favor? Can you stop these fucking people from coming to the United States of America with all this shit? Listen, I don't care if you think that illegal immigrants are helping the economy in this country. Bill Leslie, absolutely right. CS, why you're a member? Why are you not an administrator? And that is right. I only punish the libtards. I only punish the libtards. There you go, buddy. Sorry about that. I apologize, CS. I don't know why you're not a moderator. I tend to make my members moderators. Now, if a moderator steps out of line, knock it off. I bring out the belt and I start disciplining. You know what I'm saying? On this chat. But these are legitimate questions. With that being said, there is people. Hey, Mark, how are you? Good morning. There is people who respect the law, abide by the law, and love this country. And then there's the opposite. When we ask our government to enforce immigration law, and we ask for mass deportations. Why for mass deportations? Because there was mass invasion of illegal immigrants in this country. That is our case. Sometimes people come in here from the left and they wonder, why are you still talking about immigration? Why immigration again? Why illegal? Well, you know what? Because it doesn't go away. The problem continues. It doesn't go away. And it comes back worse. Did you know that cartels are finding all sorts of ways to be able to bring drugs and smuggle humans, traffic women and children to this country? They learn. They get caught. They learn. Good morning, Rush. How are you? Good to see you on here. And so our immigration, our customs agents, our federal agents that are at the border, they have to continue to learn new ways to stop these cartels from bringing drugs into our country. It doesn't stop. And if you actually spend some time to learn what happens at the border, I think it will open your eyes. I will say this. Some people never lear. I told you a story one time. I was at a barbecue with some Mexican friends down in California. We were barbecuing. We were eating pig. All kinds of pig. We were eating the livers. We were eating the hearts. The hearts, I don't know if it was pigs or cow. I don't remember. All I know is that we were eating all the organs inside. And we were drinking some Coronas. I used to drink Coronas back then. And we would just be drinking Coronas and the band of music is in the background playing, you know what I'm saying, and all this stuff, and we're just having fun and this and that. And then the wife of the guy that was hosting this barbecue, beautiful Mexican woman, man, oh my gosh, hot. Big booty Latina, you know what I'm saying? And her face was just so pretty, so feminine, and I mean, they had 3 kids, and her body was still banging. Hey, you know what I'm saying? You got to give credit where credit's due. And I learned that she spent 5 years in jail because she got caught bringing illegal immigrants into this country through the border, through Tijuana. Now, this was decades ago. But they were going through the border through Tijuana, and they got away with it. But she got 5 years when she got caught. And I tell you this because she says that she could make $20,000 bringing illegal immigrants into this country. And my mind was, woman, listen, with all due respect, I was right there with the husband and his cousins and my friends and my Mexican girlfriend at the time. And I said, your wife is so beautiful. And I said, Lisa, why you're so beautiful? You got 3 beautiful children. You have a hard-working husband. You guys are Americans. You're not illegals. You're Americans. You understand? I said, you spent 5 years in jail for human trafficking. Why would you even say that? $20,000. I don't know if she did it. I don't know if she did it or if she got caught or what. I hope that she didn't. But the fact is, like, bro, if you spend 5 years in jail, you're not going to go spend another 5 years in jail. You are a repeated offender. You're going to spend more in jail. What about your kids? What about your husband? You know what I'm saying? What about your family? Vet for democracy, bro. Listen, I don't know how hard your PTSD is. I'll give you a benefit of doubt that you have some dumbass PTSD, but your stupidity, I can't cure, my friend. I can't cure. I have a lot of vets that do have actual PTSD, but they're not assholes like you. They actually still love this country. They actually still defend this country. And they haven't forgotten about the oath that they made to this country and their countrymen. You morons on the left have. And that's a difference. That is a big difference. Hey, Tango, how are you? Good to see you on here. And so anyway, you guys gotta look into it. Go watch some documentaries and some shows about how the Border Patrol actually does their job, and hopefully you actually learn something. But I want you to understand something. The Border Patrol is not just the responsibility of the United States of America. It is also responsibility of the Mexican government. So if you want to complain and blame a border crisis, you got to be able to call out Mexico. The Mexican president has already said that she allows all this shit because Americans are selling guns in Mexico. Now, we all know that the Mexican president really believes that in order for the cartels to learn to respect people and stop being so greedy about making money, that they just need to be disciplined with hugs, and they need to get lots of love. That is the Mexican president. Well, we have a president that doesn't fuck around. You wanna fuck around with our president, you will find out. You will find out that you don't mess with the United States of America. You see, whether you like it or not, even though we are a constitutional republic, you have to understand our democracy, yes, we get to vote. We don't have a king. We don't have a tyrant as a leader. But we voted. We won. And we want the president to do what he is doing. We want the president to do what he said that he was going to do. With this whole stupidity of, Well, he promised no war. Shut the hell up. How fucking stupid do you have to be to think that it's okay to tell our enemies that we're not going to war on them? Hey, do whatever you want with us. The president said that he's not going to start new wars. You know what I find interesting? It's people automatically think that because we're attacking Iran, we started this war. No. First of all, this war was started 47 years ago. But let me tell you something. When you are out there, just an example. When you are out there, let's sit together because they want a better country. I have no issue with Tommy. Yep. Okay. I thought it. No, you guys got to put names on there. Listen, if you're saying you're using your freedom of speech, okay, I got you. Listen, this is how it works. If I am on the street, I don't buy no lies. I use common sense. American Gunsmith, with that name, I would think that you're more American. But you are just a piece of shit. So anyways, my point is this. You have your freedom of speech. That doesn't mean that I have to listen to it. So if I don't like you and I go to your podcast, I'll just go somewhere else. I suggest you do the same. If you don't like this, move on. Okay? You can get in my face. Now, I'm not stupid. If I know that I can't win the battle, I will still walk away, maybe even run like a coward. That doesn't mean that I can't just fucking take you out. You know what I'm saying? You can call me a coward and all that stuff. I just don't want to put 12 pieces of lead inside your body. That's the reason why I will run away from you. Now, if you're a little Chihuahua dog that likes to bark in people's ears, I will fucking break your teeth out. I'm just letting you know that right now. So you have a freedom of speech. And then, when you're irresponsible with that freedom of speech and you start to instigate, you start to provoke violence, you will get it. And your fucking freedom of speech is not going to protect you from an ass whooping. I can tell you, a lot of us on the American side, we hold back. A lot we hold back. You have to understand. But just because you are just because you are allowed to do something, or because you can do something, it doesn't mean that you should. I will give you a disclaimer. There is a lot of legitimate mental people out there. I get it. What's up? You know what? I love my brothers. I love my brothers and my sisters. I know it sounds kind of corny, whatever you want to call it, but I really do. There's something, listen, I'm going to take a pause for this. Good morning, Brian. It's good to see you, brother. Let me tell you what you people on the libtard side, you don't understand. Let me tell you what you don't understand. There is a spiritual connection, so to speak. It's not like I need affirmation or confirmation or validation. It's more than that. When the nothing killer, what's up, bruh? When people come in, and I'm going to tell you this from my heart, because I have, spoken with them a few times, and some of them I actually confide in. Robert Maga, Brian Reedy, Rush Babe, the members that have been with me for a long time, they have given me hope. They have lifted me up when I'm down. They support me with however they can. And they love this country. There's more. My man, he's not here right now. But, I can go on. Man, Don Mitch, James Patterson. He's got his own life. I get it. But, there's a lot of people that give me their friendship and their love. And I tell you what, I really feel a spiritual connection with them. And, it doesn't matter how big this show gets or, how popular or whatever this show goes. I will never forget that. I will never forget the people that started. Kelly, see, that's when you draw the line. No, we don't want to put a hit on our president. Get the hell out of my channel. You don't come back for at least a day. At least a day. Everybody that comes in here, even Tango, right? Even my sister, we stand for America, and that makes us family. We're American citizens who love our country, man. We might not like them sometimes. We might have to fight with them sometimes, verbally. Well, maybe sometimes physically. But we know where we stand. We know that we love this country. The United States of America is a very, very special place. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you guys. That's what I want to say. I really feel the love. I really feel the family and that friendship that you guys give me. Everybody else that comes in here to insult or whatever, we don't give a fuck. You can go whatever you want. You don't want to be part of our family? Get the fuck out. It's that simple. If you want to be illegal or harbor illegal immigrants, then get the fuck out. You are not part of our group. This is sort of like a club of real American supporters. You know what I'm saying? We don't want fake supporters. We don't have a big tent. We got a very small tent. Very small tent. Leptards want to have a big tent where corruption, fraud, scam, abuse, all that stuff happens. We don't want that. I can't stand racist people either. So, white America, you better take that shit off. I'm just saying, no Nazis allowed. Even though Nazis are actually Democrats. They're the National Socialist kind, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the real Nazis, the Democratic Party. All right, I tell you what, man. You guys know I love you. You know I appreciate you. CS, you are getting in the circle. I appreciate you. There's a lot of people that are joining us. I mean, it's a little slow. I get it. It takes a while to earn the trust of the people. But I want you to understand something. No, brother. Yeah, I can't stand the swastika. I'm sorry, brother. I can't stand the swastika. I can't stand racist people, whether you're white, black, Hispanic. I can't fucking stand that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? I can't. So just respect that, change that symbol, and hopefully, you'll want to be part of this group. Let's see. I don't know what to... Oh, my gosh. Marvin, you rarely speak Spanish, even though you're illegal Mexican. You rarely speak English. Why the hell are you trying to speak in Italian or even Latin for that matter? Just stick to one language and learn that very good, okay? Nicholas, hey, thanks for stopping by, bro. I appreciate it. But just go bug somebody else. All right, thank you. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and listen to our POTUS. I haven't listened to this yet, so we're going to listen to it together and see what's going on here. And maybe we can hear something from Lebanon here. Mr. President, go ahead. If we can get the audio to work.
Respected in this country and actually long beyond this country. We've spoken previously on numerous occasions through representatives, and the relationship is very good. I think that they love it. They love the country, and it's probably a dangerous place in a lot of ways, but they live in areas, they say, we hear bombs going off all the time, but we want to live in Lebanon. They love the country. Very smart people, very successful people, and they live there. But it's been a country of great intellect, great intellectuals. They still love it. They want to be there. And we're going to help it. We're going to help it a lot. So it's an honor to have the president and your representatives here. We've already met a couple of times, and we've had some good meetings. And we are going to solve a lot of problems. We've already solved some of them for Lebanon. As you know, there's a Hezbollah problem, but we've done some things that I think the world will take notice. Again, it's been a very badly treated place and country, and we're going to have it properly treated and treated with respect that it deserves. And Mr. President, it's an honor having you. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you
I've
very
been
much.
looking forward to this visit for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Meeting such a great president like yourself.
Well, that's a very nice thing. See, he knows how to get to me. He can have anything. Now he can have anything. Would you like to say something?
Now, really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. And you have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We're going to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, Lebanon, I have two questions, one for you. President Trump, as you work to expand the Abraham Accords, Lebanon still enforces a 1955 law criminalizing contact with Israel for over 70 years. You previously stated you would push Lebanon on this issue. And there is some people still going to prison last month. So did you raise it you will raise it with President Trump today?
Well, the Abraham Accords have been, I think, a tremendous success. I think you're going to see a lot of countries joining pretty soon. As you know, we have our original group, and it's so successful for them. Economically successful. It's been that. Nobody left, even during this time of conflict. So, no, I think Lebanon has a very important place.
My question for President
What is your level of concern of a blockade of the Red Sea by the Houthi rebels, opening up another front?
Well, we'll have to see what happens. So far, it hasn't happened. It might happen. But we take care of things. If something like that happens, we take care of it. You know, we've done that with the Houthis before, and we haven't heard from them in a while since we did what we did originally. It was about 45 days of very powerful action we took against the Houthis. And we've had no problem with the Houthis. They've had no problem with us for a long period of time, including during this conflict. I think that if there is something like that, we'll just have to take care of business.
Speaker of the Lebanese parliament rejected the agreement between Lebanon and Israel and he said it's a sedition. It's going to cause civil war. He's the Speaker of the Lebanese parliament, and he speaks for Hezbollah. He's Hezbollah's big brother.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, maybe I'll let you speak to that.
Actually, the framework doesn't require the endorsement of the parliament. Okay, it's part of our constitution. It's a prerogative of the president, and we are committed to it. And I think the Speaker of the Parliament is really wants to see the end of this war. He's from the south, and he knows he did his best to rebuild the south. But unfortunately, the south being destroyed in front of his eyes. So he's actually supportive of what we are doing, but we need to be careful. His position as a speaker and as a leader of the Shia community, we have to understand how critical is his position. But I can tell you that Speaker Berri is a man of state. He's supportive of what we are doing, and he's supportive of ending the state of hostility, ending the war once for all.
Just one thing. I think when he sees, because I've heard that he's a good person, good man, and when he sees the progress made, I'm sure he's going to come on.
Mr. President, from Lebanon, from LBCI TV from Lebanon. I have two questions, please. When will the Israeli army fully withdraw from Lebanon? Is there a clear timeline for that? And last question, please. Last week you met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and discussed him or described him as handsome and saying he could become one of the best leaders in the Middle East. How you describe?
Which one are we talking about?
The Iraqi Prime Minister. Yes. How do you describe President Joseph?
Well, I'd say he's handsome also, and I think he could become one of the most important leaders in the Middle East. Actually, we do this because they've been trying to do this for decades, right? Decades and decades. So, if I made that statement about somebody else, I would put him in the same category.
When the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, when the Israeli army withdraw from Lebanon, is there a clear timeline?
They're in the process of doing that. They're in the process of redeploying to other sections. And again, they get along very well. That was a great agreement they signed with Lebanon, and they're redeploying.
Is there a timeline?
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. The Lebanese army needs help, and the United States said that it's very important for the Lebanese army to take over the villages that Hezbollah withdraw from. How are you going to help them, and how does
Well, we're going to be speaking about that today.
Making sure that you will be in the
We'll be
south
speaking
as well.
about that today with the president, and we have some very concrete plans already in store for that, with others going in and helping. But they're also becoming much more self-sufficient. And we will be speaking about that. That's one of the subjects we're going to be talking about.
My question is, Israel, the Lebanese army said today that Israeli forces opened fire in proximity to the Lebanese trying to deploy in one of these pilot zones. This is day 2 of the pilot zones. Are you prepared to take any additional steps to put pressure on Israel to withdraw, which I believe President Aoun is planning to ask you?
Well, I'll look. I just heard about that before this conference just happened, and we'll be looking at that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no signs that Iran is ready to stop fighting. So what is the plan? Is the plan
how
to
would
just
you
keep
know
bombing until
how would
they
you
give
know
up?
if there are no signs? What, you know something that I don't know?
Well, they continue to attack our allies.
Yeah, but
and
you
kill
don't know
Americans.
what the dialogue is behind the scenes, that they want to meet desperately to try and end it because they're getting decimated. You don't get that when you listen to your fake station, but you don't know. You don't know anything.
So talks are
You know
still
something that I
possible,
don't know. You know something I don't know.
Well, tell us.
I will tell you, they want to desperately meet, and until they're ready to meet in a meaningful way, we have no interest in even.
So the bombing
Mr. President, are you planning on putting any pressure or consequences on China for what you announced about them meddling in the 2020 election?
Well, we're going to talk to them about it. It took place a long time ago. I think China is maybe a little bit different today than it was then. But look, they do things. Them too. It's not a one-way street, but we'll be talking to them. Yeah.
Mr. President, something that doesn't get talked about a lot, but Border Patrol reported 14 consecutive months, no releases at the southern border. This is something you talk a lot about on the campaign trail that you could run on the job you did on the southern border. Do you feel similarly at this point in time in midterms, considering how well the job you've done? What is the lesson you've learned about Border Patrol?
Well, thank you for that question. The fact is, and maybe it pertains a little bit with respect to you and borders and everything else, we had a border that was totally out of control. I probably won the election, at least partially, on the border, would you say? And the border now, we literally in 14 months, I think it came out this morning, actually, it was just announced, that in 14 months we had nobody coming through, zero people. I have to say, millions came through, and we had 0 people come in illegally into our country. And that's made by people that happen to be Democrats, largely Democrats, the people that do those stats. And I'm sure they don't like saying it, but we really had virtually nobody coming in, and they actually say nobody, not even virtually. So it's amazing what's happened there, and very people talk about that anymore. You know, they don't like talking about that. They don't like talking about Venezuela, where we lost no people. I'll be going to Dover for something that I feel it's a great honor for me to do it. These are people that want it, and they feel like I do, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. It's a very simple dictum. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have They're not going to. They have no chance of having a nuclear weapon. And as far as Iran is concerned, I'll let Pete maybe say a couple of words. But we are doing very well. We are degrading them at levels that nobody thought was possible. They're being degraded really so seriously. They did slip something through in Jordan, and if we had other operators, would not happened, unfortunately. But because we have the best equipment in the world, we've stopped almost everything. But when you let other people do your job, with the United States, we let other people do the job, and sometimes it doesn't work out so well. But we're going to be going and paying our respects at Dover. Pete, would you like to say just how we're doing, generally speaking?
Well, it'll be an honor as well to join you at Dover to recognize these incredible Americans who committed to the cause just like you are. Something no president's been willing to do. 47 years, they build up a conventional capability like the North Koreans did. Remember, that's how North Korea made their way to a bomb. So much weaponry that no one was willing to stand up to them. President Trump was, and continues to this day. Iran's been given every opportunity to negotiate, to show that they're reasonable on the Strait of Hormuz. But if they're going to shoot at commercial shipping, then we're going to hit them, as the president said, 10 times harder, which every night we're degrading them further and further. And the president they can talk, otherwise they can deal with the War Department. And
the blockade is up and fully, it's, nobody gets through. Nobody gets through the blockade. It's like a steel wall.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday there was another attack on an ICE facility, this time in New York City. What in your view is prompting these attacks, and do you have a message for those who are attacking ICE?
You're talking about the fire that was set in front of the federal building? Well, this is what's happening with the people that they allowed to come into our country. They shouldn't have allowed them to come in. They shouldn't be here. They're radical lunatics, and I'm getting them out. We're getting them out at a pace. We've gotten rid of more than any other president. I read stories. They try and give you phony stats. I was with Tom Homan this morning. He'll give you the statistics if you want, but we're getting bad people out of our country at levels never seen before. There's never been a time when more bad people, and you take a look just here in Washington, we took out almost 5,000 hard-line, hardcore criminals, most of whom came in during the open border periods of the previous administration. An amazing statistic, and this is something that I hate to be talking about in front of the president of Lebanon, but he's got his problems and they're different problems, but we don't have any problems in Washington, D.C. We've wiped out about 92% of the crime, and we're going to get very close to, I believe we're going to get close to 100% of the crime. And if you take a look at this city, compare this to what it was 15, 16 months ago, this was a dangerous city. I don't know I better not compare it to Lebanon because I don't exactly have your stats, but it might have been Lebanon was safer. This was a dangerous city under the previous administration, Biden, and now it's a very safe city. And there was an article that came out 2 days ago that Washington, D.C. has made the greatest progress of any city in the nation. Now, Memphis also, and New Orleans also. And if they would ask us for help in Chicago, we would turn that around so fast. If they'd ask us for help in New York, we would turn that around so fast. Los Angeles, we would turn that around so fast. But the stat that's so amazing is that 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. It's a great stat. Because if it was 70% of the people, that's a problem. If it was 20%, 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. Think of that. 2% of the people, you can handle that easily. So Washington, D.C. is now one of the hottest cities in the country. We have the hottest country in the world. But Washington is now hot. And I do have to say one other thing. We just had the World Cup, as you know very well. And it was the most successful World Cup ever. We didn't even have a protest. We had no crime. With all those events, was like having many, many Super Bowls. Each one was like a Super Bowl. And with all of that, we didn't have crime. We didn't have bedlam. Everybody left here with a different opinion than what they read in the fake news. They love this country. I saw Scotland, I saw Norway, I saw all these countries. I mean, the level of love that nobody wanted to leave. And I just want to congratulate everybody, the job that we did, and all of us, everybody in this room, because everybody in this room was involved. The Vice President was very much involved. It was amazing. I was with Johnny the other day. The job he did is great, but he said he never thought in a million years it could be so free of any difficulty. Think of it, we didn't even have a protest. Not only no crime. Now, there's a reason for all this, but part of it was that people just wanted to pull together. This country, for like a 4-week period, just pulled together. Really amazing. And I didn't want to say it before the final. I didn't want to say how well it was doing. I wanted to get the final up with, because you never know. It only takes. But we just had the most successful World Cup in history. Did 5 times the business of any World Cup in history, and I can't wait to get him back, but I think we won't be able to get him for the next one.
Mr. President, here, especially with this upcoming.
Say what?
Do you feel safe, especially considering the effects on your life?
I feel safe. Why wouldn't I feel safe?
President Trump
I'm Pedro Mani from Al Jadid. Are you still speaking with Hezbollah? You said in previous interviews that you're speaking with
Well, I don't want
Hezbollah.
to say that, but I would speak to Hezbollah. Yeah. I speak to everybody. I'll speak to people that a lot of people think I shouldn't be speaking to, and things work out.
Through
I would speak
channels,
to
Mr. President,
I
on
would speak to
Syria.
Hezbollah. I would say this: if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, you know, he's lived with Hezbollah for a long time. And if the president wanted me to speak to Hezbollah, I would. You know, I would.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, follow up on Iran. If the Iranians do not make a deal, ultimately, how long will it take for you to stamp out their threats to the Strait and enable full shipping?
So if we left right now, it would take around 20, 25 years to rebuild. Okay? And we're not finished at all. But if we left right now, it would take them a long time, years to rebuild. But we're not leaving right now. So we've had a big impact on Iran. If we didn't do what I did with regard to 2 things, the Iran nuclear deal done by Barack Hussein Obama, I terminated that. If I didn't terminate it, you wouldn't have Israel right now, because they would have had a nuclear weapon years ago. And if we didn't do the B-2 bombers, knocking out the nuclear sites a year ago, one of the first things we did early in the administration, they would have a nuclear weapon, and you wouldn't have Israel, and in my opinion, you wouldn't have various other countries in the Middle East. They'd all be gone. They would have been terminated, extinguished. But I believe that by doing what we did, by terminating Iran, who's very evil people leading their country. You saw the number of protesters that they killed, 52,000 plus. I put a couple of them up today, young kids, they kill them. They kill them like they're candy. It's crazy what they do. They treat them so badly. They're just killing people just at random. Over 52,000 people, and nobody talks about it. But if I didn't do the attack on their nuclear sites, or if I didn't terminate the Obama agreement with Iran, which was an absolute hit on having them that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And our deal will be a wall. It already is. They can't have a nuclear weapon right now. It would take them years to produce it. And we will absolutely attack the new site that they're talking about. I mean, how about these people? They're in this because of nuclear weapons, and they're trying to possibly reconstitute a site. We'll hit that site. Any site where they're even thinking about nuclear, we'll be hitting it very, very powerfully. Now, nobody knows, except the Iranians, the damage that we've done to them. We have done damage that will take them 20, 25 years to recover from. So if we left tomorrow, we had a big success. But we're not leaving tomorrow.
Their ability to threaten the Strait, though. That's the question.
There's a bill right now that that's being considered that would allow illegal aliens who are working in farming to get legal status. Do you support that legislation?
I don't know about it. I'll take a look at it.
Last night, the Canada tariffs. One, are those a response to the wildfires in?
No. That's separate. We're looking at that separately.
And what, is there anything?
It's only in response to the way they've treated our farmers and our people. Yeah, Canada's been very, very tough on us over the years, for many years, and no other president's done anything about it. I love Canada. I love the people of Canada. Many friends that live in Canada, but their leadership, from Trudeau to the current leadership, I mean, in all fairness to them, they need us to survive. Without us, there's no way they can survive. So, but they've been very, very tough over a period of the last 50 years, actually.
On Syria, Tony Murad, NBC ITV from Lebanon. Do you still support Syria entering Lebanon to disarm Hezbollah?
You mean coming in and doing something with Hezbollah?
Yes.
Well, it's a concept, you know. We get along very well with the president of Syria. He's done a very good job. I wouldn't be surprised if this gentleman's going to do a job just like that. He's done a very good job. He's pulled Syria together. He would like to come in and do something with Hezbollah. You know, he's been fighting Hezbollah for a long time. I think it'd be very effective. So it's something I think.
On tariffs, you increased the tariffs on Canada yesterday. Can you say if you still expect to impose tariffs on the wildfire problem? And can you say
we're looking at that? A lot of damage has been done. They're not managing their forests properly, and the wind has a tendency to blow right over New York City, right over. You saw Detroit; they had to close the whole place. Michigan was really affected. They had to close businesses for 4 days. It's very serious what they're doing, and they don't seem to be able to do anything about it. If they managed their forests, they wouldn't have the fire.
Do you believe that Iran is trying to impact the midterm elections by threatening the Strait of Hormuz?
Probably. They won't have any impact on me. I'm just going to do the right thing. I don't view it as, gee, we're having an election in a period of time. You know, everyone says, oh, I'm doing something before. No, the election, I can't think about that having to do with this. I think people are very impressed. I mean, we took over Venezuela. We now have a great relationship with Venezuela. We went to war with Venezuela, and the war ended in one day. And we have now an incredible relationship with Venezuela. We're taking out millions of barrels of oil. They're making more money now than they ever made before, ever. And we're making a lot of money. We paid for the war many times over with Venezuela. We lost nobody. We lost nobody. We didn't lose one. And it was a violent attack. As you know, we took out a man who was a very evil man. What he did was very evil, in many different ways. We took him out. But, you know, Venezuela, they said the same thing. When I did Venezuela, everyone said, because look at the drugs. Look at what they did, where they took all of their prisons. They opened up their prisons, and they have everybody in a prison come in through Biden's absolutely insane open borders policy. And we did that in one day. Think of it. And now we are working very closely with the administration, and we get along very well. Venezuela is a very happy place. Had a tragic incident with the event that took place a week ago. What a terrible thing that was. They had a movement, a shifting of earth that was unbelievable. They've never seen anything like it. A lot of people were killed. So it's all unrelated. But by the way, we were the first ones there to help. We were there to help Venezuela. It was an earthquake, I guess you'd call it. It was a pretty massive earthquake. And we were able to do a lot of good. But they lost a lot of people. Venezuela, the people are so happy that we're there. The jobs, everything's happening. And we're taking out many, many times the money that we spent on the war. This one, Iran is bigger. It's a more complex situation, but we're probably doing equally as well if you look at the damage that's been done. And again, as I said to the young man that just posed the question over here, if we left today, it would take them decades to rebuild, and I don't believe they could ever rebuild. And honestly, they haven't seen anything yet. We've been nice. We've been nice.
Haley Wool, Scripps News. Thank you for the question. Do you believe that Iran has moved nuclear centrifuges into Pickaxe Mountain? And when you say we're not done yet, what is left to finish?
Well, I think that they may have. We don't have it on record. All we do is read the fake news. You know, we time. So, you know, maybe this one they have right, but it's okay. It doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. You're talking about the centrifuges. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything unless they have the material. They don't have. We follow the material. That's where the action is, and we'll be hitting that area probably pretty soon. And there's not a thing they can do about it. You know, normally I wouldn't say that. If I thought they could do something about it, I would never say that. But we'll be hitting that area pretty soon, and very heavily.
Please go ahead. President Trump, 2 years ago during the campaign, I interviewed you and you told me on MTV Lebanon that the peace will happen in Lebanon. And every word you said during the interview, it's happening today. Like from the first day in the administration, you were working hard for peace.
It's true. Because I understood Lebanon, and I understood how horribly Lebanon has been treated as a country. They've been like a whipping post. What's happened with Iran and with Hezbollah, but Lebanon's been treated very incredibly badly. And maybe I'm a little prejudiced in favor of Lebanon because I have so many Lebanese friends.
You're not at all.
Well, no, but there's so many Lebanese friends, and so I understand Lebanon. Tom Barrack is Lebanese, the ambassador.
Regarding the Lebanese army, President Amr, the Lebanese army currently have the funding, equipment, and manpower necessary to implement the agreement, or you are asking today President Trump for additional U.S. assistance today to do the job?
Definitely, with the support of President Trump, and we spoke on the phone, and I told him I need 2 things from you: political support and supporting of the LAF, which is the LAF is the most trusted institution in the country, and it has the most powerful weapon, which is the trust of the public. Like any armed forces in the world, the Lebanese armed forces is the backbone of security and stability. We need to support the LAF. The LAF maintain the country safe and stable. Without the LAF, everything will collapse. We don't want that. I think President Trump doesn't want that. In 1975, the first institution to collapse was the LAF. And as a result, we saw the emergence of many local militias, and the south was empty, allowing the Palestinians to roam the south and launch attack against Israel. We don't want to see that back again. All we're asking is keep supporting the LAF, and they know that the LAF is doing great job, performing its duty to the fullest. I fully trust the LAF. I fully trust the leadership of the LAF.
We will have
They did a great step forward with the recent signing with Israel. That was a big step.
Are you going to allow direct flight from America to Lebanon again on Pedro?
I can see that happening, absolutely.
Question for President On. Tony Murad from MBCI TV. So Ambassador Isa, the U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, Isa, told me that the President On would not leave Washington empty-handed. What concrete outcomes will you bring back to Lebanon?
You'll find out. Thank you all very much. We're doing very well with Iran. We're doing unbelievably with the economy. We have investment. As you know, Toyota is coming in with the biggest plant, I understand, anywhere in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming into our country. They're going to come into Texas, to be specific. We have more plants under construction now than at any time, by many times. We have over $19.2 trillion being spent in America, and they're going to be opening up in a year and a half. And there has never been a time like this in America. Truly, it's the golden age of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, man. Don't you just love that? President Trump talking with Lebanese people and leaders and tells them straight to their face that he knows what's happening. But he's also letting them know that he believes that peace should be first, above anything. I'm gonna show you a quick clip. This is the nanobator. He does. I don't know if these things are real, but I wanna show you a clip. I want to show you a clip of something here real quick.
This game.
I want you to watch this. The reason why I want you to watch this is because a lot of people don't understand what we are trying to do, what we're fighting against. See, everybody that comes into any podcast, you know, you guys want to come in and just throw a bunch of things that are it's not even part of the subject. It's not part of what we're describing or what we're talking about. You guys come in here just attacking on all sides and all kinds of levels. And all you show is just how retarded you are. I just wish that you will give me some substance. You know, if you complain, I was taught this from very little. I was taught this. If you complain about something, bring me a solution. But if somebody disproves that solution, you got to do better. Bring me a better solution, because the one you thought about is not good. But the libtards, for some reason, they just bitch and complain. And then when you ask them, show me proof, they got none. When they call me liar, tell me what I lie about. When they tell me I'm a hypocrite, what about? Just tell me. It's okay for your opinions. It's okay to have opinions. You know, I have had people with mental issues call me. And I understand. I can tell. I can tell with some of them, I'm okay to be more patient with. But some of them, they got to hear it. And they got to hear it tough. You know what I mean? So I let them have it. I want you to know, President Trump is trying to be as diplomatic as he can. There is nothing. Scott Byrne in the house. How you doing, eh? That's my Canadian brother right there. Listen, there's nothing that Trump can do. We know this. We know this. There is nothing that Trump can do that the communists are going to agree with. The fake-ass Democratic Party. I call them communists now. It's logical. It's more apparent. Every day they say it more and more and more. So I'm going to start calling them by what they want me to call them. It doesn't matter what President Trump does. If he shoots down some drug boats, the Democrat communists are over here saying they're fishing boats. If we put away a drug lord cartel, De Los Soles, Nicolas Maduro behind bars, they are going to tell us that we are war crime lords. And they bring all this shit that doesn't even make sense. But you know what? It doesn't matter what he does. If we tell Iran, hey, listen, you've been warring against us 47 years. We're not fools. We've been talking about it. We've been talking about it. We've been saying it. We have signed deals. You renege. We have been making treaties. You renege. You have given us your word. You renege. You are not worth anything anymore. And President Trump made it very clear. If you touch one hair on any of those protesters in Iran, I will bomb the shit out of you. So he does. And then he says, I'm going to stop. I'm going to do a ceasefire. I'm going to stop right there. And what we're going to do is we're going to talk about it. Again, I showed you I wasn't bluffing. Live long and prosper. I show you that I wasn't bluffing. Now let's talk about it. Fuck you, USA. We're going to tear you guys, okay? Boom, boom, boom. All right. I told you I was going to kick some ass. So I did. Now let's talk about it. You want to make a deal really bad. I know you do. No, fuck America. Death to America. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. More. Wait a minute. We destroyed their Air Force. We destroyed their military capabilities. I don't know why they still have submarines, by the way. I will destroy those pieces of shit out of the water as well. But here is the problem. Intel shows all of the air defenses were destroyed or used. A lot of those weapons were buried on the nuclear facility that was obliterated. Fact. How did they get air defense missiles again so fast? Well, they're connected to a little space of water between Russia. I wonder what can go through there. Yeah, maybe some weapons. Yeah, maybe. How about the train that goes all the way into China? That train goes right into Iran. Could bring weapons. I don't trust the Chinese. Now I can buy some stuff. I can trade with the Chinese, but I don't trust them. I don't trust them as far as I can toss them. So what do we got to do? Well, we got to hit those ports. Bug them. We got to destroy those bridges. Bug them. We got to destroy those rail tracks. Bug them. And you know what? We got to destroy their economy. And what's really cool, well, it's not really cool, but what's really amazing is that the Iranian people themselves have said, which is very courageous and very sad. They have said, the United States of America drop the bombs on us as long as you destroy this terrorist regime. That's how bad they have been treated. They have been treated so bad that they are now literally willing to die so that these people can be destroyed, obliterated. No more games. No more games. President Trump is not a gamer. He doesn't play games. He makes deals. See, he has failed in a lot of things in his life. And he has learned from those failures. Now, whether Melanie wants to kiss him and hug him in public and say this and smile all the time, who gives a shit? What I want is for President Trump to do what he needs to do. Democrats bitch about, President Trump, he's a taco Trump. He's a coward. He's bluffing. And then he goes over there, bums the shit out of these people. Oh, my God, he's a tyrant. Oh, he went and bombed these people. Oh, my God. Shut the hell up, fucking libtards. Running out of patience with these retards. I can't believe that Trump has so much patience. I have none. I have no patience for these retards anymore. I've had it. California, Oregon, Washington, New York, all these beautiful states being destroyed by libtards. And the gullible Americans that don't see that commies are taking over, have taken over the Democratic Party. Well, you guys are part of the problem, aren't you? That's why I exist, to wake your ass up. Wake your ass up. We tell you, we're fighting scams, frauds. We're still fighting with China over stolen IPs, etc. We are still fighting fraud against your tax dollars. They're the enemies, the commies, the libtards. They're stealing your tax-paying dollars. All your tax dollars. You're a taxpayer, and I apologize. My English sucks. Your tax dollars are being stolen every single day, and you wonder why we have issues with homeless. We have issues with the economy. But you don't want to fix it. You want to ignore the signs, you want to ignore the facts, and you want to go ahead and let these commies destroy our country. You don't stand for American values or rights, but you stand for illegal immigrant which don't have rights. I'll say this over and over again. Hey, Jose, how are you? Human rights are not legal rights. There's a huge difference. Now, whether these commies want to downplay how awesome and how powerful is the gift and the right to vote as an American citizen, well, I don't do that. I think it's precious. I think it's valuable. I think it's very important. And thus, I fight for the right to vote for American citizens. I've been warning you for a long time. They say it now more open. Listen to the Muslims running for office. Listen to the Muslims running for office and how they talk about Israel. I'm an American. I don't want my tax dollars to go to Israel. I want it to go to my Michigan people. Really? Fuck you. The leftist, communist Democrats, because that's who they are today. If you are a real American Democrat, you gotta jump off. You gotta abandon ship. You gotta abandon ship. Get your lifesaver, get your raft, get the fuck out of that boat. That ship, my friends, is sinking. It's gone. You can't save it. Jump off. Join us. Let us borrow your votes. Listen, don't give in to these emotional distractions. How many times have we learned in life I try to ignore the comment. Magic Man Zinc, you're a dumbass. I try to ignore the comment. I know. But okay, listen. I'm gonna teach you something. Well, not you guys that already know common sense, but I'm gonna teach you something that you keep ignoring. You keep hearing people screaming and crying and yelling, help, help, oh my God, help. And the emotional people, I don't blame you completely, but you're so emotionally unstable. You allow those cries for help to destroy your common sense. And you call ICE agents who are enforcing our laws to secure our country, to protect the rights of the American citizens, so that we can finally get to the point where everybody gets universal health care. It's not going to get there. As long as you keep allowing illegal immigrants, we will never be able to provide that for the American people. It's impossible. So they cry and yell and rah and what? And you guys break down because you're gullible. You're saying, oh my God, look how horrible they're treated. Shut the hell up. They're not supposed to be here in the first place. They have been warned. They have been told to self-deport. They have been told to respect the law. They have been told to get the hell out of our country. They don't belong here. So when they get arrested, they get arrested. Well, when they resist arrest, they need a beat down. It is the rules. You arrest, you want to act like an animal, we'll treat you like an animal. You want to act like a human, you get the right to be treated like a human. Watch this clip. Watch this clip. You might look at this person and be like, oh my God, she's crying. Listen to what they're doing. Listen to what they're doing. I'm going to give you just the introduction of this. Check this out.
Thinks she's about to steal $10,000, but as soon as I opened up her webcam, she began to panic like we've never seen before.
This is you just call me your phone. I don't need your money. I don't need your help. Just call.
However, before
you guys seen this guy? This is the nanobator, if you're interested. I want you to understand that even though your children cry when you discipline them, you still got to discipline them. If you love your neighbor, tell them the truth. Tell them to respect the law. Tell them to respect the country. That's what you do. When you love somebody, you tell them the truth. We have a system in place. We have boundaries. We got limits. We have rules. We have laws. I know you watch enough movies and say, oh, rules are meant to be broken. No, they're not. Rules are not meant to be broken. Laws are not made so that you can break them. That's not how it works. That is not how it works. The Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party of your parents. Mike Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, and good morning, everybody. We have a lot on our plate this week. It's going to be a very important week for the country and for House Republicans. I spend a lot of time on the road when we're not in session. I'm out campaigning in the swing districts and with our candidates and our incumbents all across the country. The last 2 weeks, I've been from California to New York, Iowa, Nebraska, many points in between. And everywhere we go, the American people are seeing and understanding, and they're articulated in their own way, the stark contrast between the two sides. As we say all the time, this is not your father's Democratic Party. The chasm between the two sides and their visions for America and what we believe, our principles, our priorities, our platforms, has never been more divergent than it is right now. As I've said here many times, and I say across the country, a few decades ago, Republicans and Democrats in Congress are arguing over marginal tax rates and shades of regulation. Now we are quite literally in a contest to determine whether we're going to maintain our status as the world's great superpower, the greatest nation in the history of the world, as a constitutional republic, or we're going to tear that down to the foundation like the communist Democrats want to do and go down this dark road of Marxism. Not on our watch. We're not going to do that. And I am very confident. In fact, I'm very enthusiastic about the upcoming midterm election because I believe that people are beginning to see this, and it is going to motivate voter turnout for true Americans who love their country and want to keep it. We're in the process of making it better every single day, and you're going to see that on display this week on the floor. We said this is a contrast. We had been saying for months, you've heard me say, a contrast between common sense and crazy in the midterm, and now it's common sense versus communism. This is real. So this week on the floor, let me talk to you about a few things that we're going to have. It's been mentioned by the leader. This week, House Republicans are going to take an important step to restore Americans' faith and trust in Congress and in American elections with the Stop Insider Trading Act. As Leader Scalise noted, this is something the American people have been very interested in for a long, long time. We have finally cobbled together what we believe is the vote coalition to make that happen. I want to commend the good work of the House Administration Committee and Chairman Brian Stile for their quarterbacking of this collaborative effort, and they've drafted a bill that I think is really, really well done. Too often, Americans struggling to make ends meet have watched as lawmakers have entered office to leave as multimillionaires. There's a handful of glaring examples. A couple of those people are still serving, notably on the Democrat side. The Stop Insider Trading Act does exactly what it says. It bans members of Congress from purchasing individual stocks from publicly traded companies, and it helps prevent public officials from profiting from inside information. It's a very logical thing to do. The bill also includes a very common sense and popular provision to ensure that voters must show a valid ID when they go to the polls to vote. Virtually all Republicans support that common sense measure, and over 70% of Democrats do, as acknowledged most recently by Chuck Schumer himself. And yet, watch, I bet you, not a single Democrat in the House or Senate will support these measures. Democrats only talk about corruption. Republicans are actually delivering real solutions to actually restore the public's faith in our institutions, because we believe in this country. We believe in our matchless Constitution that is the envy of everybody around the world. And we believe on the 250th anniversary now is a very important time to stand on that. Later today, House Republicans are going to move closer to responsibly funding the government as well. We're going to pass a totally clean, very simple, continuing resolution that will fund the government through November. The CR is as clean as they come. There are no poison pills, there's no hidden maneuvers, there's nothing other than a simple extension of current funding levels. Now, this is going to be one to watch. Unfortunately, given that Democrats have already forced the two longest government shutdowns in American history in this Congress, one of them for 78 days, they've already demonstrated they don't care what kind of pain they inflict on the American people. They do this to try to score political points. I think they're making the wrong calculation here. Republicans are under no illusions about Democrats' intentions ahead of a very consequential midterm election. Today's Democrat Party, I think they have a very false impression. They think that they can score political points by trying to inflict pain. It's not going to work. They've shown there's nothing they love more than a government shutdown, as tens of millions of Americans head to the polls in November. But this clean CR is an opportunity for both sides. So they have an opportunity to demonstrate they're committed to responsibly funding the government through November. And again, I bet you they don't help us on it. If the Democrats can't support this basic principle, then they are alone are going to own the chaos that ensues if the government shuts down after September 30th. On reconciliation this week, of course, we're going to move the ball forward on Reconciliation 3.0. We pass our budget resolution. That's what we'll do, send it to the Senate. As a reminder, this legislative vehicle is our best shot at accomplishing two key objectives of the people of this country. These are very popular and important and necessary objectives. Number one, secure American elections by passing the Save America Act into law. As much of that as possible. That's the objective. Number two, protect and strengthen our homeland. How do we do that? We'll be providing supplemental funding in line with the administration's request to support our national defense and our farmers. Why is this necessary? Because Democrats have yet again refused to work with Republicans on basic election integrity and strengthening our nation's defense. As always, Republicans support our troops, our farmers, and election integrity, and we will demonstrate that again this week. Another big thing on the floor, as you know, is the NDAA, National Defense. Now, there was a time, all you remember, not too long ago, that funding for our national defense was a bipartisan exercise, because at the end of the day, everybody put the weapons down, metaphorical weapons, political weapons, and said, gee, you know, both parties have to acknowledge the necessity of maintaining our defense and supporting our troops. Surely that's the last thing we can agree upon, everybody would say. For 65 consecutive years, Congress has done exactly that, enacted the National Defense Authorization Act without fail. I am sad to tell you that is no longer the case, because the Communist Caucus, the Democrats now, have decided that they're not into that anymore. Republicans will once again be the only adults in the room as we vote to authorize this critically important funding, just as we have done under previous Democrat administrations for more than a century. Why? Because Republicans understand the priorities of the country, and even when we don't get our greatest preferences, we're still willing to do the right thing and support those who put on the uniform. But Democrats aren't there anymore. One final point, this week will prove beyond dispute Democrats' reflexive obstruction. That's what they do now. It's obstruction for the sake of obstruction. It is driven by Trump derangement syndrome and other maladies that they have. It's shocking to say, but today's Democrats would rather endanger our national security. They'd rather threaten the livelihoods of hardworking Americans. They'd rather punish their own constituents than work with Republicans to advance any meaningful policy under this administration. But here's the good news. Republicans refuse to allow the Democrats to railroad the legislative process with their relentless and childish obstruction tactics. No matter how hard they dig in their heels, we're going to work 10 times harder. We're going to deliver for the American people. We're going to make our country safer and more affordable for millions of working families. We've demonstrated that over and over. We'll continue to do it this week and in the days ahead. And that is why we're going to win decisively in the midterms. This is not a game. We're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment. We're going to maintain the greatest country in the history of the world. Take a few questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These past 2 weeks, Democrats ditched grab fire from their ballot after sexual assault allegations. 2 members of the conference, Max Miller and Fort Mills, faced domestic violence allegations. Why would you Republicans keep them in the conference, whereas Democrats are dropping some of the pieces of privilege of such classes?
Well, the key word there is allegation. We have a process here. The House Ethics Committee works on those things. If allegations are made, they work through a process. So I'm not in the business of commenting on investigations as they're in process, and we'll see how that shakes out. That's how this always works. And by the way, it's done for R's and D's on both sides of the aisle. Yes, ma'am. Second row, yes, sir.
You repeatedly said that you trust communications between the war with Iran. We're now 5 months in, and the USF role has surpassed the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Given that, at what point are you going to put an AUMF on the floor or go for War Powers Act resolution to try and reach?
The administration is working very hard. The commander-in-chief and the whole Department of War, they're working very hard to bring this to a resolution. There's a lot of discussions about how that will be done. We're all closely watching those developments, of course. I don't think an AUMF is in order right now. I think we need to bring this to a resolution. Look, I think it's important for all of our international partners, this is my personal view, to have a role in this. I mean, we've got all of our allied nations through NATO. We've got the Arab countries over there, the Gulf states that are in closest proximity to Iran. Iran is now fired on all of its neighbors, and they're turning everybody in the world into an enemy. And I think this is an important moment of history for all of the world community to decide how they want to handle this. It shouldn't just be America's obligation. My view is that everybody needs to play a role. So we'll see how that develops. I think we have to allow the space to do that. And I know that this administration is working around the clock to resolve that in a way so that we don't suffer any more troop losses. This is a great tragedy. It shouldn't happen. But it is a very important objective that I believe we've achieved to ensure that the largest sponsor of state of terrorism does not have a nuclear weapon. That would be a disaster for everybody, and everybody around the world understands that. Now we got to wrap it up. Yes, ma'am. Fourth row back here. Did you raise your hand? Yes, ma'am. No, we had a good discussion in the House Republican Conference. It's not the full SAVE Act on the stock trading. It's just voter ID, which, again, it's more than a 90% public opinion polling issue, as is stock trading ban in the House. So you're talking about, 90-10 public. It's probably in excess of 9 out of 10 Americans support both of those measures. Everybody's hard pressed to vote against that. I don't think any Republicans will. I think a lot of Democrats will. It'll be a vote that you should closely watch, and that everybody's constituents should take heed to. Yes, ma'am. Third row. Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe it would be acceptable in any situation. You have a role where you have members of Congress and their subordinates and staff members. I think it's inappropriate, as it would be in any workplace, and most companies have that. We should at a bare minimum in Congress have rules and traditions that are adhered to in corporate America. So that's an easy one for me. Yeah, last one. Yeah, Mike.
This is probably the last time we're going to see the press conference before the House leaves for recess, members going home to campaign ahead of the election. The control of the House is up for grabs. Last week, President Trump gave a speech relitigating the 2020 election and bring the election fraud. Do you think it would serve your most vulnerable members, the majority leader as well, if President Trump stopped relitigating the 2020 election and moved on from that?
Well, I didn't hear him in that address say he wasn't relitigating the 2020 election. What he did was, I got a couple notes here about some of the things that he announced. 280,000 non-citizens have been found to be on voter rolls in America. I mean, if that doesn't cry for the passage of the Save America Act into law, I don't know what does. He announced that foreign adversaries have compromised American election data and that our election system is vulnerable to threats. I mean, that should concern every American citizen. This isn't about relitigating 2020. This is about making sure that people have faith in our election system. If you do not have a free and fair election, it's very difficult to maintain a constitutional republic, a government of, by, and for the people. I mean, this is basic stuff. The president was highlighting that. Some of the findings are alarming. I mean, a lot of the Democrats who ran around breathlessly for years saying that Russia was intervening in our elections, you would think they'd be the first to step up and say, yeah, let's go investigate this and clean up voter rolls. I mean, that is part of our message on the campaign trails. We want to make sure that the states, all the states, including blue states, are doing their dead level best to ensure that federal law is complied with. What is federal law? To vote in a U.S. election, You have to be an American citizen. That's a simple thing. It's not being enforced in some of these states, and that's why Save America Act is so important. And we want to make sure that we don't have deceased persons on the voter roll. We want to make sure that in states where they're doing ballot harvesting, they're not just rounding these things up haphazardly. That the exact number of ballots that are printed go to the exact number of voters who are registered in these districts, and not extra persons. This is what makes people doubt the veracity of our elections. So there's nothing, in my mind, is almost nothing more important than this. And that's what the president is articulating. And he is showing you the receipts. He's showing you the evidence of things that have been found in these investigations. I think that does alarm a lot of the American people, and we'll continue to hammer that. Thank you all so much. We'll see you soon.
I am laughing at the comments that you guys are making. Let me address this since the video is over here. Let's see. What was the comment that I was reading here? Shaking Up says, communism is moneyless. Right. Classless. Stateless system. I want you to tell me why you came to that conclusion. I want to know why you came to that, how you came about that conclusion. The biggest lie that can be sold to the people is socialism. Socialism is just the beginning of communism. I know what the definition is, moron. Socialism wants to give a group of people access to your business. Now, they don't come up and make a business together. No, they want to take away your business. The reality of socialism is that millions of people have to die for socialism to be implemented. Now, once you get socialism, we already have socialist programs like welfare, free healthcare. Those are socialist programs. But they're only there, and they're only there because of capitalism. Capitalism encourages individualism. It encourages and gives reward for your hard work. It rewards the individuals that are willing to put in the time and the work. Socialism rewards the lazy people that depend on those capitalists making money. There's a big difference. We live in a very, very thin borderline between communism and capitalism, and we call that socialism. The moment that you start giving the power to the government over your businesses, fucking morons, it pisses me off that people have not learned anything throughout history. Like, ugh. Fucking Mandani in New York he says he's a socialist Democrat. He is over there taking businesses away from business owners. Do you not know what the fuck that means? That's communism. How do you know, Dennis? What's communism? Shut the hell up. Fuck, I learned all the history through our Latin American countries. All of them. Fuck you, beer and tacos. You're the fucking clown. I am so pissed that all these illegal immigrants and fake-ass Americans are taking over our democracy. They're using democracy to destroy Americans. This is why it's important to prove that you're an American citizen when you vote. And all these motherfuckers are going to tell you that you don't need to prove citizenship. That is just their right because they're American citizens. Bitch, I don't know you from the left to the right. I don't know you. I don't know you're an American citizen. You got to prove it to me. You can be in this country and do whatever the hell you want to a point. But if you want to vote in our elections, bitch, you better prove that you're an American citizen. I don't care how old you are. Get the damn birth certificate. It's the least that you can do as an American citizen to protect this country. Mondani, piece of shit communist, Islam retarded, mayor of New York. He is over there already taking apartment communities away from individual owners. He said it on his speech. He wants to get rid of individualism. You notice how he didn't call it capitalism? That's right. Capitalism is individualism. The moment you let the government run all the businesses, the moment that you allow for your freedoms to be taken away from you, you're going to go back to the fucking medieval times when you were ruled by a tyrant king. The same shit that they tell you that they don't want. And that's what they're vouching for. Shaky, shut the hell up. You are one fucking retarded dude. You know that? You are fucking retarded, bro. All the libtard trolls have been invited to the Dennis Herrera show. Let's see. Capitalism is where a single owner owns the means of production. No shit, Sherlock. Go get your own fucking business if you don't like the way another businessman is running their business. Why don't you fucking go open your own Amazon company and give away all your money? See how you like that? How about you compete, motherfucker? Why don't you go get off your lazy ass and go start your own business and show me how socialism works? And stop bitching and complaining because you're envious and jealous of those who have sacrificed their lives and have given their children inheritances so that they can continue to be wealthy. Why don't you fucking go show me how you create a business and tell me, prove to me how socialism works? Because it hasn't worked anywhere in our entire history of humanity. Go on now. Go get your own company started. Show me. Build your own community of socialists. And don't touch one capitalist dollar. I can't wait. I can't wait for you to prove me wrong. It's not going to happen. Hundreds of years of history, of lessons being taught to us in life. You got to be stupid to support communism today. You got to be one ignorant fool to support socialism today. Well, well, well. Well, how about it? Go on. You hate Elon Musk for being a trillionaire? What did he do to get there? How about you duplicate that? Did you know Elon Musk doesn't get mad at you for using his shit? No patents. Go. Make your own X-Space company. See how far you go. Giving away millions of dollars to people. Go on now. Say it. Trump is my daddy. Say it. Trump is my daddy. Say it. Because I know Trump is your daddy. He's your president. If you're an American citizen, if you're an illegal immigrant, fuck you. You shouldn't be in this country. But everybody else, he's your daddy. Go on and prove me. Prove me wrong. I want you to prove me wrong with facts. Because so far, we have noticed capitalism works. Capitalism actually rewards you for working extra overtime. Capitalism rewards you if you make investments. Now, you can lose or win, but it allows you to make investments, and they don't take that investment away from you. The libtards. They never leer. Never gets old. They hate me, bro. They hate me. Somebody came in yesterday and said, you are on the list, asshole. 178 dead children. Yeah, and who killed them? Not America. Yeah, they want you to say that, but they killed their own children. They killed 45,000 of their own people. Say that. What about that? Do you have a problem with that? Then you should be on our side against Iran. Now shut the hell up, you pussy tards. Man, I love it when these people get me all pissed off. You know what? Most of these idiots are retarded white people that like to punish themselves with white guilt. They are socialist white Karen women. They're retarded. I know they use the old, the old folks who don't have good memory anymore. They use them for their propaganda. Everything that we say and speak of is for everybody. Everything that the leftist Democrat communists say is just for them. That's right. I find it very interesting that we on the right, excusez-moi while I drink some of my coffee. We on our side, see, we speak for everybody. We want everybody. We want everybody to be equal. The leftist says they want to be supreme. And very unfortunately, they have such low IQ that they really can't. Now, when they gather a bunch of low IQ people and they cheat on the elections, sure, they win. But I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to lie. I am not going to lie. Every day that goes by, I'm so excited for our next election for governor here in Washington State. I am so excited. You can hate on me all you want. But we're going to make Washington great again. Yeah, Washington was great. This used to be a farm state. Now, here's an interesting fact. Just a little just a little fact. No big deal. Just a little just a little fact. Just a little fact. Washington State was a farming state. Interesting fact. For the last 42 years, we in Washington State have been ran by Democrats. Just a little fact. I guess it has nothing to do with Trump, huh? Trump has not been in office for 40 years, and our farmers have been destroyed over and over and over and over and over. And Trump hasn't been here for that. How about that? How about that? You remember the early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, before the Democrats betrayed this country? That's right. They betrayed this country for two things. They just can't help themselves. Power and greed. They betrayed our country. Yeah, well, Yakin is one of them. Nope, not you wish, Lenny. You wish it was the tariffs. Well, here we go again with the tariffs. Let me look up some stuff here real quick. Let's see. How about if we do this, right? And taxing. You know, it used to be that I'm going to talk about Washington State, since we're talking about a farming state. It used to be farmers would grow their own fertilizer here in the country. Now they depend on China or India or other third world countries over the seas. They depend on them. Why? Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There's a couple of things right now just revolving around my brain right now. The first one is the farmers, and the second one is immigration. Let me tell you why they're revolving around my head. Remind me, immigration and farmers. Remind me of that if I forget, because I'll probably forget. See, farmers, before Democrats started globalizing all these things, obesity was not a problem as it is today. Now, there were still fat people back then. There's always lazy people. There's always, some gene effects. I got you. But ever since Democrats betrayed our country and started sending everything overseas, car manufacturers, fertilizing, all this stuff that you have to import into this country, they sent them away. They took them away from this country. We got more health problems, but we trust foreigners to make fertilizers safe for us. Interesting. When we depended on our own people to fertilize and to farm, we didn't have those problems. Sure enough, we had some bad crops. That's due to weather, atmosphere. Everything affects the climate. Everything affects crops. I get that. But we've always done well. We have hardships. We have plenty of times. That bothers me that you people on the left don't see that problem with the farmers. I see those things. And farmers have been disappearing left and right here in Washington State. Interestingly enough, the Chinese have been allowed to buy thousands of acres of land to farm in the United States of America. Let that marinate there for a second. See, they brainwash the left people because they have no common sense. They don't do critical thinking. They're lazy. They don't want to put in the work. They don't want to put in the time. They don't want to think too much about things. They just want to be told what to do. They're blindly trusting communists. They just want to be told what to do. They want free school, free college, because they don't want to pay the price for failing. It's easy to go to college when the government, when the taxpayers are paying for you to go to college. For what? So that you can get an art degree? Get the hell out of here with that shit. You don't need no fucking degree for art. What's wrong with these people? You go over there, I'm a social worker. I got free education. Oh, yeah? Why did you pay for it yourself? Because you know it's not worth it. Second thing about immigration. This country's economy was just fine before millions of illegal immigrants came into this country. Housing disappeared. Everything is unaffordable. Why do you think that is? If it is so good to grab all these millions of illegal immigrants, if it is so good for our country, why do we have a housing crisis? Why do American broke people get even more broke? Why are American citizens suffering more today than before millions of illegal immigrants? during the massive invasion came into this country? Why were they doing better? Why was the United States of America so strong? You think the United States of America became the country that it is today because of millions of illegal immigrants that just came across the border during the last 4 or 6 years? No, it's not. This country did not become better because migrants. This country, this land, become better because of settlers. I've shared some Native history on this channel. And it doesn't matter what is the subject. The haters and the people that always want to fight us have the same mentality. They're fucking retarded. They are retarded. They are criminals. And they don't give a shit about something that costs them nothing. Some of you won't get it. Some of you will. Let me tell you something that is happening on our Native American tribes. You have Indians in our tribes who are selling their own people. They are pimping their young Native American women. They are profiting of drugs coming in through the southern border. Now you have Native American lawyers standing up against ICE. Well, some bitch. It is the same story all over again. They don't say thank you to the American federal government when they save all those Native females from being exploited, from being prostitute. It's crazy. Timothy, go suck a big dick. How about that? Go join your LGBTQ and suck a big dick. That's what you like. The fuck off my channel, you pussy. Listen, I get upset like this because I hate innocent people suffering. I hate the rights of the American people being trampled on by foreigners, by people that hate this country, by terrorists, by our enemies. I just want everybody to love this country. I want every American citizen to realize that if you don't fight for this country, if you don't support those who are fighting for this country, we're going to lose it. We're going to lose it. The Navajo Nation in Arizona, a lot of them are on my side. They believe what I believe. They see what I've been telling you. To deny the atrocities that our people in this country are going through is because you're a retard. You're too slow to understand. Let me tell you something. If you truly are mentally handicapped, I'm not talking about you, because yours, it's a legitimate reason. We take care of you. We take care of you. You know, I know a lot of handicapped people that don't get offended from my comments. They join me. They laugh and they join me. Just like when these libtards come in here and start telling us how ugly we are, making fun of my beautiful hat. You know what I'm saying? Making fun of my beautiful cheap coats. I'm just saying. I just don't give a shit about people that don't like me. I just don't care. I don't need your approval. That simple. Tan, what did you say? Streamlabs didn't like our sister Tan's comment. Anyone with dumbass comments and name calling shows how illiterate you are. It's embarrassing to comment against the host of the show. Please leave. 100%. Hey, listen, these libtards, they still don't get it. They still don't get it. Oh, how come he gets to cuss people out? They just don't get it, man. They just don't get it. But I'm telling you, man, on a serious note, And I hope that you guys back me up on this. We need to support. I'm telling you right now. I know we have a lot of problems, but I'm telling you right now, we need to support our Native Americans. I really mean that. We need to support them. Listen, any Native American that wants to bitch and complain, and all those white socialist Karens that believe that nobody's illegal on stolen land. First of all, it's not stolen land. We know this. Conquer land. A lot of treaties were signed. A lot of property, a lot of land was given willingly by our natives. We have Navajo leaders. We have Apache, Comanches. We have a bunch of leaders that acknowledge treaties were made. And because the ancestors made these deals, it doesn't mean that now you entitled sons of bitches are going to go back and make them look like liars. No. They made the deals. Hundreds and thousands of acres given so that the United States of America was born. They got their deals. Indian reservations. How do you think their casinos thrive? I support casinos. I do. I support casinos. They give a lot of economic wealth to the Native Americans. Not every reservation, I'm sure. But here in Washington, I was betrayed by white socialist people, but the Native Americans, the Indian tribes, I worked for Tulalip Casino. I was a security guard there for a couple of years. I loved it. I didn't like how Native Americans will have, first dibs on everything. Native Americans got paid better than me. I get it. That's the reservation. But you see the prejudice? You can call it racist, but it is what it is. I love working there. I love doing my job there. And I had no problems with any, not one, Native American. Only problem I ever encountered was only socialists who pretend to care about the Native Americans. And then they go out there and act a fool, saying, I'm Native American, I can do this, I can. Shut the hell up. No, you can't. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you a story. It's a real story. I told this story before. When I was working at Kilsita. Kilsita's casino in Marysville. This was the old building. The new building was being constructed. I was on the south end of the Kilsita casino. I was over there walking the floor, looking for cheaters, looking for people trying to add cents into their tickets. You know what I'm saying? I forget what it's called, but what you do is, there's people that go into the casino, and sometimes, when somebody's playing, they lost, and they leave, and there's like 5 cents cash left in the machine, right? So they put in their ticket, and then they cash it out. And they put in the ticket, and they cash it out. So they go through all the machines. They just lurkers. They just look, and if something has cash, they put their ticket, and then they print it out, and they just keep stealing from the casino. Okay. So I was doing that, and then I get a call. I get a call that somebody is acting a fool because they got caught off. Alcohol caught off. That means that they can't drink anymore. And so I guess there was some sort of altercation getting started. So they called that code, and I start running over there. That's right. I ran. I start running over there, And here is this entitled half Native American fucking Filipina socialist little activist, little bitch. And she is out there. This is listen. Everybody that was there, not one Native American was a security guard, okay? And I'm not Northern Native American, but I consider myself to be a Native American as well from Central America. Well, I'm actually Indian. That's what I call myself, not Native American. So I go over there, and nobody can do anything about this little bitch acting up a fool. And I'll go, excuse me, ma'am. And she starts yelling at me. Whoa, wait a fucking minute. Number one, you don't talk to me like that. I'm trying to talk with you. And she starts acting up. And I say, here's what I understand. You were cut off. You were caught drinking again. You got to go. And so she goes and she throws the Native American card. I said, I remember the face of all the white people in the security department with me. And I said, I don't give a fuck about you being Native American. You are an embarrassment to the Native American culture and all of the Indians that we represent in this country. So who gives a shit if you are Native American? If you're making an ass out of yourself, I will not tolerate or allow you to insult the Native American tribes. Now get the fuck out of here before I call the police. Her mouth went from this to like, and I just remember watching the white people's faces. He said, Dennis, you can't say it. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I can. We have rules and regulations, and there is no exceptions. Let the tribunal Indians come in here and talk to me. Well. The big kahuna comes down. Dennis, I heard about what happened last week. Thank you for what you do for our casino. I said, hey, it's me, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, that's not exactly how it went with the chief, but he agreed with me, and he did say that he appreciated me being there. With that being said, COVID-19 happened, and I had some issues with the leadership. I didn't agree with some of the rules. They opened the casino. They started with the bullshit of 6 feet distance. Please. 6 feet distance in a casino, it will never happen. It will never happen. And so I started complaining about it. I'm like, wait a minute. We're supposedly COVID-19 is deadly. So what is it? Is it deadly or not deadly? Man, that casino was packed, bro. There was no 6 feet. There was no 2 feet distance. Let me just say that. There was no 2 feet distance. A lot of people were pissed off because we did have a limit in the amount of people that we let in, and we had this little counters. When people will go out, and then we'll just call in the radio. Hey, we got the -5, -3, -2. And then we have somebody, okay, what's door? You can go ahead and allow 5 people to come in. 3 people to come in. You know what I'm saying? So we kept track of the people, but still there was no 6-foot rule. I mean, that shit, it was there. It was drawn on the floor, but it never really happened, okay? Oh, man. And then, I loved it. I loved working at the casino as security. Yeah, sure, I could have gone, to a higher position, and I could have made more money, but that wasn't my call. It is what it is. My point is that there is always going to be people in every tribe, in every culture, in every country, in every city, every county, every state. There's always going to be people that abide by the rules, by the laws, and there are those who feel entitled and they don't want to respect the rules or abide by the law. And this is where you come in and say, I don't give a shit about your victimhood card. You are breaking the law and you're going to fucking respect the law. You are not above the law. I don't care what skin color you have. You can't fight me. You can't make me feel guilty about the words that I say because they're true. And you got to listen to the truth. You can't come in and tell me I'm a traitor of the Hispanic. Fuck you. I want every Hispanic that comes into this country to respect the law as I do. I love my neighbor. That is why I tell them the truth. Not one Hispanic would ever have to go through the embarrassment of being deported from this country if they listen to my advice. Not one family will be divided if they listen to my advice. Federal government funds casinos. The federal government makes payments to Native Americans. Not all. Not all. And I find it very interesting that some Native tribes don't accept other Native descendants. They're just not Indian enough. Well, who is nowadays? Who is pure blood? Very, very little, if any. Very, very little, if any. So they hate me because I tell the truth and because I'm an American citizen. But my Native Americans, my Indians here in North America, those who support me, they support me because they know that I tell the truth. They are the wise ones. They are the ones with common sense. They are the ones who don't bend the knee to the white men, as they want to call them, or corruption. And there's a lot of Indians that will betray their own country, their own nations. There's going to be Navajos that are going to betray Navajos. Apaches that will betray Apaches. Comanches that will betray Comanches. Blackfoots that will betray Blackfoots. Listen, it's not news that we have a drug and alcohol problem in the Indian tribes. We have a problem. We have a drug and alcohol problem, and it needs to be addressed. I know a lot of beautiful people that are living very well in the reservations. And I know a lot of people who are suffering from drugs and addictions. The Indian tribes got to do better. Anyways, that's another story. That's something else that I'm going to fight with when I run for office. If I am governor here in Washington State one day, you'll see the difference. Listen, let me tell you this. I don't want LGBTQ to be taught in school. I don't want no rainbow flags waved at schools. I will allow all flags to be posted at the gym representing all countries of the world, as many flags as we can get, but the main flag that will always rise up and everybody will respect and honor and pledge allegiance to will be the United States of America flag. That's it. There will be no black national anthem. Blacks are American. Racist people will like you to believe that the American national anthem does not include blacks. That's racist. That will not exist here in Washington State. There will be no sanctuary cities. Every illegal immigrant will be deported. They will get their chance. How long have you been here? What have you done? I will work with the federal government to make sure that we allow for more immigration judges to work in Washington State. We will allow more ICE agents to work in Washington State. We will fight so that the police force works with the federal ICE agents. Just as they work with the FBI, with the CIA, and all these other federal agencies, ICE will also be welcome here in Washington State. National Guard, better get ready. We will deploy the National Guard, especially if whoever is president is paying for it. You know what I'm saying? I got 7 kids. And they're all American. Now, whether they're going to be good Americans, that's up to them. That's up to them. And I hope that they turn out to be good American citizens. I hope they have common sense, like their dad. But I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of work to do. And what I do realize that is a tough. It's not going to be easy, obviously. I'm going to be hated a lot, but I'm going to be hated a lot by non-patriots. See, I don't want LGBTQ influence on my children or your children at all. But I also won't tolerate bullying the people of the alphabet or whatever. They can do whatever the hell they want behind doors. You don't do that shit in public. Keep that in the closet, to your closet. Nobody needs to know that you're a fucking gay. Nobody needs to know that. I don't go to anybody and say, hey, how are you, John? I'm Dennis, and I'm straight. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? It is ridiculous that people actually go that route. I don't understand. I am a proud lesbian, queer, non-binary man. What the? I don't even know what the hell that means. But that's what they do. I'm not going to allow the LGBT people, you know what I'm saying, the people, you know what I'm saying. Hey, Jason, you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to allow them to be violent towards Christians. What I'm saying is there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance. You stay on your side, you stay on your side. Everybody behave. Criminals, no more catch and release like we did with illegal immigrants. Especially if you are illegal in my state, you better be the best fucking behaved person in Washington State. I'm going to tell you that right now. You get caught on a DUI, your wife complains and calls you to, bro, you will not ever set foot in Washington State. The great thing here about Washington State is that we don't have term limits to be governor. See, the asshole Bob Ferguson that is in office right now, see, he thinks that as long as the voter rolls are not shown or given to the DOJ, the federal government, that he's safe. As long as he's got the attorney general in his pocket, that he's safe. As long as you have activists like Jaya Paul Garbage in representing Washington and Murray, crazy ass, this people like literally are crazy. As long as they are in his pocket, they're great. As long as the Communist Party of China is supporting them financially, they're okay. They allow communism to pay protesters. Soros. Nobody talks about Soros on the left, do they? Not one leftist says anything about Soros. Everything that is going on good in this country, everything that is good for the American people, some of the libtards and some dumb-ass Americans come in here, what about them files? Where's the Epstein files? Epstein, shut the fuck up. Sick and tired of this dumb-ass, weak-minded people. I know, man. I know. The Zink, he says, oh, man, I'm telling you, man, weak liberals want communism. Red Hood, man, you know what I'm saying? You're on it, buddy. You're on it. Socialist countries. Socialist countries. Tell me a successful socialist country. And what is their ethnicity makeup? That was some good coffee right there. Anywho, there's so much to say. This is why these subjects always come up. They always come up. But I'll tell you what. Why don't we go ahead and move it along? Here's a small clip from Mornings with Maria. And let's see. Treasury blocks $100 million in payments to deceased individuals. Imagine that. $100 million. All of this because of Nick Shirley. Oh, the Democrats and the communists right now, they hate Nick Shirley. But we love him. We love them. We love him and the people that are like him because they're true Americans. Exposing fraud, scam. Nick Shirley might have a job in the future with Doge. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe. Hey, James, you hate the hat? Well, fuck you very much. I don't care. This guy. Can you believe this, man? Can you believe this? Insulting me. Insulting my Latino heritage by calling me a cowboy, an American wannabe. How can you insult my culture? This hat is not for the American cowboy. This hat is for the countryman in Honduras. Oh, man. Here we go. Mornings with Maria. What you got, Maria? Let us know. I think Scott Besson comes on here, I think.
Well, welcome back. Good Tuesday morning, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo, and it is Tuesday, July 21st. It is just before 8 a.m. on the button on the East Coast. We've got breaking news right now. The Treasury Department announcing the successful implementation of a new government-wide payment verification process. The process designed to help stop federal payments being sent to deceased individuals. The department identifying nearly 5,000 payments worth approximately $99 million, all linked to dead people and deceased payees. Joining me now is the Treasury Secretary himself, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary, thanks so much for spending the time. Can you walk us through the Treasury implementing this new safeguard to stop payments to deceased people? How significant an issue has this been?
Well, Maria, good morning, and good to be with you. And look, this is part of what President Trump calls his common sense agenda. It's common sense. And President Trump issued an executive order for us to be able to go to the do not pay, to have it interact with the Treasury payment systems. And as a result, so far, we've saved about $100 million, payments that didn't go to deceased people, and that would have gone out. We think that there's up to $350 million that we can stop before the end of this year, and that goes along with the Vice President's task force on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse in the government. The GAO estimates that it might be, this number might be up to $500 billion, which is about 1.66% of GDP. So that could go a long way towards paying down the debt, providing more services, and this is just the start, Maria.
That is incredible. I mean, for all of the fighting that we see back and forth between the Republicans and the Democrats about governing and about allocating capital and spending money on projects, to think that there's all these millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars that have actually been, on the cutting room floor because of fraud and waste that people just weren't paying attention to. I mean, is that all it is, that people didn't look and investigate this the way President Trump has directed his agencies to?
Well, look, in the Biden administration, HHS got rid of about 50 or 60 of the people who were charged with monitoring fraud. And Maria, what's important here is that we are stopping the money from going out. So once the money gets out, trying to retrieve it is very, very difficult. So stopping it at the source here is our goal. And Maria, there's hundreds of billions of dollars here, and this is the start. We are off to a great start. You're seeing the Vice President's task force. The unearthed things, all across the healthcare system, too.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, we've got a spotlight on it, and we're covering it because this is incredibly important, particularly as many in Congress complain about debt and deficits. Here you have real efforts to actually save and eliminate fraud and waste and abuse. Well,
No. Just one. Just one is enough. I got more, but I hope that you guys actually were listening to that, because that is the work that the American Republicans are doing. The leftists would like to deny those things, and that's okay. This is what they're programmed to do. They do what they do, I do what I do. The difference is I do what I do because I love this country. I truly do. And I'm telling you that when I encounter good people, it's so nice. It is so nice. When I've gone to the park by the river, my gun shows. I have my gun in the open. And then there's other people that carry, and they're such nice people. They're not afraid of me carrying a gun, or, they don't think I'm going in there to cause harm to anybody. They feel safe. And when you have people with common sense, people that are family-oriented, it's a good thing. People that want to be trans, something's wrong up here. Something went beyond a weak flesh moment. Like gay people. Gay people are sinners that, they're not right because they're gay, but they're not out there trying to mutilate their children. I don't agree with gay people adopting. If you choose to be gay, you shouldn't be adopting children. Just saying. The nuclear family works when you follow God's plan. If you are a man, you're supposed to find a woman. Not just for company, but to procreate. To multiply, to continue life. But the moment that you go against those boundaries, there lies the problem. When I'm trying to screw a board on the wall, it doesn't work. I can't screw two screws. And two nuts together, they don't do anything. It just doesn't fit. Just because there is an exit, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean that you're supposed to stick something in there. Your life is your life. All I'm saying is that that's a sex preference. It is still a weakness of the flesh. But to go beyond that, I don't know if there's any hope for you. I really don't. I really don't. I mean, that's up to God. That's not up to me, but I'm just saying. We have Faulkner telling us that there is war going on. Don't worry, Eli. Listen, I go back and forth between what I tell you, okay? That's the way my brain works. That's the way that I run my show. I think you like it, or maybe I'm wrong and you don't like it. But if you don't like it, just go on, move along. Don't be a pest. Don't be a menace to the rest of the people that actually are enjoying the show. Okay? Here we go. So let's go ahead and see why this is war. That's some crazy, crazy thing. Here we go.
Forces last night struck military targets across Iran for the 9th straight day. It comes as the regime steps up its own attacks across the region. And after 3 U.S. soldiers were killed by an Iranian strike in Jordan over the weekend, the Department of War identifying 2 of the dead as 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez. A fourth U.S. soldier was also killed in northern Iraq, reportedly by detonating an unexploded Iranian drone. President Trump reacted to the losses yesterday.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left.
And America's been very clear that the goal, of course, is to ensure that Iran does not get a nuclear weapon. But here we are facing the loss of American soldiers as America grapples with this conflict as it continues. Your thoughts now as the strikes continue, this time a ninth day, as the negotiations seem to be a bit stalled.
Yeah, well, the negotiations, the MOU, was wildly popular, by the way. 67% of Americans were in favor of an agreement to end the war between Iran and the United States and Israel. So I really hope we can get back on track. I'm really sad that we lost these lives. I'm of the camp of people that I thought Midnight Hammer was great. I wish we had stopped there. And I think that the real threat to America is from within. It's the socialists. It's everything we've been talking about earlier in the show. And the more that, the closer this gets to the midterms, the harder it is, I think, for the GOP to win and enact the agenda that everyone elected the president to do. And I'm really hoping that we can move towards negotiations, that maybe, the loss of this life might be a break in some way, and we can get back to that. We talked a little earlier about Benjamin Netanyahu. I've spoken to negotiators on our side who have said that he's interfered with negotiations and in fact may have been responsible for some of the negotiators actually being killed. So I think what we need to do is understand that we have our own goals as Americans. They have their goals. Sometimes they sometimes they overlap, sometimes they don't. The American people said 67% of them said they want an end to this war, and so I'm really just praying for peace.
Yeah, it seems that to some extent Iran wants to deepen this conflict. They're firing what missiles they have at all of the neighboring allies of the United States. They are striking a lot of points. They're hitting desalination plants in Kuwait. We know those missiles continue to fly. We're covering some of that aspect today. And when you talk to them about negotiations, they say we've received some information. It doesn't look like they're going forward right now. We're still waiting to get more information. Your thoughts on where things stand now? Here we are 9 days in.
Well, I mean, I think we all worry about an escalatory trap with all of this, where it's tick for tack. Each side keeps, ramping up the pain level for the other. I mean, we're obviously reminded of the costs of war with just, one of the deadliest weeks for our armed services, for our men and women in uniform. So we pray for their families and are reminded that, we're sacrificing our precious treasure, which are our people, our American people, and that's important to keep in mind. I'm hoping at the end of this, whenever it does resolve itself, we have an Iran that is more isolated from this. You look at some of the, some relatively good news out of the Middle East right now, where you look at, because of all the disrupted shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, you've got Iraq, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia moving to build or expand pipelines to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, which could be beneficial in the long run, with Iran having less power of creating that choke point in the strait. And I think a lot of this is the manifestation, and then I'll end with this, of both the Abraham Accords that started during the first administration, as well as President Trump's promise that the path to the Middle East is commerce, not chaos, and some of this groundwork that he's laid throughout the Middle East of connecting this creativity with an economic engine that then would lead to security. So we'll see if it continues to play out, but just wanted to point that out as well.
And so much of the commerce, so much of the sticking point in this goes in the Strait of Hormuz. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, saying today the United States will continue to do what it needs to do to protect global shipping, but other countries need to step up.
Right, and there's other countries. So this tragic incident, and these two service members are heroes, and we mourn them as such. They're on the front lines of the war. Why? Because Iran is continuing to fire missiles and drones. They have far fewer than they did months ago, but they're still firing what they have at places like Muwafaq Air Base in Jordan, at Al Salem in Kuwait. That's the base from which we launched the invasion of Iraq in 2003. They have a long memory. They are hitting that with everything. But they're not just hitting the bases that we have. They're also hitting, as you pointed out, Molly, the desalination plant. Over the weekend, they hit a power plant. They want to hit the petroleum structures. And you have in Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet, they're hitting Bahrain. They're hitting Al Udeid in Qatar. They're hitting everything. And what's that doing? It's strengthening and stiffening the resolve of those Gulf nations, as Lisa pointed out, that ultimately would love to see the Abraham Accords expand. It's leading their resolve against Iran, and the president's resolve will not be deterred, which the administration has made very clear in making sure that while they're firing fewer missiles, eventually they're going to be able to fire no missiles.
And Harris, final thoughts.
Well, of course they're going to hit what they can hit. Our military bases, the two big ones there in the Middle East, and military personnel around the region. They've been doing that. That's actually not new to this war. And of course, now what is new is hitting our allies, our partners, if you will, in this mission. Not all of them were allies and partners in the past, but they're all in right now because they need us to protect them. Our protection zone, I said this last hour, has gotten bigger now because they don't have a military like ours. But the reason that they're doing that is because they can't hit anything else. And the only thing that we have to watch now, and I've talked with a lot of military experts on the Faulkner Focus about this, our southern flank. We know, good reporting, that there are people from Iran on the ground in Cuba practicing and training on those drones. And they've got anywhere from 100 to 300 of them. They could do a lot of damage on our southern flank. So not just the military, the armada that we sent down there to go get Maduro, but also just our military in the region there and our country inside cells that might be here. This is war. It's back on, and we need to act appropriately. But can they reach us the way they could, or anybody with a nuke? Not right now, and that's the goal. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
you misunderstand. When I give you some time, when I address your comments, the moment that you fuck up is the moment you're gone. I'll give you a 30-minute timeout. I'm going to be here for a while. This is what I do. This is what I do for a living. Just in case you guys didn't know that, this is what I do for a living. This is my job. This is my job, and the libtards hate it because I keep telling the truth. That's just how it works. That's just how it works. So if I give you my time and you make dumbass comments like, oh, it's so easy to troll. Okay, listen. If that's really what you're doing, go somewhere else. Here we go. How many meds do you take for your high blood pressure? Oh, shit. Speaking of, damn, I got to go get my medicine. Thanks for reminding me, Zinc Roofer. Please stop drinking, Johnny. Put Johnny down and go drink some coffee. Sobered up. Maybe you can make better comments on my chat. With that being said, people that don't believe that what we're doing in Iran, it's right, well, a lot more of us believe that we have to do it. We got to finish it. We can't back down. As a matter of fact, the trolls on the left from the libtards, they keep saying taco. Well, guess what? We're going to prove to them that there is no taco time. You know what I'm saying? We're going to prove to them that we can bomb the shit out of Iran. The Iranian people are with us. They agree with it. They agree with it. I think the roofer doesn't want to be in this chat. Don't worry, I'll give you the honor of being kicked out. I will. Nobody kick him out. I will kick him out. But with that being said, we appreciate President Trump for what he's doing for the Iranian people. I'm going to tell you, nobody, Fishbone, you are a retard, uneducated. Trump still loves you. You're right. He still loves you. But I am sure that we're going to help the Iranian people. Once we liberate them, we're going to go ahead and we're going to help them rebuild. That's just how it is. And we're not going to do it for free, you know what I'm saying? We're just going to open up the market for them. We're going to go ahead and bring billions and billions of dollars in new business for them to get their country back up and running. You know what I'm saying? You guys don't see the end game. You guys don't see the end game, but we have seen what has happened in history. I'm going to tell you this. I remember in the 90s, you guys remember the Gulf War, the oil war, George Bush Sr., etc.? Okay. I remember that the Iraqi economy, I think I'm right. I think it's right. I think I'm right about the Iraq. The Iraqi economy was down through the shithole. After the war, we helped them rebuild, and their economy, boom. It's not perfect, but we did that. Out of something bad, something better comes along. Sometimes in order for you to build a great building, you got to destroy the old building. Damn, that was pretty good right there. Anyway, crazy people running around in New York. New Yorkers, sound off on crumbling socialist experiment. What the hell is that about? Let's check it out.
And look, it comes as no surprise that wealthy Americans are ditching their New York residences. The guy who thought a pied-à-terre tax was a good idea, maybe he should have taken a few more economics classes at Bowdoin College, because when asked by the New York Times how he defines working class, well, he needed to buy a vowel.
I think if you have to work to pay your bills, I think that is one definition of being a part of the working class.
So that's everyone with a W-2? Is that kind of
1099s too? I think it's I'm less interested.
So someone making $250,000 a year is working class?
I mean, I haven't sat at home and asked myself where it starts and stops.
We didn't ask you to sit at home. We asked you.
Go Mandani. Putting all these rules and all of these things out there for you idiots to vote for him, and yet he hasn't thought it through. Typical villain, isn't it? What's the one cartoon where there's this little boy who's very smart, and I think the other boy is like, he becomes the villain. They travel into the future. Gooby or Gobby or Goob, I think is what the villain was called when he was a kid. I can't remember the character of the good kid. I don't know if it's not Jimmy. I can't remember the name of the character, but every time that he plots to do something, to destroy or steal, okay? To destroy and steal, and he fails, he always says, I didn't think this through. Every time he fails, that is exactly what communist Democrats are doing in New York. You heard it out of his own mouth. Out of his own mouth, he said it. Why don't you say something about that, Zinc Roofer? I want to see something different. I want to see something different from you. I want to see if you actually have brains to think. What do you think about Mandani? Give it to me, Zinc Roofer. What do you think about Mandani?
To know something. But that's what happens to your brain when you live life on TikTok and major in Africana studies. Even the New York Times couldn't avoid calling him out on his verbal diarrhea.
Politically, if you're saying everyone is the working class or anyone that gets a salary is the working class, yes, that opens up your tent. But practically,
Mandani is a good deal. Okay, that's it. Fuck you very much. Thanks for stopping by. You're a troll, and you are worse. You're a drunk troll. Have a good day, sir.
speaking, we are divided by income, and especially if you want to tax people, where you draw those lines matters.
I've drawn it at about $1 million a year.
Okay. So anyone under $1 million a year in income is working class?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in terms of the practicality when it comes to fiscal policy.
He does that goofy laugh thing. You know, Kamala cackled, and he does that weird smiling. It's so annoying. The socialist experiment is already crumbling, and that is not funny. Because instead of empowering the people, his policies have empowered criminals.
I don't feel safe in the subway generally. They say there's lower crime, but I don't see that. It doesn't seem like it's such a big priority for him.
There's times at night that I don't feel safe walking back to my friend's apartment alone if I'm alone.
I mean, there's been a lot of stabbings. Like a random man was stabbed on the subway and there was like no motive or anything. So that was a little scary.
The subway is not that safe. All kind of homeless, crazy people running around. They're police down there, but what? They're in one car, big deal. What about the rest of the cars?
Well, here to weigh in is Lisa Booth, Fox News contributor, Ned Ryan, American Majority CEO and executive producer of The Thread of Liberty. Lisa, I know you've lived in New York on and off for years. How can he fight for the working class? First of all, his policies are terrible, but he really can't even define it. It's like a TikTok moment, and none of it actually adds up, even in his own mind, to the extent that exists.
Well, Laura, Mamdani is like the class or, child running for student body president, and he promises all these free things, free ice cream, free candy, no homework. And then it runs into the buzzsaw of reality that is actual governing, that's budgets, of having to get things done. But he can't define the working class, Laura, because the Democrat Socialists of America, it's not about the working class. That's just a Trojan horse for the DSA to seize power within the Democrat Party, and then also America. You can look at the DSA's own survey from 2021. 80% have degrees. Most are white-collar workers. Only 4% have blue-collar jobs. And then you look at the real platform, that's what really tells the story about what they want to do. And what they want to do is destroy America by stealing from us the things that we have earned, by abolishing private property, destroying the things that keep us safe, like the police or prisons, or wanting open borders. And then lastly, what they do is want to destroy the institutions that keeps checks on power, like packing the Supreme Court, getting rid of the Senate, and getting rid of the Electoral College.
Yeah, not even the Democrats, the local congressmen, they're fed up with the conditions on the streets. Watch this.
The streets are littered with hundreds of syringes. The pedestrian plaza is full of loitering and drug trafficking and homeless encampments.
Okay, and Ned, one of these encampments is about 12 city blocks. It's a tent city right outside of the beautiful Intrepid Museum, and they're paying for syringes. That's a new program in New York, according to the, I guess that's in the New York Post. Fox News actually did the piece.
Well, I will say this. You bought the ticket, enjoy the ride. I mean, the Democrat Party's been embracing these socialists for years. Brought them in, wanted to use their energy to gain political power, and now they realize they've got a massive problem. First of all, the far left is never going to be content with not having full power inside the Democrat Party. So moderates and the establishment are starting to realize we're next on their list. They're going to take us out as well. They welcomed the Viper into their embrace, and the Viper's going to take them out. And the other thing, too, is they realize this is not going to be a winning campaign promises for the midterms and beyond. It might work in places like New York and Seattle and L.A., but you get into the rest of the country, you get into the independents, this message does not play. So I think they're realizing we have boxed ourselves into a corner and actually put ourselves into tremendous trouble politically. And by that, I mean the Democrat establishment.
Lisa, we sent out one of the Angle producers, just asked people how it was going so far. Watch this response.
So how are things going under Mamdani?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So what are some of the promises that he's made that he's delivered on?
Thus far, I can't point to any super specifics, but I think that people are excited. I think he's going to bring like an Obama-like energy to politics.
Okay, so Lisa, people are supposedly excited because of the Obama-like energy. I mean, I'm in New York a lot. I smell a lot of weed. I smell that. That's about all I'm noticing.
You know, Laura, I had to Google, can you get contact high from being outside one time walking into work? Because
It's so bad.
That's how much marijuana I smell. I was afraid that I would get high from being outside. You know, it's all about the vibes, Laura. It's not about reality. You know, he made all these campaign promises. They're not coming to fruition. What concerns me is even in Venezuela with Hugo Chavez, he was democratically elected. And then it was once he got in that he then just started to destroy things from the inside. So, and then also, even if it's only a handful of these socialists going into Washington, D.C., they can still have a net effect of moving the party further to the left.
Yep.
Yeah, Lisa, Ned, final word real quick.
No, I'll say this. I mean, it is the communist playbook everywhere to destroy from within and to try and usher in a new order. So I agree with Lisa. Like they can destroy the goal is for them to destroy the Democrat Party, but also destroy the country writ large. So I think we'd be wise to keep an eye on them and hopefully destroy them politically. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, take America down and rebuild the real socialist utopia where they have all the power and the people have the crumbs. That's how it always works out. Lisa, Ned, fantastic.
That is exactly how it works. Now, I have a few other clips that I want to watch with you guys. Kevin, thank you for the comment. It's so sad seeing how far they have fallen in New York City. You know, they continue to lie to the people about the state of New York, but I know that it's been run by Democrats for way too long. And Republicans, for some reason, the ones that run for Republicans, they have no backbone. They're just as corrupt. So what do? How do you fight it? Well, we need to stop having career politicians running for office. And we need to have real people with brains, with some critical thinking skills, with some common sense, and with a heart for the American people. Those are the people that we need to have running for office. Real Americans that love the United States of America. And I'm going to tell you something extra. If you don't support Israel, I don't care what you think about me, but I'm going to tell you this. If you don't support Israel, who has done nothing to harm us, we had our scrabbles, but nothing to harm us. I want you to know something. I'm going to play a video, a news clip from CBN, not to be confused with CNN. CBN News. And you got to pay attention. Nothing to do with brainwashing. If you're an American citizen and you got common sense, I don't have to brainwash you. Listen, Ilhan Omar, I'm going to give you an example. Ilhan Omar has made comments against white people. This country is so white, we need to do something about it, right? But when we touch her people, they go and say, oh, they don't realize we are also women. We're mothers. We're sisters. Shut the hell up. What the hell you think white people are? If you're American, you stand for all ethnicities who are also in the American family. But these people are racist. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this news report and see what they say. I'm going to tell you, it's about Islamic wave. It really is. You cannot be retarded, Americans. You cannot. You have to open your eyes, man.
Well, Muslim candidates are winning U.S. primary elections and political offices in record numbers. Some Americans fear this growing political influence could lead to a greater anti-Semitism and possibly Sharia law in Islamic communities. Gary Lane has the story.
A political earthquake threatens to reshape America. Last November, a record 42 Muslim Americans swept into public office, an unprecedented shift. Leading the pack, Zohran Mamdani, becoming New York City's mayor. His win sent shockwaves through the political establishment. With midterm elections just months away, analysts foresee a Mamdani effect, and its influence is only growing. Sam Westrup, Middle East Forum Islamist Watch director, says these Muslim electoral gains are no accident, calling them the result of a decades-long strategy of lobbying and candidate training first implemented in late 2000.
What's happening now in New York, in New Jersey, indeed in Michigan and across the country, is we're seeing the fruits of those efforts. Decades of development by Islamist radicals into building the infrastructure that is now allowing dangerous radicals to run for office.
8 years ago, Muslim American voters made history by propelling Rashida Tlaib of Michigan and Ilhan Omar of Minnesota into Congress as the first Muslim women to serve on Capitol Hill. Today, a new wave is poised for even bigger breakthroughs, especially in deep blue states, where energized Muslim communities can carry outsized influence in low turnout primaries. Behind the headlines, however, a more complicated story is unfolding. While some candidates like New Jersey's Adam Hamawi have impressive public service records, critics say there's more beneath the surface.
Hamawi has a history of involvement with Islamist causes. Recent allegations have surfaced regarding his role as a witness in a terrorism trial many years ago.
In 1995, Hamawi testified in defense of Omar Abdel Rahman, known as the Blind Sheikh, accused of masterminding the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Though Hamawi has since distanced himself, critics argue his testimony minimized the Sheikh's extremism, raising new questions about his judgment. In 2024 and again in 2025, Hamawi volunteered as a doctor in Gaza. His work at a hospital in Khan Yunis, praised by some and questioned by others. His trip sponsored by the Palestinian American Medical Association, a group dogged by accusations of Hamas ties, allegations firmly denied by the group.
So there are concerns about Hamawi, and the best thing that he could do is to explain his relationship with some of these radical organizations in the United States. The silence on his part is concerning to me, and he's not the only candidate that happily looks the other way.
Publicly, Hamawi condemns anti-Semitism and the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israeli civilians. At the same time, he criticizes Israel, calling it an apartheid state, labeling its Gaza campaign as genocide, and demanding Washington cut military aid. Other prominent Muslim candidates sharing those views include New York primary winners Dominican Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier and Palestinian Abra Kawas, as well as Egyptian-born Michigan senatorial candidate Abdul El Sayed.
There's no doubt about his Islamist affiliations. He is heavily and openly backed by some pretty dangerous groups. He has a long-standing history of involvement with Islamist organizations in Michigan. So we should be concerned, deeply concerned about him.
Westrup and others believe all Americans should be concerned. Because if Islamists gain enough seats in state legislatures and Congress, radical agendas could become law. Primary winners Chevalier and Kawas are closely affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA. Some of their critics fear the strengthening of a red-green alliance, Muslims working with leftists to impose a radical agenda of expansive government control. Jewish Americans say anti-Israel rhetoric from the left and Islamist office holders could also fuel a surge in anti-Semitic hate crimes. Others warn that Sharia law could spread in segregated Muslim enclaves, such as East Plano, Texas. That concern has led to the Sharia Free America Caucus.
Are their fears overblown, unwarranted?
Yeah.
I remember British Islamists 10, 20 years ago doing exactly this in Northern England. And it led to deeply segregated societies. And it was these Islamist communities in Northern England from where radicals emerged who would radicalize to join foreign terror groups or commit acts of terror at home. Those radicalization recruits came from these deeply segregated, isolated communities.
On his YouTube channel, former Muslim Danny Bermawi, founder and head of the Ideological Defense Institute, predicts efforts to ban Sharia law in the U.S. will fail.
When the founding fathers wrote the Constitution, they were not thinking about Islam. You cannot ban Sharia. It will always be protected under the First Amendment as part of religious freedom.
Wester believes enough Islamist victories in state assemblies and Congress pose a threat to American foreign policy and U.S. taxpayers.
I think we should be particularly worried about the direction of public money to radicals. Both the left and right have given huge amounts of money, public money, federal state money, to Islamists over the past few decades. I worry that these Islamist candidates will increase that flow.
To prevent this, Bermawi insists the solution starts with recognizing Islam as a political system, not just a religion.
Recognize that large parts of its function as a political ideology, similar to communism or fascism. Islam is not just a religion. Islam has a religion. Islam is a political ideology that seeks to acquire power and impose its system on society. That is not a religion, and do not separate that political component by calling it Islamism, as if it has nothing to do with Islam. It is Islam.
Gary Lane, CBN News.
There was a French study last year on the rise of Islam within France and just the number of mosques that seemed to be multiplying. 100 years ago, there weren't any mosques in France, and now there are thousands. And it was all because they were a colonial power. They ran Algeria, they ran Lebanon, they ran Syria, and they wanted to receive people into their culture in this multicultural paradise. But the government has now concluded that the Muslim Brotherhood is trying to influence vast areas of French culture and society, not just the politics, but everything. And they've coined this phrase, entryism, that it's a precursor to Sharia law taking over, but they want to do it very sort of gradually over time. That's why they're calling it entryism. So look at these things and realize the Muslim Brotherhood is very organized and very robust. They're the reason Hamas exists. They're the reason the Houthis exist. They have apparently vast sums available to them from both Turkey and Qatar. And you look at these things and you go, this isn't some accident. Here's another stat for you that I hope wakes you up. When the imam calls for votes, the community turns out, and they turn out in incredible numbers. 97% vote in accordance with the directive. That isn't that. I've been involved in politics. That's unheard of to see that kind of unity within a community. So when they get organized, even though they're right now a minority, what does that mean going forward? Are we going to see continual victories because they maintain a very solid voting bloc? The other issue, and this is a big one, is the political and PR issue. So you just saw in that story, Palestinian American Medical Association. Well, that's a made-up group, and they're getting their funding primarily to advance Palestinian narratives within the medical community of the United States. So watch out for that. When you see Palestinian American, realize what's coming on. It is a propaganda machine. They are trying to get people to say, well, what Israel is doing in Gaza is genocide. And if you don't agree with them, then they're going to come out with these position papers against you and whatever you want to do within the medical community or the psychiatric community. Anything that requires some kind of election, they're going to have these things going on. Let's waken ourselves to this. If we remember the misinformation that came out of the Gaza Ministry of Health, just the sheer number of lies and bad stories that were repeated around the world, that's going to increasingly happen. That's their playbook. We're calling it entryism right now. But the whole point of Sharia, the whole point of the call to prayer being announced over a city, the whole point of gathering in a city square, a city street, shutting things down and having a call to prayer publicly where you bow down in the street, that is to say we are looking for political domination. We are looking to establish Sharia law here. It's a declaration of occupation. It's not some kind of freedom of religion. It's very much a political movement. And I agree that we ought to consider it the same way as we consider communism or Marxism. It's designed to take over all the economic things of a culture, all the political. Just imagine America living under Sharia law. It's unimaginable to me. But that's their goal. And right now, they're saying death to America. That's on the Houthi flag in Yemen. They're in Iran, they're calling us the great Satan. They view us as the largest obstacle to the spread of Islam around the world. Let's take them at their word and let's believe it and let's respond. Not on our shores. You don't get to do that here.
I love Pat Robertson. Now, if you don't believe I'm a Christian, I am going to tell you today, Pat Robertson is a true Christian, and I support him. How about that? Take the words from a real Christian like Pat Robertson. I've been telling you for a very long time. I'm telling you right now. I studied, not to say that I am a prophet. I studied prophecy. I have read the Quran. I have read the Bible. I do comparisons. I look at life. I look at history. I look at things that work and things that don't work. I look at things that are good and things that are not good. And whether you like me or not, it is irrelevant. The fact is, Islam is a political movement. Have I not said that on my show how many times during this first year that this podcast was created? By the way, next month, we're going to be celebrating an anniversary of the Dennis Herrera Show. I've told you, listen. There is a reason why I am against illegal immigrants birthing Americans. The American libtards, the ones that support, Hamas, who has written on their bandana, death to America. Imagine, listen to the logic of the retards on the left. Religion is just an action that you practice every day, but it is a political movement because it has nothing to do with real spirituality. That's what we say is a fake religion. Because when we talk about freedom of religion, we're talking about a spirituality, expression of a spirituality. Religion is just something you do every day. You religiously work. You religiously, do this. You religiously do that. Religion does not mean a spirituality in relationship with God. It just doesn't. Now, you can look at it however the fuck you want, but that's how I look at it. The point is, they have been infiltrating our country through the southern border. They have been planting eggs, so to speak. All of these so-called Americans, I'm an American and I support Iran. Shut the fuck up. We know who you are. You were planted to hate this country. You were planted to hate this country. You were planted to make friends with other children, other American children who would have otherwise grown to be a patriot of this nation. And because of your friendships, your relationships, they betray our country. It's sad to see this generation doesn't use their brain. No common sense. No critical thinking skills at all. I have been summarizing communist countries. It started with socialism. I tell you what happened. You look at the wealth, you look at the history, you look at their economy, you look at all of these things, and you still deny the truth. When are you going to wake up and stand up for something that is right? Stop supporting criminals. Stop it. Seek help. Listen, it's no coincidence. It's no coincidence that more so-called Americans don't love Israel. We give billions of dollars to so many nations. Nobody says shit about that. We give money to over 195 countries throughout the world, but giving it to Israel is a big fucking problem. I'm trying to get the logic on the left. You support Hamas. Fucking retards. You support Hamas, who says death to America. Let that sink in just for a little bit. Try to analyze that. If you have any type of critical thinking skills, let's try to analyze this. So this organization, listen to this. This is an organization who has been attacking Israel. This is an organization that has been saying that Israel has been committing genocide against their people. This is the same organization that is saying death to you. Why, in your right mind, would you support that group? It's very simple, isn't it? What I tell you is a fact. The Constitution of the United States of America has been raped over and over and over by our enemies. We are an emotional country. We are humanitarian. We believe everybody has something good in them. It's Christ-like. This is why we're a Christian country. But the reality of it is, there is nothing good about Islam. Nothing. Nothing good about Islam. Not one thing. Name me one thing that is good about Islam. Go. Go ahead. Name one thing that is good about Islam. Here, I'll start. I'll give you one thing about being a Christian. The nuclear family. A man waits, a woman waits to give up their virginity until they get married. That's one good thing. Do we all follow it? No. We're fucking idiots. I get it. Now you go. Tell me one good thing that Muslims do. No, that's not Islam. That's just ethical food. What is one thing that is good about Muslims? I'm sorry, about Islam. Is that right? Well, don't be retarded. That's not an answer, and that's not a question. Go ahead, Double D. Here's your chance. And I guess that is a good thing, Rush, but that's not what we're talking about. They kill each other at high rates. Nope, that's not a good thing about Islam. What's good about it? What about it? What do sons of Abraham do? Nothing. It means shit to me. It doesn't do anything to me. That is only for a woman in Christianity. That still doesn't answer my question. Islam recommends give to the poor. Okay. And what happens if you don't give back to Islam? That's still not an answer, D. I give you one good thing about being a Christian. Just name one good thing. Well, stop opinioning if you're fucking, on the negative side. Opinion when you have a solution. So you got to have a problem and you got to have a solution. Christians are not condemned if they don't give back to Christianity. Where? How? Come on, give me something good. Given to the poor. Robin Hood did that shit. What else? What else does Islam have that is good? Yeah, Ismail was an illegitimate son. Yeah, that is true. Ismail is the son of the Egyptian slave. Yeah, I get it. Okay, well, Double D, you're not helping us. So if you don't help us, you're helping them. You got to pick a side. You got to pick a side. You can't just wash your hands like Pontius Pilate and say, oh, well, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, well, it's not in my hands. I'm going to order the crucifixion, but it's the Jews' fault. You can't do that. You either say no to the crucifixion of Jesus, or you say yes. I don't know if Robin Hood was a real person. I don't know if that was a real person. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't called Robin Hood. I don't know. It could be. But go ahead. Let me give you this. Okay. All right. Family Gamer says, hey, Dennis, Islam said no to have sex before marriage too. Those Christianity tell you to go rape Muslim women and those who are not Christians? Go. Loxley. Yeah, oh man, I love you guys, man. Islam says no to alcohol, but go ahead, answer my question. I know there's a small delay there, but answer my question. It's time for my protein shake. Go ahead. Tell me, does Christianity tell Christian men to go and rape Muslim women and those who are not Christians? Simple yes or no. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. This is your moment to shine. Oh, no, it doesn't. Now, does Islam do? ASW, don't fucking lie. Don't lie. I will call you lie. Remember, I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Christianity and Islam. Don't deflect. Whatever was back in history is history, and that is bad, and we don't condone that anymore. We condemn it. We're supposed to learn. Does Islam... I love you too, Jeffrey. Does... Bernal, really? I hope it's not the Bernal that I think. Go ahead. Does Islam tell you go rape women who are not Muslim? Does Islam tell you that? Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Here. Do Muslims believe in abortion? Okay. Oh. Wait. Muslims don't believe or support abortion. Same question for Christians. No. Let's go. Come on, guys. Here we go. Now, I will say this. Muslims. That's right, Roos. I hope you're on the same page as me. Muslims do not support abortion. Not a Muslim baby will be lost to abortion. But they support you retards, Christians, non-Christians, all of you infidels. See, they support you on murdering your offspring because they will continue to multiply and they will outbreed you. Ilhan Omar supports abortion to white and black and Asian and Hispanic Americans, but does not support it for Muslims. Let that sink in for a little bit. As Christians, we don't support abortion, period. Biggest. It mentions God and the Holy Trinity in the Constitution. Christianity, my friend. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, they are mentioned in the Constitution. Mandani is violating this act, says John Woo. Let's find out what act.
Welcome back. New York City's mayor is doubling down on his threats to arrest Israel's prime minister when he arrives here in the Big Apple for the annual UN General Assembly. Take a listen.
I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. Whatever the law allows me to do in New York City, that's what we will do, but we won't be writing our own laws to that end. That's an active conversation with our legal department in seeing what the prospects are we have here in our municipality.
And there's more. Let's go ahead and bring in John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, law professor at UC Berkeley. John, take a listen to this. There was more. The mayor actually went on to call him an architect of genocide. Take a quick listen.
When it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an International Criminal Court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record.
Sounds like an open and shut case to me. What about you, John?
Well, I think the mayor needs to read the Constitution and the laws of the United States first before he starts throwing out baseless accusations of genocide and violating international law. Put aside for that, I think personally that Israel has every right to defend itself and has been doing so consistent with the laws of war. But this is a question of the sovereignty of the United States, which the mayor apparently does not believe in. First, the United States and Israel are not signatories to the ICC, so they're not bound by it. Second, under our Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court repeatedly, states and cities cannot interfere with the federal government's, Washington, D.C.'s control over foreign policy. And on this score, I have to bring in my own personal experience. After the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration, and I was an official of the Justice Department, we participated with Congress to pass a law that prohibits any official in the United States from cooperating with the ICC. So what Mayor Mondami is calling on is for the officials of New York City, including himself, to violate federal law. So in the end, it's not Netanyahu should be arrested and investigated. I'm not trying to exaggerate here. The mayor is violating the American Servicemen Protections Act passed in 2002, and the Justice Department should be investigating him. And the president under that law is authorized to use all necessary means to prevent any American or ally from being handed over to that court. So if Mayor Mondami wants to spend a lot of time dealing with FBI agents and the Justice Department investigators, well, he just launched that whole process for himself and the residents of New York City.
But he's a savvy guy, right? You don't get elected mayor of the biggest city in the world if you're a dummy. So what is this? It's just some kind of a political catcall for him?
Yeah, I don't know if I can add more than what you've heard from other political analysts and guests who've said that Mayor Mondami is appealing to this large sort of socialist-friendly base of young people in New York City who are becoming increasingly, I'm afraid, anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. But the question is he acting consistent with the law of the United States? And he is not, and he should be investigated by the Justice Department, by the Trump administration because of that.
President Trump weighing in on Truth Social just a moment ago, he writes, Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. So there's that. John, I want to ask you while we have you about this incendiary device planted at this federal building here in New York earlier this morning. Take a listen to Tom Homan. He was on with Sandra top of the hour.
President Trump has said 1,000 times, we will not stand by and let anybody violate the law, especially when it comes to domestic terror acts like this or attacks against ICE officers. Attacks against ICE officers up over 1,400%. Zero tolerance. President Trump told me this himself. Zero tolerance.
What's your response to that, John?
Well, it is an obvious violation of federal law to try to bomb a federal building. It's 20 years at least in prison. Again, this brings me back to other government service. I was working in the Senate when the Oklahoma City bombing occurred, and we ratcheted up the penalties for these kinds of attacks. But most importantly, I would urge that the Trump administration investigate to make sure this is not part of some kind of wider conspiracy that's not connected with Antifa and other far left protests, maybe inspired by the kind of chatter you're hearing about, right, the United States and Israel committing war crimes, or the United States violating its own laws or constitutional rights, which I think are exaggerated and untrue, but might be leading to some kind of criminal conspiracy in the country to attack federal officers and buildings.
And a scary moment here in the city for civilians today. John, we got to leave it there. Thanks for taking time with us. Appreciate it.
What I want to know is, do you understand that evil wins whether you believe it or you support it or not? If you are against good, if you are against law and order, if you are against good, you still belong to evil. I don't think you understand what that means. I really don't think you understand what that means. The devil wants you to be an atheist, which doesn't exist, but whatever. The devil wants you to believe any religion that allows you to sin. For as long as you sin, you are going to hell. The Holy Trinity is not called the Holy Trinity in the Constitution, but it is mentioned. in different ways. Some of the forefathers denied the Holy Trinity because it made no sense. How can three persons be one person at the same time? See, the small mind of a human being trying to compare God to us is where the problem lies. He is omnipresent, omnipotent. What, Lou? What about the Crusades? What about them? What about the Crusades? Don't just put Crusades on there. I'm going to block your ass. What about them? Give me something. Oh, yeah, green substance. That's not news. It's same here in Washington State. Same here in Seattle. Yeah, New Jersey's own governor just admitted over 6,000 illegals being registered to vote through the Registry of Motor Vehicles. This is true. Now, we're not crusaders, are we? We're not crusaders. If you don't learn from history, for Pete's sakes, you are retarded. You are doomed to repeat it. But you're also, if you don't learn from history, you will never discern the truth. You understand? It's very important. Just like saying, fuck Americans. They're evil. But are you evil? No. We are not all bad. No country has all bad. No country has all good. How the fuck am I doing the same thing? How am I doing the same thing? Fuck Islam. Islam has a record of failures, of oppressions, of war crimes, of rapes, pedophiles. Islam has a record of destruction. Nothing good has come out of Islam. Look what Christian nations have built. Big fucking difference. Big difference. We have proof. We got facts. Today, how great were the nations before Islam was introduced in massive numbers? How great was Ireland? How great was Scotland? How great was the UK? How great was France, Italy, Spain? Before a massive wave of Islamist people were allowed in their country and in their government. I'm all for America, period. And we can kill 100 million. I'm still for America. Mohammed, the holy Mohammed, 55 fucking years old, marrying a 7-year-old little girl. 6 years old. Make that make sense. Compare it to Christianity, you fucking morons. You can tell me I'm not a Christian. I support Christians. There is gays in fake Christian churches. So what? We condemn that according to the Bible. If you have 100 million people wishing death to your nation and fighting against you, will you let them live? Turn down the volume on your phone, bitch. Margot, go kick rocks. Turn the volume down, bitch. Turn it down for what? I think these guys just like me cursing. I think they enjoy my cursing. I think it makes them feel at home. And some of you get, that you guys get a little bit weird about it. But I think they feel right at home. Well, I can tell you why Israel puts America first. Because they benefit. Yeah, we got a bunch of Jews in here. I mean, this country, the Constitution, This country was founded, I don't give a shit what you think. This country was founded under Judeo-Christian values. 250 years declaring that we live a nation under God. And we're talking about the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Judeo-Christianism, Christian, Christ followers. 250 years have become the greatest country on earth. Biggest proof. Oh, you want bigger? Bigger proof? Bigger proof. Israel. Go look at. They're so worried about AIPAC. Oh, AIPAC. Oh my God. Shut the fuck up. Listen, you fucking retards. Listen very carefully. 9 million Jews in a little tiny piece of shit Israel country against massive countries with billions of Muslims that fucking hate every single one of them Jews, and they can't do shit about it. Biggest proof that my God is the only true and real God. The God of Israel is my God. The God of the United States of America's success is my God. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a shit. The truth shall set you free. Hey, listen, if you believe that, Graham, don't worry about it. We'll find out on Judgment Day, won't we? You pick a life that you want to live. At the end of the day, when Jesus Christ comes to judge us all, we will all stand trial. And there'll be the whipping and gnashing of teeth. By then, when you say, I am so sorry, Lord, it's too late. It's too late. 200 billion reasons to support Israel. These people will never learn. I tell you what, I'll give you a little clip from Liberty Troll. You guys love this guy, don't you? Liberty Troll. Here's a very logical libtard. This is your people. If you're on the left, this is your people. Enjoy the display of the peaceful, understanding, well-minded libtard. Here we go. Here is an example of a very, very mental libtard. Enjoy, my friends.
Then go look for it. Leave me the fuck alone.
You said you look this shit in my face.
You walked up to me.
No, I didn't. You
did.
had a fucking video camera all up on me.
You drove by slowly like a fucking
like
weirdo.
I was looking for something.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know how many other times you were recorded driving down the road?
The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I drive down the fucking road.
And there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, there's
Do you
cameras
jump out and act like a psycho with them too?
I can.
Okay. That seems unstable and a big waste of time.
Or maybe like I actually can tell the truth and I confront shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck am I asked you a fucking question.
I don't know you fucking answers.
No, you don't, because you're a fucking liar and you're hiding your agenda.
Because I don't owe you shit, because you're fucking nobody to me.
Fuck you, boy. Fuck you, bitch.
Eat it.
Put that thing down. Come see me, you punk.
Okay, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. You're the only one walking away.
Snitch.
A snitch, huh?
Snitch stick, you bitch.
Okay. Shove it up your ass, you fucking moron.
You see what I mean? This is the language that they understand, guys. What are you going to do? This is the only language that the libtards understand. This is why I talk to them the way I talk to them. If you're a Christian that doesn't curse like I do, God bless you. God bless you. I'm not that kind of Christian. I will curse the shit out of these libtards. And I'm going to show them the truth every day. It's like throwing holy water on demons. Not that I believe in holy water, but you know what I'm saying? Here they are.
You. Man in your family.
You. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Coward.
Fuck you. Which one of us is walking away? Is it me or is it you?
You got a f***ing snitch stick.
What the fuck? Who cares? There's cameras all over. Everybody's recording us, you f***ing idiot. If I put this one down, we're still getting recorded.
You're the only one snitching, so that makes it all.
Oh, okay. How fucking dumb are you that you don't realize everybody's got dash cams and shit? Are you fucking stupid? And I don't owe you answers, so fuck off. I don't fucking know you from a fucking asshole in the ground. Why the get the fuck out? Pepper spray.
What are you gonna do, boy?
Oh, pepper spray the fuck out of you. Get your stupid fucking ass back.
Shut the fuck up.
Get the fuck back.
That just pissed me off. I'll grab my shit.
You won't do fucking shit. Get the fuck back. Fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
Bitch.
You're gonna put a helmet on? It's backwards, dumb shit. Go mind your business. Fucking go away and mind your business.
Get my shit.
Go away. Go away.
What's up?
You're gonna threaten me with a fucking taser? Are you stupid? Get the fuck back. Get the fuck back. Go back. Because you're fucking coming up at me aggressive, you dummy. You're trying to fucking attack me. Of course I'm gonna self-defend myself.
Attack you. I'm trying to get you to fight like a man.
Go away. I don't want shit to do with you. You're unstable and fucking weird. Go home.
You're fucking weird.
Go home. Go home. Go home. Go home. Mind your business. My business ain't your business. Go away.
You don't want to be in it.
Move along.
I'll beat your bitch ass.
Move along.
Pink tutu and a bow.
Move along.
Beat your bitch ass in front of everyone.
Move along. Zip it and move along. How long are you gonna stand here and make an idiot of yourself?
You're a fucking bitch.
Okay.
Bitch boy.
Okay.
Shit, you ain't got a man in your family.
I don't know what that means.
No, you don't.
I don't know what half the shit you said means, because you're clearly strung out and you don't have a fucking clue what's going on.
I'm pissed off.
So go fucking cry somewhere else. I don't give a shit.
I just got to have my fucking phone stolen. All kinds of shit.
I don't fucking care.
Bitch.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me.
Fucking punk.
Get the fuck. I'm gonna get you more. Get the fuck out of here. I fucking told you 10 times. I fucking told you 10 times. Didn't I?
Fuck you.
I fucking told you.
Shut up, you piece of shit.
Fucking come at me with a taser? You out of your fucking mind? I'm up at the Shelton Cannabis Dispensary. I just had a lady attack me with a taser and I had to pepper spray her. Just a second ago. She's sitting in her car bawling right now because her eyes are filled with pepper spray. She didn't like the fact that I was recording, so she came breaking around the block and flying into the parking lot, jumped out and started screaming at me and calling me names, and then after I told her I'd defend myself, she went and grabbed a helmet and a taser. License plate is CEF 8632. I I was recording everything. She assumed that I was recording strictly her as she drove by, and then decided to creep around the block and come flying in, skidding into the parking lot next to me, about hit me, and jumped out and immediately started screaming. I was just recording on the sidewalk. That's it. There was a scene here earlier with the sheriff. So I was recording that, and then I was up here recording for a minute on my way back, and she caused this scene right about 30 seconds before I was leaving. So I figured I would call and just get that in, so in case she tried to call later. I'm still here, yeah. I don't need any help. I don't need any medical attention. I just wanted to call because there was an incident, and I don't want her to call later and say I attacked her or whatever, you know. I have video footage. She tried a couple times, yeah. That's why I sprayed her. I gave her ample warning, many warnings, more than I probably should have. But I don't want to hurt somebody, so. She's still sitting in their parking lot. She's got her hazards on. She's still crying and freaking out. Pepper spray doesn't feel good, so I can't blame her. I'm on foot, yeah. I'm on the sidewalk still recording the car in case she tried to come after me again. She's clearly unstable. She's losing her mind, calling me all kinds of weird names and telling me the first thing she said is, if you're recording kids, I'm going to f*** you up. And then pulled her fist back to hit me and stepped at me, and I didn't even warn her then. I just took a step back, but I gave her plenty of warnings, and I have it on video, so she's starting to come back out, so maybe get some more clips. I don't want to have to spray her again. She's getting out of the car smacking it. She looks like she forgot to open in here. Okay. Okay, yeah. She's not, no, she's if she is, I'm gonna put the phone down right away, so if I cut away, just know that's why. My name is Ryan. Black shirt, black Seahawks hat with a gray blue jeans, black shoes. That is her screaming in her car still, yeah. She's screaming. I can't see, freaking out. She was doing stuff like that before, so this isn't really strange. She wasn't screaming like that before, but she was just yelling and freaking out. And I think she had some stuff going on, and she was taking it out on me, and it just went sideways for her. Yep. Bye. Keep easy now. The pepper spray is on the ground right here, just so you know.
How's it going?
I'm the victim. She's the one that got sprayed.
Step out here and speak with me.
Is this the victim? No, I'm the victim. That's ridiculous.
Take a seat. It's okay, sit down. It's straight guy.
They could have made contact with her before me running in the plane.
How's it going?
Better till I got attacked.
Recording everything?
Yep, pepper spray's right there just for your information. I put it on the ground. She decided to attack me for recording. I gave her ample warning.
Okay. Where's the pepper spray?
Right there. I set it down as soon as you guys came in. I was just about to leave too, man.
All right. So tell me what happened. They're gonna.
So she had driven by, coming behind me here.
Okay.
And she drove by slow, like she was coming in, and then didn't. So I recorded as she was coming in, but she drove away.
Mm-hmm.
And she went up, creeped around the corner, came back, came flying in here, just about hit me, hopped out, started yelling. Are you
tried hitting you with the car?
Well, it didn't try,
Oh, okay.
but she came in so fast it like made me jump, or she came flying over the curb and starts yelling, are you recording kids? If you're recording kids, I'm gonna f*** you up. And started, you know, doing this shit. I didn't warn her at that point. I just kept talking, and as we interacted,
Were you guys arguing?
it got worse, and she started stepping at me like she was gonna attack me, and I had my pepper spray. I said, I'm gonna pepper spray you if you touch me, or, you know, stop.
Yeah.
And I warned her a couple times, and she said, I'm gonna go grab my shit then. Went and grabbed her fucking helmet, put a helmet on, and grabbed a taser, and came after me with that.
Yeah.
And I just backed up. I didn't even spray her then.
Warned her.
I warned her many times.
You have that on video?
Yeah, I have it all on video,
Okay.
man.
Well, my partners are going to want to see this.
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you going to press charges?
I don't want to ruin her day more, man, but you just gotta learn you can't do that shit, you know?
You're a victim.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to attack you. It's up to you. I wouldn't even worry about ruining her day or anything. You want to press charges?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Okay, hang out right here for me.
Absolutely.
Real quick, were you just walking down filming? And
there was a scene down there earlier. A guy had hit his head on the pole.
Okay.
And I was recording. I was up here and I saw that, so I went down there and recorded. I actually saw him earlier when he was down there.
Yeah, that shit escalated fast, though.
Well, yeah, I came back up here for about 15 minutes, and I was just about to leave when they closed, and then she came ripping in here after creeping around and started packing the taser at me and shit, telling me she was gonna beat me up.
And then what happened?
Yeah, she came. First thing she did when she got out, said, "What are you doing? Are you recording kids? If you're recording kids, I'm gonna f*** you up."
Yeah.
Like swung it, or like pulled back at me.
Okay.
I didn't even warn her then. We interacted for a minute, and then eventually she started coming at me again, and that's when I pulled out the pepper. Yeah, she started coming at me. So I said, and that's when I warned her. I warned her like 5 times. I said, I'm gonna pepper spray you, and then she said, well, I'm gonna go get my shit. Went and put a helmet, like a bike helmet, a motorcycle helmet on, and grabbed a taser and came out and started cracking it at me. And I had to back up a bunch.
What did this happen?
Right here.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
You hear the audible.
Oh yeah, you can see it. Yeah, you can see it in the video too. She was coming at me and then she backed up.
That's why you
and then I told her I'll do it, and she took the helmet off and came back and started doing it again. Came at me again, so that's when I sprayed her.
Okay.
And then
you have a right to protect yourself.
Absolutely, I gave her plenty warning, man. I don't want to hurt nobody. I didn't want to pepper spray her, but I'm not gonna get tased out here for when I'm not doing anything wrong just because she's having a bad day,
Yeah.
All right. Just not trying to detain me and arrest me. That's a lot of cops for this one incident. Over a taser.
I'm scared. I'm scared. I need somebody. I need my family.
Do you still have the canister on you?
I set it down as soon as he pulled in, so I didn't have it on me.
Jessica, we know. Hey, listen, let's not. You're putting firefighters, Jessica. You're putting firefighters at a disadvantage. Okay, that's besides the point. I'm trying to help you with your Put it on your face.
Brian, the owner of the cannabis store just came over. In my mind, you haven't committed a crime. It's self-defense act.
Absolutely.
You're good on that, so you're not being charged with anything. But he's a private landowner. He has the right to trespass anybody he wants, and he wants you trespass from all 5 cannabis stores that he owns.
That's fine.
So I just got to give you the names of those.
Okay.
You know in the future.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Just, I never step foot on property, but I get that anyway.
Okay, I mean, it's a retail store open to the public. You have the right to.
Yeah.
Bayshore Cannabis, Sasha's Cannabis, Shelton Cannabis, Belfair Cannabis, and
silence is not going to be forever. Here we go. Jimmy, I don't give a fuck if President Trump knows who I am. Do you understand? I don't work for President Trump. I am grateful to this great nation of the United States of America, and I love being an American citizen. And I made an oath that I will protect and respect and abide by all the laws of this country, and I will make sure that illegal immigrants and foreigners who want to destroy this nation do not break our law or destroy this nation. I love my American countrymen, which is made out of Hispanics, Asians and blacks and whites and everybody all together of all religions. As long as that religion does not say death to America, I am okay with it existing. And the freedoms to the rights of the people, I am all good with that. I love Israel because Israel is the only country who is fighting terrorists in the Middle East. Israel is the only real descendants, legitimate descendants of Abraham and Sarah. Ishmael is illegitimate. Muslims are illegitimate. The best thing the fucking Arabs can do is stick together and live in peace. But no, they want to go ahead and worship false idols, fake prophets, pedophile prophets at that. This whole so-called Holy Muhammad, the predator, the children predator that you call so-called holy man, is a pedophile. A 55-year-old man who sleeps with a 9-year-old little girl has no room in my country to be in. Do you understand that? The Constitution of the United States of America defends the United States of America and its countrymen, not you illegal immigrants, not those who terrorize our people, not those who put our law under a religious political movement. That, my friends, is what you don't understand. I don't work for Trump. I am here to represent my American people. I honor and respect this country. Big fucking difference. No illegal is my family. No American who hates this country is my family. No fucking morons like you will ever be my family. Those who abide by the law and respect this country, that's my family. That's my countrymen. That's who I speak for. With that being said, man, that was very narcissistic right there. That was very narcissistic. I'm sorry, I got into this trance. I call this the American trance. When libtards trigger me, it's just, the American fighting spirit just comes out. You know what I'm saying? Look at this illegal Mexican in here. Jose Guerrero. This is an English-speaking channel. Nobody gives a shit about your Spanish right now. This is America. Speak English. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. Americans, English is the national language. Yes, I know. But I do enjoy speaking Spanish sometimes. I do enjoy, hearing other languages as long as we can understand what the hell they're saying. I'm okay. I am okay. Jose Pena, another illegal immigrant. Those illegal immigrants or those Hispanics, Asians, or whatever the hell you come from, if you served in the military just so that you can get papers, very noble of you. Speak American. I like that. I like that. Speak American. You see that? You see what I did right there? You see what I did right there? You have all of these spics, wetbacks, all these beaners that come into this country. They serve in the military only to create papers. That's it. They don't give a fuck about the American people. If you do, prove me wrong. This is how you prove me wrong. You ready? This is how you prove me wrong. If you are a green card holder who served in the military, maybe became an American citizen by now, and your parents are still illegal, and they get deported, do you turn against this country? Or do you say, Mom, Dad, it is the law. You knew this. But don't worry. I'll do whatever I can to bring you back. Prove to me that you're a real American. Prove to me that you are a real American who loves this country. I will always support and defend this country. You know why? This is where I live. This is where I got my citizenship. This is where I got the privilege to vote. This document right here tells me that I'm an American citizen. Whether you like it or not, I don't give a shit. And I will always defend the United States of America and its reputation. I don't give a shit what the world says. I don't care who laughs. This is my country. And whether you like it or not, I don't give a shit. Now, if I had family here who is illegal and ICE agents come and deport them, I will send you some help. I will help you out in Honduras as much as I can. I told you to self-deport a long time ago. A long time ago. And if you choose to wait here until you get deported, it's on you. It's not on ICE. It's not on President Trump. It's not on the American people. It's on you. If you came to this country illegally and you decided to make enemies out of the Americans by hating on them, waving your country's flag, that's on you. That is on you. If you came to this country illegally and you decided to make anchor babies in here, I believe in the Constitution and it doesn't belong to illegal immigrants. I can tell you that right now. The misinterpretation of this birthright citizenship is bullshit. You know it. I know it. We all know it. And the activist socialist judges also know it. It is what it is. It is what it is. A transliptard got paid back with karma, as they say. But now it's time to share a clip. Now it's time to share a clip just for my friend Robert, the crime shaft. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Man, it's hot in here, man. It's hot in this mug. Oh, The fresh air of being an American citizen. Oh, yeah. Anyways. I don't think the Constitution needs to be changed. I just think it needs to be amended. I think it needs to really, you know how they added that in order for you to qualify to run for president, you have to be born in this country. Here is my amendments. This is what I propose. I propose that anyone born in this country how do I word this? Anyone born in this country has to be born from parents who are permanent residents or already American citizens. Those are the only ones who can be American citizens. Number 2, only those who are born in this country whose parents are American citizens at the time of birth can run for president. That's it. That's my 2 amendments. That's a little amendment. That's a little amendment, but it's pretty clear. Now, if you're new to my channel, let me tell you why I say that. One of the libtards on the other side, now I call them libtards not because they disagree with me, but because they believe that communism is a good thing. That's why they're libtards. With that being said, they argue with me. And I said, when the Constitution says that all persons born in this country will have birthright citizenship, right? According to their jurisdiction. And my argument is that a child is under the responsibility and care of the parents. Therefore, the jurisdiction to whom rule over the parents will determine the nationality of that child. They say, it says all persons. And I say, that's a misinterpretation. Persons is equal for people. The Constitution says, we, the people, we, the persons of the United States of America. You can word it however you want. But only American citizens and those who are allowed here to have permanent domicile are we, the people. Understood? They said, well, that's not true because it says that in order for you to be president, it really specifies that you have to be born American citizen. And I say, exactly. Exactly. When the Constitution needed to specify a natural born American citizen, it had to specify, do you know why? Let's see if anybody watches my show. Why do you think they had to specify that you have to be a born American citizen to become a president? Go ahead, put it on the chat. I'm sure you can do it. Bullshit. You're an anchor baby, entitled, and you don't belong here. So shut the hell up. Somebody put it in there. Why do they have to specify that you have to be a born American citizen to run for president? There's just one answer. It's just one answer. Because there is also naturalized American citizens. That had to be specified. When it comes to persons, it doesn't. Because naturalized or born American, I'm still American. Oh, anchor babies hate that. Makes them look bad. It makes them look bad, don't it? You know what's funny, though? If I talk, listen to this. If I talk to any American who has illegal Mexican parents, guess what they call themselves? They're born here in America, in the United States of America. Guess what they call themselves? When somebody tells them to identify themselves, how do they identify? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe my guess is better. Because, well, I don't have a guess. I know exactly what it is. What do you think they call themselves? What does a child who is born in the United States of America call themselves when they grow up, being born to illegal Mexican parents? Mexicans! Why? Answer that question. Answer that question, and you have figured out the riddle of the Constitution. You can't beat me, man. You can't beat me. No. Wrong. You're fucked. All the anchor babies. All the anchor babies just got cooked right now, bro. Oh, man. Oh, man. You just can't beat me, bro. You just can't. None of you guys can. All right. Calm down, people. Calm down. We'll get to the crime chef, but calm down. Listen. Ah, man. Here, let me give you a little bit of geography. Here, let me give you a little bit of geography. Now, I want you to tell me. Answer the question honestly. Honestly. Joe Kroger's timeout is up. Answer the question honestly. The answer is correct. They will call themselves Mexicans. And we know why. Now, let me give you some geography lessons here. You see, I'm from Central America, but I call myself a Honduran because my nation's name is called Honduras, which means depth. Deep waters is what it means. Mexico, Belize, Mexico, the United States of America, Canada, it's all North America. Do Mexicans call themselves Americans? No. We don't identify as a continent. We identify as a nation. It is the United States of Mexico. So they're Mexican. This is the United States of America. So they're Americans. Not like the continent, Americans like the nation. Canadians are born in Canada. They don't call themselves Americans, even though they live in the continent of North America, is a nationality. You can't say that you're Mexican American unless you were born in Mexico and you're naturalized American citizen. That is allowed. But children of legal residents or citizens, whether their parents came from another country, if they are permanent resident, green card aliens, permanent resident aliens, green card holders, or citizens, naturalized citizens such as myself, those children will be born American. And this is where the Constitution makes a birthright citizenship. Many libtards and retarded Americans believe the Constitution belongs to the world, and it's not true. It gives access to human rights, but legal rights only belongs to those who are privileged to be permanent residents or American citizens. American citizens, top class, whether you like it or not, top class, priority, number one. Human rights are not legal rights. I want you to understand that. Get that through your head. My oldest son and my last baby, my daughter, for some reason, these monkeys, they love the Honduras flag and the American flag. And I love that. But my oldest son thinks that he's Honduran American. And I said, no, you're not. You're not Honduran. I am. You were not born in Honduras. I was. I said, you're not a Honduran. You are American. He said, why you say that? I said, because Honduran is a nationality. Now, you can use an ethnicity and say, yeah, you got some Maya, you got some Lenca, some Spaniard, you got some African descent. But you are American, 100% American. And he says, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm going to tell you a story, true story. And some of you on the live right now will probably fucking ask, where the hell is Honduras? I recommend you Google it right now so you can see it on the map. When I came to this country, 7th grade, I started speaking English and I made some friends. And they say, hey, Dennis, I noticed you speak Spanish. Where are you from? I say, well, I'm from Honduras. He said, oh, where's that at? I said, well, Honduras, well, here, the United States of America, and then there's Mexico, and then there's Guatemala, and then there's Honduras. 8th grade. Hey, Dennis, I noticed you speak Spanish. You Mexican? I said, no, I'm from Honduras. Hey, where's that at? 8th grade. What a damn shame. By the time I was in 3rd grade in Honduras, I knew about all the continents. By the way, without looking it up real quick, how many continents are there? 5 or 7? Go. I will know if you're cheating. 9th grade. 10th grade. For Pete's sakes, I went to school 4 years with this guy named Ryan. On my senior year, as everybody else asks, hey, Dennis, you speak Spanish? Are you Mexican? I said, bro, I've been going to school with you for 4 years. You didn't know that I speak Spanish? He said, no, I didn't know. I said, well, you know what? Yeah, I am Mexican. What is the point? If I say I'm from Honduras, you are in 12th grade and you don't know where the hell Honduras is? Come on. You get what I'm saying? Unbelievable. Two continents are free, North and South. Give me the other continents. I'll give you one more. Asia. Okay, one more. Europe. Okay. One more. Africa. How many is that? 5. What are the other 2 continents that are missing? Come on, somebody, put it on the chat. What are the 2 continents that we're missing? And while you do that, I'm going to go ahead and get this clip ready.
Tonight, a rabid...
I'm going to get this clip ready for you guys to watch. That's right. Antarctica. Yeah. Australia is a continent, says Fabian. The continent of Australia. Why is Australia a continent? Why is Australia a continent? Many people don't know that. What to say that? Yeah, that's right. Australia is why is it a continent? No, Oceania. Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess Australia is considered Oceania. Australia is Russia is not a continent. The reason why Australia is considered a continent is because they do have a massive piece of land. That's a continent. Yeah, I know. It's like a mini continent. Yeah, Antarctica. I think Antarctica is the one that a lot of people miss, for sure. No, I don't think Australia has countries, do they? They only have cities. Let me see. Yeah, that's right. I think they call them territories. So two major territories. Middle East is not a continent. Definitely not the Middle East. All right, so I mentioned Asia, North and South Africa. I mean, South America, not South Africa. North and South America, Africa, Europe, Australia was said, and Antarctica was said. I know, please, maybe in 20 years I'll probably forget that myself, okay? Greenland is not a continent. Yeah, nope, it's not a continent. Is it considered, I think it's considered part of, where is Greenland? Let me see, where is Greenland? Let's see, what continent is Greenland part of? It's part of North America. Can you believe that? That's crazy. Greenland is considered part of North America. No, so now it makes sense. 51st state. Well, Alberta should be 51st state. Greenland should be 52nd state. Denmark is also a country. And Israel should be the 53rd state of the United States of America. What a wonderful world. Well, Denmark is a government that runs Greenland, I guess, and some weird relationship that they have there. But, man, I don't think anybody knows what the hell Greenland is. It's up north. Spotsbacher! North! Some people who are old school like me will understand what that means. Anyways, let's get to the fun part of the Crime Chef. I know this is Robert's favorite time of the day in the Dennis Herrera Show. Here we go. Venezuela. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll think about Venezuela. Here we go.
Tonight, a rabid responder lectures federal agents on private property law. The agents lecture her back on what an arrest is. In Immokalee, little loudmouth Lupe screams the same two words at a church, a parking lot, and the sky. None of them answer. And roadside, meltdown Mario hopes an officer is happy doing that, then shouts at a nearby boy about a car. Buckle up. Our journey starts now.
Are you guys caught?
Can you buy and buy?
No, buy. I asked that you're not allowed. You can do that.
This is private property.
You guys don't know what you're talking about. Too much Facebook.
You can comment on this place because you scare my people. You scare my town.
Go, run, run.
Yep, put him in there. That's fine.
You can come in.
Yeah, I know.
You have to go. I don't need it. You guys here. You scare my customer.
Yeah.
I have own business.
Yes, I know. Hey! You open the door, you're gonna get slammed the What the What is it?
The private property in question is a public parking lot. The responder isn't a lawyer.
Back up. Yeah, back off. You need to back off. You need to back off. You're gonna get arrested if you do that, by the way. You're gonna get arrested. Va a ser arrestado si haces eso. Doesn't matter.
No, estoy preguntando el carro de quién es.
Back up. No se preocupe que no es usted. We'll get sprayed.
Si entiendes español, ¿por qué estás hablando inglés?
You can't spray somebody for standing.
The agent explains that yelling during an arrest is itself arrestable. She yells back that it isn't.
Right. Mix. Get in.
That's against their rights.
Yep.
You guys need to treat people like people.
They was watching me. Their car. They stole my car.
Your mom didn't do it. You raised either.
Somebody probably fucked you there.
The lecture continues. Handcuffs go on regardless. Both parties leave happy, one of them wearing them. Up next, a roadside stop and one very concerned bystander.
Diego, Eric,
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
That's wicked, bro. I hope you're happy with that, bro. I hope you're glad doing that. I hope you're glad doing that. Hey, I hope you're happy doing that.
He hopes the trooper is happy doing that. He says this 5 times. The trooper looks pretty happy.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy as fuck. My nigga getting out of work and everything, bro.
Look at your fat car, fat boy. Yeah, fat boy, get in that car.
That's crazy, bro.
Especially you for calling out. What do you do? Voy a ver en Guatemala. Look at this fat boy. Voy a ver en Guatemala. No va a pasar nada. Fat boy. Yo me encargo de get in your car, fat boy.
That's crazy, bro.
The performance ends when he spots a heavier gentleman across the road whom he informs at volume is a fat boy. Ahead, Immokalee, Florida, and the loudest protester in the flea market.
I'm responsible for doing this. No, that's unfair what you're doing. These are hard-working people. You need to get out of here. I don't want to get hit, but I know what the rights are. You need to get out of here. No, you need to get out of here, out of this town. Leave these people alone. No, leave these people alone. They're hardworking people. They come here for a better life, and you're doing this. Remember where your parents came from. Remember your background. Do not forget where y'all came from.
My mother was a migrant. My mother came here legally. She waited 5 years to come to this country legally. I waited an extra 5 years. What the fuck is your point? What is your point? I'm sorry, because your parents came here illegally? I'm supposed to take your side? Fuck no. Respect the American law. You anchor babies don't know how to do that because you're anchor babies. Your loyalty lies with the legal immigrants. There's nothing that you can do to change that unless you get some common sense and learn to love the country that gives you life today, bitch.
But God is looking at everything y'all are doing, and you're going to pay for this.
She reminds them God is watching. The agents who watch security footage professionally are unmoved.
Sooner or later, just know that. This is fair what y'all are doing. This isn't right. Y'all need to get out of here. Nobody wants y'all here. Get out of here. ¿Ya think y'all are safe? No. El de arriba tiene la última palabra y esto lo van a pagar. Que no se les olvide que sus papás también fueron inmigrantes. ¡Corran, mi gente! ¡Está la migra! ¡No salgan!
I have a feeling that there is more illegal immigrants in these neighborhood. She's saying, run, everybody. Don't come out of your houses. Immigration agents are here. I'm just saying, maybe we could send more ICE agents to this location. We might be able to deport more people, open up some jobs for legal migrants who are looking to work and support their families. They deserve it. You know why they deserve it? They made their sacrifice. You know why my mother deserved to be in this country? My mother waited 5 years to come to this country legally. She loved this country. Waited 5 more years to get me into this country legally. People that come, migrants that come to this country legally, respecting the law, they deserve to be here. They deserve to be here. A lot of migrants that have done it the right way agree with me. And believe it or not, there is a lot of migrants that didn't do it the right way, but now are legal, and they agree with me. Now, you can say whatever you want about those people who were once illegal, but the fact is, the United States of America does give people a break. People do become legal citizens. Even though they were illegal at some point, that does not mean that you are going to break immigration law. That is federal law. To be pro-illegal immigration, you're pro-cartels. You're pro-drugs coming into this country unchecked. Children smuggling. Human trafficking. You are supporting criminality. And you are guilty, Isidra, of all those children being raped and abused, and all those women being raped, abused, and prostitute. All of you fucking illegal immigrants and ungrateful naturalized American citizens today, you are all fucking guilty of all the criminals that come through this country illegally. I don't give a shit if your mom and dad are hard workers. Supporting illegal immigrations, that is what you stand for. You excuse criminality because you have to support your children? I don't think so. It is a misdemeanor, yes, but you're still breaking the law and you have no right to work here. And when you do work here, it is fraud. It is a felony. You came to the wrong channel. Fucking American citizen, you fucker. Fuck you all. You don't respect the United States? Fuck you. You don't want to respect this country? Get the fuck out. You want to wave the Mexican flag? Go back to Mexico. I'm not a sellout because you're not my people. Illegal immigrants are not my people. Fucking criminals are not my people. I'm not selling out. I'm turning you, all you bitches in, is what I'm doing. By supporting federal law None of these fucking illegal immigrants can get on my ass. I am a migrant, so fuck you very much. The difference between law-abiding and criminals is just that. I am a legal migrant. You are an illegal migrant. And if you support illegal immigration, then you're the fucking problem. Not ICE. Not the American people. You, bitch. Only you. With that being said, guys, that's only for illegal immigrants and those anchor babies that don't know how to love or appreciate or respect this country. Continue.
¡Corran! ¡Pinches pendejos! ¡Váyanse a chingar su madre! ¡Fuera de aquí! ¡Get out of here! ¡Get out of here! Nobody wants you!
If you're born here, fantastic. You still have to respect the law. Don't support illegal immigration. It's that simple. It's easy.
Out here! Nobody! I need to get out!
If the United States goes to war against Mexico, whose flag do you wave? Don't have to answer. That is the country where you should live.
And that white van right there, white van right there. Get out of here! Get out of here! ¡No salgan, gente!
The sermon ends, the detention does not. Next stop, Kentwood, Michigan, where the roadside comes with a shrine. The saint watches over the pickup. The pickup is not saved. After this, we round the corner to Cajon, California, where the interference brought a whistle.
Where's the manager? No. Oh, good job. Get eyes out of here. Trumpy supporters here. Get eyes out of here. Where's the damn manager? Manager, get this out of here. Get the out of here. No se la manejadora. Where's the manager? You guys, your manager's not protecting you guys. Your manager's not protecting. No fun. No fun.
She blows it at close range for a full minute. The agent's face doesn't move, neither does his position.
Person man! Be on the lookout! Hey! Piece of modern day Moxie! What the are you doing here? Walking into a store with families! And you're taunting the community to chase you! You're taunting the community to chase you! You want the community to chase you, you Nazi! Oh no, I hope you die!
Juan does get away in the noise, everyone else does not. CB, ahead.
I'm going to give you some news that is going to blow your socks off. And if it doesn't, I don't know what else will.
Our night's centerpiece, Immokalee again, this time outside a church, exactly as promised at the top.
Supervisor, we'd like to report a crime. Your agents have been racial profiling all morning. Keep still having children every year. What a shame, Steve. What a shame. All Black Lives Activists.
We know that they
they use facial recognition software?
What do you say about a shirt? Y'all are some vendidos. Y'all are some out. For some bonuses. I like it.
We know that they use facial recognition. We have been advised by our lawyers that they use facial recognition to try to harass U.S. citizens.
Oh, we're so sorry if your feelings were hurt, but nobody wants you here. And get in your bed, the one that's working.
Her review of the situation is one word: bleeped. The agents interpret it as approval.
Get out of here.
Get your ass back in your car.
Get the f*** out,
bitch. Get out.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
Get the fuck out, bitch. Yeah, we're serious. We're serious. We're serious. He's asking us if we're serious. We're serious. Get the out of our town. Guys.
Look at that.
Why is he being hurt? Keats is being hurt, yelling stuff at our residents, people who he profits from.
Get out of the vehicle. Let our drivers still in the vehicle right now.
I'm gonna put that fat fuck in the truck. Y'all gonna get stuck again. Hey, tow that fat fucker away. Tow that fat fucker away. Tow his ass out of here. Tow him out of here. They're gonna get that van stuck again. Tow his ass out of here.
A bunch of incompetent, I say.
She then yells yes at nothing in particular for 18 consecutive seconds. Nothing agrees. If the fieldwork proves useful, subscribe. The loudmouths are already back at it. Coming up, the Ventura County Courthouse and a professional interference squad on the clock.
Yeah, what am I saying, bro? I actually yelled at you.
No. Hey, he got away. He's not here. He's not
But you get back
The one they came for goes to the elevator, the parking lot, and the vehicle. So do they. Next, Centennial, Colorado, where the interference gets a receipt. Sat on the curb, they chant that they are done for us. The paperwork is done for them. Now Doraville, Georgia, before the sun comes up. No shouting here, no whistle, everyone home for breakfast. For the weekly written field report, the link waits below. Ahead, Newark, New Jersey, and 3 arrivals at Delaney Hall.
Oh my God. Yo!
They gasp, "Oh my God," at each bus, as if the second and the third might be different.
I know you.
Oh my God.
How do you like that?
You guys.
We love you.
The buses turn in. God has been informed. One last stop, a pre-dawn detention filmed from the passenger seat.
Hell no, y'all are Well, it's always the people that work in cars. Shame on you.
The bystander calls the agents assholes 6 times. The early bird got the one anyway. The rest of this week is on the ICE playlist. Members are already watching the next one. Hit join below.
Thank you very much.
We already watched that video. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. Now check this out. This is what I'm talking to you about. This is what I've been telling you. We have historical message from communists. We know who they are. They are very, very, very popular in the Latino countries. Listen to what Nicaraguan president says from the New York Post. Let me see. Hopefully it's in English. You ready? Check this out.
Ejército de Sandino. No crean que porque no hay guerra estamos en paz. No, ellos vienen conspirando ahí, conspirando, organizando, buscando cómo organizar partidos. ¿Para qué? En una elección que ellos se suponen. Entonces, que esos partidos ganen las elecciones. Y aquí se acabó la historia de que los partidos puestos por los yanquis, puestos por los somocistas, volverán a llegar al gobierno. Jamás, jamás, jamás. No volverán a haber elecciones. No volverán a haber elecciones. Para que por ahí intenten ellos atrapar el gobierno, atrapar el poder.
Listen to what he said. They want to capture power. I don't know if you could read the words. But he says there will be no more elections because other people, even though we don't have war, they say, other people are trying to find a democracy. They just want to take the power away. Whose fucking power? He's in power. No more elections? Who's going to put the next president in power? No elections, no democracy. That's what happened in Venezuela. Do you understand? No more elections. Fuck you, Miguel. Get the fuck out of my chat. I'm sorry, he told me to watch my language, so I had to use it. Anyways, welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Well, I will clown on these libtards, especially illegal fucking immigrants that don't have respect for this country. Anyways, Just so you know, in Nicaragua, they burnt the Bibles. Does that sound familiar? They burn the Bibles. You are not allowed to have a Bible in Nicaragua. And look how many people follow these idiots. Very interesting, isn't it? No, Shannon, they say in Nicaragua, they said no more elections. No more democracy in Nicaragua. They're communists. You do know this, right? Nicaragua is a communist country. They are very violent. Try crossing the border into Nicaragua from Honduras. Unbelievable. I just thought I'd share that with you. And what are the Democrat politicians spewing in the United States of America? You know what? Kirk, we're just adding states. I think that we're going to become the communists here pretty soon, taking all this land and acquiring all these territories. We don't want to go that far, but it's true. I mean, it'd be nice, right? You don't want to be trying to acquire too much power, then you lose yourself. Let me play a quick quick clip from the United Airlines worker threatens to call ICE on men during argument. This is interesting.
All quiet at the United counter tonight at SFO. Quite a contrast from Tuesday when the Herrera family was trying to leave for a family trip to Canada.
What's your name? Because you're rude as hell.
Julio Herrera says this United Airlines customer service representative refused to help fix an issue with his daughter's ticket, which had listed her last name as her middle name. After almost 3 hours, he says an employee from a United partner airlines was close to fixing the issue, but he says that United worker stepped in to dismiss them.
She walks over, she's like, what, you're still here? Like, we already told you we can't do this. And, she just starts to complain about it.
Herrera says by phone a different United rep told them to go to SFO early Tuesday and customer service at the airport would fix the error that his wife had accidentally made when they booked their flight a few months ago. But he says this employee insisted it was his wife's fault and she wasn't going to help.
She said, well, I don't care. That's her problem. Then you take it up with her. I don't care if you guys fly out today or not. And that's when I got upset. And I said, you know what? You are so rude. What's your name?
What's your name, ma'am?
He says the worker refused to identify herself.
I'm asking you for your name so I can report you.
She then pulled her own phone out and started recording. And that's when he says she threatened to call ICE.
Maybe we need to call ICE on you. You're not acting like a citizen.
The video of the incident has gone viral.
Maybe we should call ICE on you. You gonna call ICE on me? Oh, say that again. Say that again. Maybe you need to be, because you don't act like a citizen. Get away. Who are you calling?
Herrera says he couldn't believe what he was hearing.
Which infuriated me because I am citizen number one. And for her to threaten me like that with ICE, especially with the state of...
What a pussy. What a pussy. First of all, let's point out the obvious. I think the United agent was wrong. I think she's wrong. But we are reacting to a video that he made. We don't know if he was an asshole. Now, let me tell you something. I don't give a shit what you think about customer service. If the customer is an asshole, there is a limit of how much of that assholeness I am going to allow. They don't pay them to get insulted, to get mistreated. You will have some respect. So with that being said, We are watching an edited video on his behalf. And what a pussy. My second point. What a pussy. Here's my passport. Why would she say maybe we need to call ICE on you? If she did, I'd be like, sure. Here's my passport. What else do you need? Without those two observations out of the way, I want to tell you a third observation. Now, this happened to me. I called in over the phone. They misspelled my last name. I spelled it to the person on the phone. She says the tickets will be printed for me at the airport. When I saw the ticket, I noticed that my name was misspelled. Now I know that they're very picky with names. So I went to the front customer service and I said, excuse me, they misspelled my name on the ticket. And I want you to fix it. She says, I can't do that. I said, well, you need to fix it. Obviously, that is not my name. True story. True story. And she says, okay, fine. What is your last name? I said, there's my ID. I gave her my license. I gave her my passport. And so she put my name and reprinted a ticket. Now, she gave me the ticket, and I noticed it was still the same. So I left. Yeah, whatever. Got my passport, got my license. Went through the line. They look at my passport. They didn't give a shit about the ticket. I just looked at my passport. They didn't give a shit about the ticket. They saw the name, said Dennis Herrera, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Go ahead. Check my bag, blah, blah, blah. You know what? When I am going inside the plane, they got to scan your ticket. They don't even look at your shit. Once you're in there, they don't care what it's spelled like. They don't care what that's from. You know what I'm saying? And you just scan it and you get on the plane. I think the United agent was wrong. There is always a way to correct the name of the traveler. I believe it's only right for her to correct the name. And whether you use a second name or not, it doesn't matter. A lot of Hispanics, we have 4 names. We have first and second name, and then we have first and second last name. It is very common in the Latin community. Very common. I don't know why. We're retarded, I guess. We don't need that many freaking names. But anyway, I follow the same tradition. So I guess I'm also retarded. Anyways, so I think that he is right on that point. She should have fixed the name. Let's be honest. It is part of security. Now, her saying we should call eyes on you because you don't act like an American citizen. Well, I've seen American citizens that act dumber than this idiot was acting like. Now, forgive me, sir, for calling you an idiot. I'm just reacting to the video and your reaction to what she said about ICE. Fuck it. Show her. You're a citizen. Let her call ICE. Embarrass herself. You know what I'm saying? You win. But yeah, I'd be surprised if the lady still works for United. Just saying, I'll be surprised.
Politics now in America and with what ICE is doing.
United Airlines has a racist customer service lady.
And after another minute or
I want you to take a look at the racist face. The racist United employee. Damn, she white. Oh, my gosh, bro. You can't make this up, man. You just can't make this up, bro. Look at that racist white woman. How dare white people be so racist? Look at her. Look at her in her straight hair. All that white skin. Looking all pink and purple. How white they are. Look at... Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. I apologize. I went on his word. Oh, shit. Nope. She's black. She's black. The racist United employee. Is she a black woman? The nerve of this Hispanic, entitled Hispanic American. How dare you accuse a black woman of racism? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Woo. Woo. All right, let's continue. Let's go ahead and continue with the clip.
Or so of back and forth between the two, you see the United worker's hand come up and Varela's phone go dark.
No, you didn't help nothing, and don't touch me.
Julio says the United employee hit his hand and his phone.
And when she pushed me, it caused me to squeeze it. But then I realized I stopped it, and so I turned it back on again.
On top of being threatened with ICE, he says he was also assaulted. We reached out to United Airlines and the employees union leadership. United said, quote, "We're looking into the interaction in this video, but don't have anything additional to share at this time." And the union's communications director said the union is aware of the video, but has not verified its authenticity. He went on to say, as depicted, the comments made in the video do not reflect the views or values of the IM union. Any potential matters arising from this incident will be handled through the appropriate processes established by the collective bargaining agreement. Still, no guarantee from anyone that ICE will not greet the family on the return to SFO.
I don't even know what's going to happen when I get back to San Francisco. I'm at the airport in Montreal, but I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen when I get back.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on break.
I just want to know. He says he's an American citizen. What's the problem? Look at all the pussies that come into my channel. Look at all the pussies that come into my channel, into my podcast, and tell me, oh, I'm going to call ICE on you. Oh, we're going to call all the immigration agencies on you. Fuck it. Call them. Tell them, hey, you should watch the Dennis Herrera show. This guy talks always so good about ICE. You should deport him. Listen to his accent. Ignore his white privilege card. I just love saying that, white privilege card right here. Every minority can carry a white privilege card because the libtards believe that America is white. That is how racist these sons of bitches are. But we know that American does not mean a certain color. Get your white privilege card. Do it the right way, guys. Do it the right way. Ah, man. Listen, man. Don't be a pussy. If somebody says, I'm going to call ICE on you, tell them, hey, give them the address. Don't forget to tell them my description. Hispanic or the black hat, silver jacket, golden cross. Maybe fake, maybe real. Don't know. It still looks gold to me after years, so it might be gold. And a red shirt. Got some funky ass goatee. Working on some goatee. Make sure the description says light shade of brown. 6'1", 275 pounds. You let them know all those details. Call ICE. Would love to meet ICE agents and just take a selfie and just, yeah, boy. You know what I'm saying? ICE agents. Here we go. Let me put them on the screen over here on this side so I don't miss the Space Needle. Here we go. I know these ICE agents, AI, it's deporting some sort of Asian mobster. Might be a movie star, to be honest. I don't know. ICE, ICE, baby. You know how all the libtards gave ICE, ICE baby, all this, oh, let's boycott. Boycott ice. Boycott ice, vanilla ice. Boycott vanilla ice. Fuck it. He says, I'm an American citizen. I am an American, and I am a proud American, and I will perform. That's what Americans do. Americans perform. That's right. So the next time somebody says they're going to call ICE on you, let them. Fantastic. That's your moment to shine. Your moment to shine. I gave you guys another fact and truth about communism. You know what every libtard did when I showed them the video about Nicaragua as a communist country? They ignore it, laughed about it. But the truth was shown to them. The facts was given. The proof was given, and they ignored it. That's on them. Now, Israel braces for full-scale war as Trump molds escalation. What is that about? Let's get educated.
Now to the major escalation in the Middle East as we await President Trump's top military leaders on the Hill. You'll see and hear from them in a matter of hours. Meanwhile, Israeli forces on high alert as the president considers the possibility of a return to full-scale war against Iran. That would include the Israelis also. Dr. Michael Leiter, Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Sir, thank you for your time, for being here today, Doctor.
Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, there are a number of things to talk about. I want to talk about Lebanon. I want to talk about Iran. I want to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu here in New York. First of all, on Lebanon. There was a pilot program being considered where Lebanese soldiers would move into towns in southern Lebanon and relieve the Israeli soldiers. And they would be left to defend unless Hezbollah came to go to battle with them. Wall Street Journal, the U.S. puts one's unthinkable ideas on the table to try and disarm Hezbollah. Doctor, do you think this is a good idea?
Well, actually, I'm heading up the negotiations on behalf of Israel with the Lebanese, and it was an idea that we've advanced from the very beginning of the negotiations. We want to withdraw from Lebanon as soon as we can. We're there not because we have territorial ambitions, but we're there in order to protect our northern border so that Hezbollah will not come storming across the border as Hamas did on October 7th and slaughter our civilians or fire missiles into our towns and villages. And the moment that Hezbollah is dismantled, and only when Hezbollah is dismantled, will we be able to withdraw. And the idea of the pilot zone is to create a situation where the Lebanese armed forces can gradually strengthen themselves, have vetted units that have no Hezbollah operatives in them, and can actually take hold of area so that we can withdraw and have the Lebanese sovereignty established soundly without Hezbollah either compromising their sovereignty or compromising our security.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on that. Are the Lebanese soldiers capable of defeating Hezbollah if it comes to that?
Well, the Lebanese army needs support. It needs support from us, from all its friends. It needs a vetting because some of the units have been infiltrated by Hezbollah operatives. It needs better training. It needs more financing. But if they are committed to actually dismantling Hezbollah, this can't be any more of this mamby-pamby. We'll accept them, to a certain extent. We've lived with them, so let's continue trying to, finesse this. This cannot be finessed with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is the long arm of Iran. Iran needs this proxy and the front line against Israel. So they've basically occupied Lebanon. They've deprived Lebanon of their sovereignty. Lebanon wants them out. We want them out. And if we support Lebanese armed forces enough and guarantee that the president now has the support he needs in order to really rid the country of this Hezbollah domination, then yes, it can work.
Maybe you get a handshake from the Lebanese government to the Abraham Accords, and that would be historic as we await that possibility. Benjamin.
Well, Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm sure has something to say about it.
Netanyahu plans to come to New York in late September, I said. The mayor here has other plans. Roll this and listen.
He's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously.
So the president yesterday afternoon said under no terms will he be arrested. Just your reaction on what we heard from the mayor.
Well, I think Mr. Mamdani was elected to remove New York's garbage, not to heap his own garbage on the Jews. This has a long history. It goes back a long way, and it's called anti-Semitism. Whenever you have your own problems, you just blame the Jews for it. And this, Mr. Mamdani's case, he's talking about crimes against humanity. He represents an ideology that has more crimes against humanity in the 20th century than any other ideology. Communism is responsible for 100 million people murdered, and he's trying to bring that communism to the United States. He should just concentrate on his own problems in New York and not try to elevate himself in his own stature by taking on one of the leaders of the free world, who has been very much a Churchillian leader of Israel during wartime and has been a great partner with the United States in fighting Iran and its proxies.
Michael Leiter, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Thank you for your time, Doctor.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for the information. Iran is cooked. Iran is, guys, let's see, how long is this? I'll probably leave this video for next time because we're going to do some grinding. We're going to do some grinding, and I don't know if I'll be able to go ahead and stream the whole thing, but I will stream the live hearing with Pete Hegseth, Kane, and Rollins testifying on Trump's supplemental funding request. I think it's important. While we get started here, let me go ahead and take a quick break, and I'll be back with you.
Thank you. This hearing of the Senate Appropriations Committee will come to order. Before we begin our hearing today, I want to take a moment to recognize the American service members who recently made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our nation. We extend our deepest condolences to their families, loved ones, and fellow service members, and we honor their courage, dedication, and sacrifice. We also grieve today, in the first meeting of the appropriations since his passing, the absence of our friend, our dear friend, and colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. Turning now to the first panel, I want to express my appreciation for Senators Rounds, Budd, and Padilla for appearing before the committee today to talk about the urgent needs facing their states. I also welcome Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rollins, and General Kane, and thank them for joining us to discuss the President's supplemental funding request. Our country has many urgent funding needs. For many agricultural producers, 2025 was a year in which the cost of growing their crop at times exceeded what they could earn from selling it. Severe weather compounded these losses. This was certainly the case for many growers in the state of Maine. Our wild blueberry growers and apple producers had to contend with a challenge of a combination of challenging market conditions, an excessively rainy spring that prevented pollination, and drought conditions in the summer and fall. I expect that we will hear a great deal today about how declining commodity prices, rising input costs, labor shortages, trade disruptions, pests and disease, and increasingly volatile weather are squeezing our farmers' already thin margins. Nationwide, we have lost 200,000 farms in the last decade. In Maine alone, more than 500 closed between 2017 and 2022, according to the most recent census of agriculture. Our farmers are part of the fabric of America's rural communities, and they need help to survive. USDA has said that additional short-term assistance is needed to help producers weather these extraordinary conditions while long-term improvements take hold. I look forward to today's discussion and making sure that any assistance is structured to meet the needs both of row and specialty crop producers, such as we have in Maine. We will also hear today about the ongoing recovery needs of communities in North Carolina, as well as communities in California, and I suspect other states too, that are still working to rebuild after being hit by devastating hurricanes and wildfires. I would note that the administration's statement that it is open to discussing additional relief for other urgent matters is encouraging because there is strong interest from members on both sides of the aisle in discussing additional targeted relief. Turning now to the defense request, I look forward to hearing from our Department of Defense witnesses and their discussion on why the supplemental funding is critical to supporting our service members and protecting America's national security. There are certainly divergent views on this committee about the decision to use military force against Iran. The Senate as a body has already taken numerous votes on these issues and will likely continue to do so. But irrespective of our differing views about the military operations, the fact remains that there are must-pay bills and urgent requirements facing the department that affect the ability of our troops to be well-trained and more broadly of the U.S. military to deter and defend against potential aggressors worldwide. I would note that some of the requirements, such as the shortfalls in munitions, have been well known to this committee for some time, and prior to the conflict with Iran, there has been bipartisan support to address.
Oh my gosh, she's going to put me to sleep. Anyways, hey, if you are new to my channel, this is not your average podcast. This is the Dennis Herrera Show. This is my podcast. And yes, I drink my coffee, I eat my food, I eat my snacks, and I eat whatever the hell I want to say. And I say whatever the hell I want to say. If you don't like it, move along. No need for your dumbass comments. With that being said, let's get back to the program.
these shortfalls. While these munition shortfalls have been years in the making, they are growing increasingly urgent. We should not undermine the readiness of our service members for any engagement or refuse to rebuild critical capabilities. Our men and women in uniform do not decide where they are sent or the missions to which they are assigned. Congress has a responsibility to ensure that they have the tools, the training, and the support that they need to accomplish their missions. On the topic of our service members, I would be remiss if I did not note that since January of last year, the department has removed a number of senior generals and admirals from their positions, blocked or altered promotion lists across multiple services, and intervened in several senior assignments. A recent New York Times story reported that about 40 senior officers were removed from promotion lists, and more than 24 generals and admirals were fired or sidelined, including Admiral Lisa Franchetti, the first woman to lead the Navy. The Times further reports that more than half of those fired or removed have been female or Black, and that for the first time in more than a decade, no active duty female naval officers are likely to be promoted to admiral. I find this deeply troubling. These are men and women who volunteered to serve our country and swore an oath to support and defend our Constitution. Over the course of their careers, they have earned the support and the trust of their commanders and subordinates, led our men and women in uniform, and were selected through rigorous command and promotion boards. They have served under presidents and defense secretaries from both parties. Reports that women and people of color are disproportionately fired or sidelined create the impression that their service is not valued. This is likely to discourage well-qualified women and individuals of color from joining our armed forces, thus depriving us of their talent, dedication, and patriotism. The United States military is one of the greatest meritocracies in the free world. We need to make sure that it stays that way. I now recognize Vice President Murray for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chair Collins, and thank you to all of our witnesses who are here today. I first, too, do want to acknowledge the loss of one of our colleagues on this dais. Like so many, I was very shocked and saddened to learn of Senator Graham's passing. We disagreed on many issues, but there was no denying the energy that Lindsay brought to this job. And whenever we could, we found common ground and managed to get something done. So I just wanted to express that my heart goes out to his family, friends, and loved ones today. Now, I want to start with a few facts. 143 days ago, President Trump started a war of his own choosing with Iran. He did not consult Congress. He did not get authorization from Congress. He did not build a coalition of allies. He did not make a case to the American people, nor did he ever win their support. 2/3 of Americans opposed the war. And the president's decision had catastrophic costs. 17 American service members have now died. And that includes 3 who tragically lost their lives over the last few days, and another is still missing. Several hundred more have been injured, including nearly 100 who've been hurt just in the last few weeks. We owe all of them and their families a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. Thousands of civilians have also been killed, and this administration will not tell the public or Congress the true financial costs of this war, but we know it is very well into the tens of billions of dollars. Tax dollars we could have spent helping people afford health care or building new housing have now been lit on fire by a president who blundered us into a disastrous war. And the cost to families' bank accounts are staggering. Economic growth has slowed to a crawl. Inflation has shot up about 50% since this war began. On average, gas costs just under $3 on February 28th. Today it is over $4 and ticking back up with the strait closed again. Americans have now paid more than $70 billion more on gas since this war began. That is over $550 more per household. Fertilizer costs skyrocketed in the middle of spring planting, crushing farmers operating on extremely thin margins and costing families more on just about everything they buy at the grocery store. The costs of this war have been astronomical. And what has it been for? What has actually been achieved? We hear a different rationale for this war every few days. It was about preempting imminent threats, which we now know did not exist. It was about regime change, then liberating the Iranian people. It was about destroying Iran's nuclear program and its navy. And at one point, it was about taking out its ballistic missiles until the president decided that actually, and I quote, "It's a little bit unfair for them not to have some." Trump has even suggested the war is about taking Iran's oil to, quote, "make a fortune." And now the United States' primary strategic objective seems to be to actually just reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which of course was fully open, toll-free, before this war began. President Trump has, by any objective measure, failed to achieve his goals. Our country is no safer or better off than before the war. In fact, we are considerably less safe. Our stockpiles have been depleted, and it will take years of production to fully replenish them, no matter how much money is thrown at this problem. Our global force posture is much weaker, and as assets have been moved now to the Middle East. And we are now much further away from a long-term solution to halt Iran's nuclear program than we were before Trump ripped up the deal that President Obama negotiated, which secured actual, measurable commitments and progress without ever starting a costly war. In fact, there are new reports that Iran may have moved nuclear assets into a mountain bunker, which raises concerns about whether Iran might restart its program. It used to be a pretty somber and serious thing, a president taking America to war and costing lives and taxpayer dollars. But this president has been downright flippant. The people I represent worry Trump thinks this is all a game and has sent men and women into harm's way without any sort of plan. And now that he's driven that car into the ditch, he wants taxpayers to bail him out. As the daughter of a World War II veteran and a Purple Heart recipient, the way this White House has blissfully operated with no plan for success is disrespectful to our men and women in uniform. These are patriots. They are highly trained and have sacrificed tremendously to keep us safe. They shouldn't be forced to put a show on for the president's birthday parade, or do the job of Border Patrol agents, or risk their lives in a disastrous war that the president clearly failed to think through. And as a U.S. Senator, this administration's refusal to explain what it is doing or how this war is protecting Americans, its refusal to seek authorization from Congress, and its expectation that Americans will now just pay for it all without any explanation or transparency is disrespectful. And it's insulting to the people back home that all of us represent. So here we are, 5 months later. The strait is closed. The ceasefire hasn't just disintegrated. This war is now spiraling out of control again. The president is threatening escalation and war crimes and suggesting this could be another forever war. He has told us over 40 times now that a deal is near and the war will be over soon. But now he is asking for $70 billion more, and for us to just trust him, it'll work out fine. Look, I've been very clear. My Democratic colleagues and I will do absolutely everything to ensure that we do take care of our service members and keep this country safe. Chairman Kane, I hope you know that every Democrat on this committee deeply respects the sacrifices that you and our service members and their families are making. Everyone who signed up to serve our country deserves to be more than an afterthought in a war that the president decided to launch despite all the blinking red warnings. But my colleagues and I cannot and will not support rubber stamping a request to bankroll this war and whatever other misadventures Trump wants to get us into next. The American people want to see a quick and strategic end to this war, not $70 billion of their tax dollars sent to keep it going. And I want to make a few important points. First, the president's request is not even primarily a request to cover the costs of the Iran war. This request is chock full of asks to fund unrelated DoD priorities, which should be considered through our annual appropriations process, not in an emergency supplemental. And that includes almost $1 billion for Southcom, nearly $1 billion to keep deploying the National Guard here in D.C., and more than $1 billion for the southern border. Secondly, President Trump is making this request as the Pentagon has a record-breaking $1 trillion total budget for FY26, including over $75 billion it has in unspent money from Republicans' big ugly bill. Understand you may have mismanaged your budget, Secretary Hegseth, but you have to do your due diligence to fix the cash flow problems you've caused before asking taxpayers for more. Third, the president is now asking for all of us to approve tens of billions of dollars in new funding for the war, while his administration still has yet to share actual cost estimates, essential information to justify this request, and a plan for where on earth this conflict goes next. This administration is either hiding the truth from Congress and the American people, or if you take at face value what they've said, and in the few briefings that we've had, they have no idea what is going on and no plan to right the ship, neither of which is acceptable. Now, Trump is also asking Congress for over $10 billion to help struggling American farmers who have been crushed first by the tariffs and then by this war, which has shot fertilizer and diesel costs through the roof. I'm digging into that request, but let me be clear. As we're looking at what farmers might need to weather Trump's storm, we must also help families put food on the table. And to do that, we should delay and ultimately reverse Republicans' deep cuts to SNAP, which have already kicked at least 1 million kids off of food assistance. Finally, Trump has also requested, and I had to read this one twice to believe, $1.3 billion in new funding for the State Department for Global Health and Humanitarian Needs. At the very same time, his administration is withholding more than twice that amount in funding that has already been signed into law and is available for the same purpose. He's also asking for authorities to make U.S. taxpayer dollars subsidize the Venezuelan oil industry and to finance the establishment of private investment funds like the one he just handed over to one of his ballroom donors. Unfortunately, Secretary Rubio is not here with us today to explain those requests, to talk about how this war forced one of the largest evacuations of our diplomatic posts ever, or to explain whether, as a national security advisor, he still thinks this war is, quote, the right decision, and whether he still, quote, believes in it strongly. So this is really a request to make taxpayers pay for the president's reckless decisions, from the Iran war to his trade wars to his global health cuts, all while doing nothing to help our families back home who are suffering because of those decisions. And that is what we should be focused on, helping people. Because as Senator Padilla and others on both sides of the aisle will tell us shortly, there are urgent domestic needs that we should be addressing instead of sending more money for Trump to drop bombs overseas. Priorities like disaster relief for our communities that have been ravaged by the unthinkable, or taking action to lower families' costs. You know what's a crisis right now? The fact that there are families I hear from back home who are working full-time and still being forced to decide whether to skip meals so they finally can buy their kids a pair of shoes. You know what's a crisis? The fact that hospitals are shutting down and kids are going hungry because of Republicans' cuts. Instead of bankrolling the president's war or sending ICE $70 billion, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle could work with us to quadruple our investments to cure cancer or help families afford childcare or help them afford to cool their homes. Those are policy choices. And Republican leadership has chosen to focus on funding war and ICE endlessly without a single cent for our American families. So let me close with this. This president says we can't afford health care. We can't afford child care. We can't afford housing. But somehow we can always afford another war. No price tag on that. Families in Washington state are skipping doctor's visits so they can afford groceries. Trump wants Congress to cut him a blank check for a war that no one supports. The American people entrust us to spend their taxpayer dollars strategically and thoughtfully. This is a huge responsibility, so let me be clear. I'm ready to work with my colleagues in a bipartisan way, as always, to address the needs of our nation and the American people. But I hope we can have real conversations about why there seems to always be money for Trump's wars, but never money for the families back home who are desperate for a little relief. So I look forward to today's discussion. Thank you.
I will now introduce our first panel of witnesses. Today, we're going to be hearing first from our colleagues, Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota, Senator Ted Budd of North Carolina, and Senator Alex Padilla of California. I welcome all of you, and Senator Rounds will begin with you first.
Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to highlight why food security and national security go hand in hand. I'd also like to thank the Trump administration for recognizing that input pressures have made it more difficult for American farmers to support their own operations. In South Dakota, farming and ranching is more than a job. It's a way of life built on hard work, stewardship, and the hope of leaving the land better for the next generation. Feeding and fueling the world has never been easy. Producers continue showing up year after year despite drought, floods, disease, pests, volatile markets, and other challenges beyond their control. This supplemental funding request comes at a critical time. Farmers and ranchers are facing production costs that exceed market returns. Higher fertilizer, diesel fuel, seed, equipment, and crop protection costs, coupled with retaliatory trade practices and continued market uncertainty, have put enormous financial pressure on producers. Specifically, the projected loss per acre across the country in 2026 for corn is $131. For cotton, $342. For wheat, $114. And for soybeans, $80. While we work to strengthen America's ability to produce more of what we need here at home and reduce reliance on foreign supply chains, Congress should provide stability so producers can remain in business and continue producing the best food and fuel in the world. Today's threats extend well beyond weather and markets. Foreign adversaries, cyber threats, industry consolidation, arbitrary standards, and unfair trade practices impact farmers' ability to produce food, fiber, and fuel. Food security, energy security, and national security are connected. We also have an opportunity to strengthen both agriculture and energy security by permanently authorizing voluntary access to nationwide year-round sales of E15. Giving consumers the option to choose a higher ethanol blend would increase domestic fuel production, expand markets for corn growers, reduce reliance on foreign energy sources, and provide families with lower cost options at the pump. Given the significant defense investments included in this supplemental, I also want to emphasize the importance of fully funding our national defense. We are living in one of the most complex and lethal threat environments since the Second World War, and the brave men and women who volunteer to defend this country deserve the leadership, training, and equipment, along with resources necessary to maintain America's military advantage. Protecting America's food supply, energy supply, and national defense are not separate priorities. They reinforce one another. This supplemental provides needed assistance to help farm and ranch families endure today's economic challenges, while Congress and the administration continue advancing long-term policies that strengthen American agriculture. I urge my colleagues to support this supplemental request to provide stability to our ag producers at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rounds. Senator Budd.
Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon to provide a voice for the people in Western North Carolina. More than 21 months ago, Hurricane Helene unleashed an unprecedented amount of rainfall on the Blue Ridge Mountains, causing severe flooding and devastating landslides. The storm left behind tens of billions in damage. In December 2024, Congress responded by approving a disaster supplemental that provided billions of dollars to Western North Carolina recovery. Additionally, North Carolina's state government stepped up by committing roughly $2.4 billion in state appropriations and redirecting more than $2 billion from state agencies for reconstruction. But the Blue Ridge Mountains' challenging terrain has made it uniquely difficult for federal programs to operate, resulting in delays and inefficiencies. And there's still work to be done. Too many projects in Western North Carolina have stalled due to insufficient funding or because of financial shortfalls from expensive debris removal and rebuilding efforts. I greatly appreciate that President Trump and Secretary Mullen have empowered FEMA to more rapidly reimburse the state and local governments for public assistance projects. However, FEMA is only one part of the equation. The Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and other federal agencies play a key role in disaster recovery. And much of the existing disaster funding for those agencies has already largely been allocated. When I visit Western North Carolina, I see the impacts the delays in recovery have caused. Debris still clogs the waterways. Facilities that provide drinking water and manage wastewater have yet to be rebuilt. Most concerning, some homeowners are paying mortgages on properties that are still unlivable or yet to be rebuilt. Towns have been forced to embrace expensive short-term stopgap solutions just to carry out their most basic functions for their residents. In the small town of Beach Mountain, there is no long-term water supply. The dam and water treatment plant were heavily damaged, forcing the town out of compliance with state safety standards. And as a result, the state could be finding Beach Mountain $25,000 per day. Most repairs are needed so that the water treatment plant can function long-term. If funded, this process will take at least a year and require significant diversion of utilities and/or daily water trucks just so hundreds of residents will have to have clean drinking water during construction. 3 years is too long to wait after a disaster, and we can't delay any longer. Tourism, the lifeblood of much of Western North Carolina, has begun to rebound, but there's still far too many areas that are unable to accommodate the travelers they once welcomed. But I want to highlight a few examples of success stories to show how ample funding for the last disaster supplemental, paired with exceptional planning and project execution, made an immediate impact on our mountain communities. Last July, portions of the Blue Ridge Parkway reopened after 57 landslides struck 200 miles of the parkway. This Memorial Day weekend, Lake Lure reopened to the public after an incredible debris removal and refilling project. And I want to be clear that I fully support President Trump's request to replenish our munitions stockpile and strengthen our military. And I'm also appreciative of his efforts to provide economic assistance to farmers impacted by disasters and unfair trade practices. However, to address the long-term recovery needs of Western North Carolina, more federal funds are needed. Every time I'm in Western North Carolina, people ask me to make sure that they're not forgotten. This is Congress's chance to remind them that we're serious about helping them get back on their feet. I'm deeply grateful to the members of the committee for holding this hearing, and I look forward to continuing to work with you throughout this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Budd. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Murray, members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the people of California, and especially the survivors of last year's devastating fires in Los Angeles County. And I want to acknowledge that some of them are here in the audience today advocating for relief, and I'm proud to work alongside them. As many of you recall, 18 months ago, 60,000 acres across Southern California burned. That's roughly 3.5 times the size of Manhattan. Over 16,000 homes, businesses, schools, and other structures were destroyed. And most devastatingly, 31 Californians lost their lives. To respond, more than 7,500 firefighters worked literally around the clock for more than 3 weeks to extinguish the fires. And those firefighters weren't just from California. Many came from our neighboring states of Oregon, Washington, Arizona, some as far away as Utah, Texas, and Montana. Colleagues, because as Americans, that's what we do. We help each other. We don't condition our response based on who a community voted for in the last election. When Americans need help, we help. Now, walking around the Palisades and the Altadena communities during the fires and after the fires, you couldn't help but be moved by the scale of the devastation, the images of nothing standing but a chimney amongst a pile of ash. Cars literally melted into the streets or the driveways where they had been parked. In the wake of disasters like this, Congress has historically come together on a bipartisan basis to provide aid and long-term recovery funding to help communities recover and rebuild, regardless of whether the disaster was in a state represented by Republicans or Democrats. But instead of following that historical practice, this administration has left California waiting for more than 1.5 years, while asking Congress to fund hundreds of billions of dollars for other purposes. I want to be crystal clear. No disaster-impacted community, regardless of where it is located, should ever be held hostage or treated as a bargaining chip for other political priorities. Californians in Altadena and the Palisades have now waited more than 18 months. Yet long-term recovery funding is still absent from even the administration's request. Instead, it asks taxpayers to spend hundreds of billions of dollars more on a war that Congress has never authorized, a war that's raising gas prices, worsening supply chains, making our country less safe, and for which 17 service members have already paid the ultimate sacrifice, with many more seriously injured. Now, we know this committee can address disaster relief without tying it to a laundry list of unrelated priorities, because it's done so many times before, including as recently as December 2024, when the committee on a bipartisan basis passed more than $100 billion of relief. There's no reason we can't do it again. Colleagues, we must reject the premise that it is okay to keep survivors waiting for help because the president, any president, decides they need something else from Congress to get it. To that end, I do want to thank my colleagues, Senators Tillis, Schiff, and Curtis, for joining me in sending a bipartisan letter to the committee just yesterday, supporting long-term disaster recovery funding. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter this letter into the record at this time.
Thank you, Senator Padilla.
I'm not sure. I just want to enter the
no.
letter to the record.
Without objection,
thank you.
It will be.
And I'll be wrapping up soon here. I also want to reiterate what I said earlier. We know the next disaster is coming. Anyone who stepped outside of Washington this last weekend or across at least a dozen states saw and breathed the very impact of wildfires. And it may be Canada now, but it's going to be one of our states next. As of last week, the federal government has already spent over $3.3 billion in wildfire suppression this fiscal year, even though the peak of fire season is August and September. That's still ahead of us. That should concern the committee. We cannot allow wildfire suppression funding to run out before the end of the fiscal year. So in addition to the long-term disaster recovery funding, I urge the committee to examine the need for emergency suppression funds as well. And I would note that the Fire Fix, which has provided a steady resource for fighting wildfires, will expire in fiscal year 2027. Congress needs to extend and increase that funding to ensure firefighters have all the resources they need to respond to the ever-growing threat of wildfires. I'll close by reiterating what I said at the outset. Disasters do not distinguish between red states and blue states. And when it comes to disaster aid, neither should Congress. So thank you again for holding this hearing and allowing me to be a voice for my constituents and for disaster survivors across the country. I look forward to working with this committee to ensure that everyone has the resources and support that they need to recover and rebuild, regardless of which state they call home. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the testimony of the entire panel as we consider the supplemental submitted by the administration. Your testimony is very helpful to us. Thank you. I will now ask that our second panel of witnesses come forward. Well, leave it to our military witness to be on time. While we are waiting for our second panel to be seated, let me introduce them. We are joined today by the Secretary of the hearing room. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
Collectively, the budget proposals submitted under President Trump follow a simple logic.
I would ask that the Capitol Police, whose professionalism I admire, remove those who are seeking to disrupt the hearing. Please proceed.
President Trump's following a simple logic. The military requires a generational investment to deliver on peace through strength. We know the best way to create peace is to prepare for war, to deter it. And that's exactly what the Department of War is doing, building a force so capable that it would be absurd for anyone to challenge it. As the direct result of neglected priorities and gross negligence that ignored threats left over from the previous administration, President Trump inherited a set of global and domestic crises, deferred maintenance almost across the board. Instead of steering the ship through gathering storms, former leaders let our military languish through social experiments and globalist appeasement, sheer weakness. Under President Trump, we have built a different type of department. The Pentagon is no longer run by bureaucrats. Instead, it's led by combat-tested veterans and world-class business leaders who are running the department like a business, and tech titans who are bringing lethal innovation to the battlefield. We're also at a different moment, and we cannot afford inaction. If we don't make critical investments right now in tech, in compute, in AI, in autonomy, in space, our adversaries who are already making these types of investments could outpace us. Without these funds, we face critical shortfalls that threaten our ability to also simply pay our service members, rapidly replenish equipment and munitions, and sustain vital operations without disruption. This supplemental request serves two purposes: sustain our military readiness to meet this year's new demands, and accelerate critical capabilities to replace and augment those we have used in contingencies. But make no mistake, this is not a one-for-one replacement. We are upgrading and we are modernizing across the force. On the readiness front, we requested $21 billion. This will fund military pay, replace much of the equipment utilized during recent operations, sustain forward deployed forces, and grow personnel and strength while stabilizing mission-critical fuel shortfalls and supporting the National Guard. On the capabilities side, we requested $46 billion. These funds will expand production lines and accelerate delivery of high-demand munitions. We're talking about solid rocket motors, JDAMs, hypersonics, and counter-drone capabilities. Additionally, we will use this investment to secure digital and space dominance, including resilient satellite networks. Department leadership recognizes that appropriating those funds is just the first step. Once funds are appropriated, or portioned, to the department, we need to promptly execute on them, and that's why we're requesting targeted legislative authorities, like transfer authority, to prioritize our greatest needs and opportunities, multi-year procurement for weapon systems, revolutionizing the speed and scale of munitions procurement, and New START authorities. Rest assured that every dollar appropriated to the Department of War will be focused.
What can I say except you're welcome? How is it possible that everything that has to say negative and lies from Democrats was able to play just fine? Unbelievable. Because Fox doesn't want to let us play it, but I have something different for you to play. Let me see. Okay, so Fox got rid of it, but wait, there is more. Oh, I know. I think they cut the feed. All right, let's go ahead and grab it from Forbes and see what it says. Hopefully you can play it here. Let me find it.
Strategic dominance cannot be funded through one-off supplementals every day to keep our great republic safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane.
Chair Collins, Vice Chair Murray, distinguished members of this committee, I'm honored today to appear before you with Secretary Hegseth and Secretary Rollins to testify on the Department of War's fiscal 2026 supplemental funding request. And I'll note I fondly remember my time at USDA earlier in my career where I had the chance to serve there. I'm also joined today by my senior enlisted advisor, SEAC Dave Isom. As always, I'm deeply grateful for this committee's continued partnership and support for our common defense. I'd like to begin by expressing my deep condolences and that of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the SEAC for the fallen from this past weekend and their families. Today we remember First Lieutenant Tyler Feehan, Sergeant Michael Swinton, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, and note that the names of our last fallen will be released when we can. I'm humbled daily by the profound commitment of the incredible 2.8 million Americans, just like these names that I've just mentioned, who make up our joint force and serve our nation every day. Also, on behalf of the Joint Force and the Joint Chiefs, I want to express my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of Senator Graham for for their loss and all of you for the loss of your colleague. The Joint Force remains grateful for his 44 years of service, both in and out of uniform. There is no doubt he made a difference to the safety and security of our nation. On July 22nd, 1940, General George C. Marshall said, and I quote, "For almost 20 years, we had all of the time and almost none of the money. Today, we have all of the money and no time." His words resonate powerfully with me today as we find ourselves in a somewhat similar situation. I've come to you today to request the necessary funds while in the window of opportunity, while time is still on our side. The United States of America faces a global list of military challenges in the Middle East, in Europe, in the Pacific, both nuclear and non-nuclear challenges, and the continued threat of terrorism. We find ourselves living and leading in complex and dynamic times. Our adversaries are aligning in their interests, creating simultaneous challenges across multiple domains. They are sharing intelligence, combat capabilities, and technology that is accelerating the speed of war. It is an imperative that Americans understand that the character of war is changing. Advances in technology are fundamentally and irreversibly changing the way we fight, which necessitates capital to properly arm America's military. Rapid advancements in AI, autonomous systems, deliver critical technological advantages to our national defense and simultaneously introduce unprecedented strategic vulnerabilities and uncertainty across the world, to include right here at home. The low barrier to entry created by affordable, ubiquitous, unmanned systems means our adversaries, rogue actors, state and non-state actors, and violent extremists have access to disruptive and potentially lethal technologies at scale. We've seen this in Ukraine, and we must adopt elements of this fight for our future fights. Conflict is never confined neatly to the land, sea, or air domains. The modern battlefield stretches from the seabed up to cislunar space and beyond, cyberspace, and in the information domain, all at the same time. Our nation must be prepared to fight and win across all of them, all the time, all at once. In addition, the light speed at which information travels now has compressed our leaders' decision space, taking what was once days or weeks in World War II down to milliseconds. Your joint force must be ready because the United States military is America's greatest insurance policy. And I acknowledge all of us find it difficult at times to pay for insurance before we need it. But we must have insurance before the storm comes. The Armed Forces of the United States of America serves as our nation's ultimate safeguard and our insurance policy to preserve, protect, and defend our national interests, security, and prosperity. To uphold this responsibility, we require predictable and consistent funding. This will allow us to partner effectively with our defense and national industrial bases, building on acquisition reforms that guarantee our warfighters receive capabilities at scale before they are required in conflict or combat. I'm struck by this season of American history we find ourselves in, and I continue to ask myself, if not now, then when? And if not us in this room and the rest of the Congress and the nation, then who? I acknowledge the environment we all serve in, but always remember that we are all Americans with deep and abiding love of our nation and our military service members and their families. I've come today to ask for your help and your support. America's armed forces need $1.5 trillion to meet the military challenges of the future. This supplemental is a part of that, and to be allowed to use this capital to pay for military personnel, operations and maintenance expenses, and accelerate investments on critical technologies, as the Secretary just mentioned. It is critical that we stay ahead of our adversaries, and we must have the funds before we're out of time. In closing, I ask all of us to remember our deployed service members around the world right now, especially our Army teammates who remain deployed after losing their friends and teammates this past weekend. And I again ask all of us here in the Senate and across the American people to never forget our fallen and their families who continue to show us what courage, tenacity, grit, and commitment to the nation looks like. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. Secretary Rollins.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Collins, Ranking Member Murray, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Let me begin with the bottom line up front. The United States Department of Agriculture is joining today the United States Department of War in a fight for America and for American flourishing. After all, defending America's ability to feed and fuel and clothe herself is defending America, full stop. This can be easily forgotten. For centuries, we built farms and ranches and transportation that fed not only America, but the world too. For a long time, that prosperity made America strong and made America safe. But across the past 100 years, and especially across the last administration, we took that source of strength in war and peace, our farms and our ranches, and the communities that surrounded them, and we hollowed them out. We made them weak, and we put them on the precipice of decline and extinction. We sent our food production overseas. In fact, 2023 was for the first time a significant net importer of our food for America. And in so doing, we replaced American production with massive amounts of imports. We allowed and even encouraged the consolidation of agriculture, seed production, processing, fertilizer, and beyond into massive industries at scale. Today, nearly 85% of our meat packing capacity is controlled by just 4 companies, including 2 that are foreign-owned. Additionally, our largest pork company in America is owned by a China company, or China. 4 fertilizer companies now represent 78% of the production versus just a couple of decades ago, that was in the dozens. And 2 seed companies now produce more than 50% of the seed for America. These are national security implications. When President Trump returned to office, America's farm economy faced one of the most difficult economic environments in decades. Between 2020 and 2025, the cost of seed rose 19%, crop protection rose 30%, fertilizer rose over 50%, fuel and oils rose nearly 33%, electricity 36%, and repair and maintenance 27%. As these costs climbed, commodity prices plummeted. Farm income fell by more than $90 billion from 2023 to 2024, representing one of the largest single-year declines in history. At the same time, producers saw not one new trade deal across the world, resulting in an unprecedented $50 billion agricultural trade deficit. American farmers deserve better, and our national security now demands it. As long as we are beholden to foreign and even hostile countries for our food and our fuel, our freedom is in jeopardy. Since my first day at USDA, we have been committed to addressing this crisis head on. In addition to implementing the historic working families tax cuts, thanks to so many in this room who worked so hard, moving $40 billion in disaster and economic assistance to producers across the country, securing 19 new trade deals, and decreasing that $50 billion agricultural trade deficit in 1 year by 42%. This year, our corn exports are expected to be at a record-breaking 35%, ethanol up 11%, dairy up 15%, and tree nuts up 11%. We are making progress, but we have a ways to go. Administrator Zeldin has secured the strongest renewable fuel standard volumes in history, and the President continues to support year-round E15 for our domestic markets. We have led robust responses to animal animal health threats, including HPAI and the New World screwworm, and have reduced unnecessary regulatory burdens and partnered with producers to strengthen the domestic demand for American agriculture. These are lasting reforms and will change the trajectory of American agriculture for the future. The trade agreements will take time to fully execute and generate even more exports. The biofuel investments take time to increase the demand for American crops, although we're already seeing a 10% increase since just an announcement a month ago. And of course, onshoring facilities like fertilizer will continue to take some time to build out. But we are confident that the direction of American agriculture is changing for the better. But many producers continue to face economic pressure as we build that economic infrastructure out. Specialty crop growers across the Northeast, the Mid-Atlantic, the Pacific Northwest, and Florida suffered devastating freeze losses this past winter. Producers across the plains continue recovering from catastrophic wildfire and events occurring while many operations are still working to catch up financially. That is why our proposal includes $10 billion in temporary economic assistance for 2026 row crop and specialty crop producers, and also includes $1.1 billion to help producers recover from catastrophic freeze losses suffered this past winter. Congress has taken similar action over many decades, and we're so grateful for that, but including most recently 2023 and 2024 with economic aid and disaster relief aid with the hurricane seasons. I want to be 100% clear as I close. For the sake of American national security, American existence, and the American future, we must, in the long run, end this system that has grown up like a weed and strangled the American farmland and food production. Farmers want to farm for their products, not for a government check. They want to be free from dependency and free to innovate. We know what happens when they are able to do that. They build and feed the greatest republic in the history of man. But when they aren't, well, we know the danger that we are in today. But that's why this supplemental is so important. It provides a bridge and extends a hand to Americans who need it. It buys the nation the security that we need, and it buys us time to deconstruct and then reconstruct a new system, putting our farmers and ranchers first, and to restore the system that originally made America great. For our farmers, the defense of American freedom continues. They only ask to be free to fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now begin with questions for our witnesses. As you can see, we have a very full attendance of committee members today, so I would ask that all of our colleagues to please keep track of the clock and stay within the allotted 5-minute question time. With that, let me begin. Secretary Hegseth, General Kane. Members on both sides of the aisle have questions about the authorization strategy, objectives, and conduct of operations in the Middle East. Regardless of our differing views, the fact remains that there are must-pay bills and urgent requirements facing the department that affect the ability of our military to deter and defend against potential aggression worldwide. Portions of the supplemental request go toward paying these bills and are necessary to restore readiness, repair, or replace battle damage to aircraft, ships, or bases, and address urgent munitions challenges. I understand and am told that some military services face near-term solvency challenges. What will be the impact on our troops if additional funding is not provided? Are there military exercises, for example, that are at risk of cancellation? What message will we be sending to the world? Secretary Hegseth, either you or Senator or General Kane.
Chairwoman, I very much appreciate that question, and it's because it's connected to the real-world realities of this budget cycle. There is training training right now and training in the future that would have to be curtailed if we do not get our budget needs met and met urgently. And yes, some of that has to do with the current budget cycle and how things come together. But we are a department that for 4 years met funding shortfalls under the previous administration. It was not a priority to fund the Department of Defense under Joe Biden. It also took the munitions and a lot of there were 5 supplementals out of this committee that took munitions one for one and sent them to Ukraine and had tried to replace them with the same bureaucratic process that was too slow and didn't replace them in real time. And then there were threats that were ignored around the world. So you're looking at a lot of negligence and a lot of deferred maintenance that this department is having to catch up on. And so that's why I call this a generational investment. It truly is. This is $1.5 trillion budget with this supplemental being part of it is how we catch up and get ahead. And ensure in the process we're putting soldiers and sailors and airmen first, Marines first, Guardians, that their pay increases, that the end strength increases that have gone up because recruiting is at historic levels are fully funded. So rather than trying to play catch up and make sure we're not losing training, we should be ahead of that curve. And that's where we think $1.5 trillion can get us.
Thank you. Senator Kaine, I keep calling you Senator General Kaine, I'm going to ask you to respond for the record because in my remaining time, I do want to ask Secretary Rollins a question. Secretary Rollins, as we heard from the previous panel, our country has many outstanding recovery needs from disasters and other weather-related events over the past 2 years. As this chart shows, and this is a chart from your department, many have unmet weather-related agricultural losses. In Maine, many of our producers are struggling amid a combination of market volatility and disaster conditions last year, which included excessive rainfall in the spring, followed by a severe drought. They need relief. Yet the administration's supplemental request does not include funding to address these recovery needs. It does have $1.1 billion to help Florida agricultural producers rebound from a severe freeze this past winter, but nothing for prior disasters in other states. Can you explain USDA's thinking behind focusing your request just on the 2026 freeze rather than on the 2025 disaster declarations that you made?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. Obviously, the discussions that went on over at OMB and with our teams continue, but what I will say is we are obviously 100% in support of any sort of disaster relief program for our farmers, whether it's hurricane, tornado, drought, freeze, et cetera. So look forward to working with you on that and specifically understanding the larger context here that there's a lot of farmers, a lot of producers who are really hurting, not just in Florida and not just from the freeze. So it's important that we work together to solve for that.
Thank you. Senator Murray.
Thank you, Chair Collins. Secretary Hegseth, your department received $150 billion last year in the Republicans' Big Beautiful Bill. It also received a record $839 billion for fiscal year 2026, more money than you asked for last year. Combined, that is a $1 trillion budget for the year, and as I already mentioned, your department has yet to spend half of the reconciliation funds. And despite that, you are here today asking for tens of billions of dollars more for things that you've already asked for in your FY27 request or that have nothing to do with Iran. This administration has tried to sell this as an emergency request, but it may be better understood as an attempt to skirt the normal appropriations process. Here are just a few of the things requested in this Iran supplemental. $800 million for the National Guard to patrol D.C. even longer. Over $1 billion for the Army to patrol the southern border, which is DHS's job. $900 million to support the administration's illegal boat strikes in the Caribbean. Over $18 billion for munitions, which you've already requested in your FY27 budget request. And $1.7 billion to pay for your decision to recruit more people than the services need, which was not contemplated by the FY26 funding bill Congress recently passed. Now, you've already submitted a reprogramming request on this that our subcommittee is considering now, which really underscores the point I made in my opening remarks that the problem is not a lack of money, but poor planning. So I'll be blunt. The truth is your request does not make a lot of sense. So let me ask you a simple question. Why exactly are billions of dollars more for the National Guard and this administration's illegal strikes in the Caribbean urgently needed for the Iran war?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't, of course, agree with your characterization, but why this kind of spending is needed is because of the gross negligence and neglect of the Biden administration inside our department. Ran it like a bureaucracy, abandoned our strength posture around the world, so we're having to reestablish deterrence. You mentioned the end strength numbers, and I will acknowledge that we are ahead of schedule on end strength in recruiting. 8,000 in the Navy, 6,000 in the Army, 4,000 in the Air Force. Because under President Trump, there's been record and historic over 30-year recruiting records inside our department since he won the election, because the American people didn't want to sign up for what Joe Biden was providing our military.
Let me
and they want to sign up for what President Trump is doing in his leadership. And so those are good problems to have that we need to fund and a reflection of momentum. And this budget will allow us to continue the kind of momentum that gets us ahead.
My point is that a lot of this request does not feel like an emergency. And let me move on. Secretary Hegseth, like most Americans, I've had a lot of trouble following this administration's contradictory statements about the war. On April 8th, you said, and I quote, "Their missile program is functionally destroyed, launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated and almost completely ineffective." Mr. Secretary, Iran has been firing at U.S. military bases in the region and its ships for the last week. How is it possible, if their capabilities were, quote, functionally destroyed 3 months earlier, as she claimed, for them to be doing this now?
Well, Senator, Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the past decade. Certainly, maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. And that terror army was built to try to create conventional capabilities to defend against a pursuit of nuclear weapons, which meant thousands of ballistic missiles, many of which we have destroyed, others of which they have put inside facilities and hidden in underground facilities. And that's what terror regimes would do. So I acknowledge they still have capabilities, no doubt. But the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
Okay, well, let me move on. On May 5th, you claimed that Iran doesn't control the strait, and you said that there was a, quote, powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. If that was true, how did Iran shrink ship traffic in the strait to a trickle again last week?
We pushed almost, I believe, between 400 and 500 million barrels of oil under the nose of Iran over the course of Project Freedom, which went underground, which I acknowledged after we did so covertly, because it was more effective to do so quietly than to do so publicly. So we've been in control of moving traffic through there for quite some time. Will they retain the ability to recklessly shoot at commercial shipping? And that's what happened. We had a ceasefire, and then they shot at commercial shipping recklessly
also
as a state.
said at
That's
that
what changed
same press conference, and I'm going to quote you, you urged Iran to, quote, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. Last week, President Trump said the U.S. would charge a 20% toll to each ship to pass through the state. So based on your opposition to tolls, did you talk to the president out of that idea, or did someone else?
Iran's not charging tolls, and they're shooting at ships right now.
But Trump said that he wanted to charge a 20% toll.
We have a blockade right now of all Iranian ships and Iranian ports, and it's effective.
My time is out.
Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you all for being here. Challenging times, I think we all recognize that. Secretary Hegseth, I want to ask, just specific to Iran authorization, the administration has made the case that the action in Iran falls under the President's Article 2 authorities, and we can have disagreement. Reasonable people can disagree about the boundaries of the presidential war powers. and have for a long period of time. But I look at the War Powers Resolution, and it's not ambiguous. It requires the President to terminate hostilities within 60 days absent congressional authorization. So hostilities began February 28th. May 1st, Congress was informed that hostilities had ended, but yet despite the fact that hostilities had ended, we were still seeing sailors being fired upon still activity. Then in June, MOU is signed to preserve the ceasefire while negotiations continue. That MOU has now collapsed, and we are seeing the resumed attacks in the Straits of Hormuz. On July 10, the administration sends Congress a new war powers notification, effectively restarting, the 60-day clock again. So I'm concerned about this sequence because you have a situation where the claim essentially allows the president to extinguish the war powers clock just at the moment that it becomes legally inconvenient through declaration of temporary ceasefire. Then it's reset, avoiding the congressional authorization that the Constitution requires and the war powers intends. So we had an opportunity in previous appropriations hearing for me to ask if you felt the administration had all the authority that it needed. You indicated at that time that no, additional authority was not needed. Is the administration still taking that position about needing no authorization from Congress at this time?
Senator, I know there's a long-standing legal debate on this particular topic, but we certainly as a department share the position of the White House that we have all the authorities necessary at this moment.
So let me just kind of do a follow-on. In the Clinton administration, this is 1999, there was an operation that was launched, Operation Allied Force, NATO airstrikes against Yugoslavia. There was not a prior congressional authorization that was sought. President Clinton notified Congress under the War Powers Resolution and then subsequent to that, sent Congress an emergency supplemental funding request. It was about $6 billion to cover the cost of Kosovo operations. Congress then passed a supplemental package that covered the president's request plus additional military funding. But Congress never passed a standalone authorization for use of military force in Kosovo. When the war powers clock was set to run out then in May of 1999, the Clinton Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel issued an opinion holding that the supplemental appropriation itself, passed without any authorizing language, satisfied the War Powers Resolution requirement. So is the department looking to that or intending to rely on that same reasoning that funding alone can substitute for explicit congressional authorization?
Senator, I would have to defer to our legal department, and we'll get back to you with our views on that. But as of right now, we think standalone Article 2 authorities exist for us to conduct this operation on behalf of the defense of the American people, that the president has those authorities, and seeking this funding is important in pursuit of that and our $1.5 trillion budget. But I wouldn't connect the two without consulting with our legal folks first.
In my remaining time, let me turn to you, Secretary Rollins. I appreciate that you have acknowledged that fishermen are farmers of the sea. I don't know whether you are aware whether any fishermen will be eligible for any of the supplemental funding. They too have faced many of the same challenges that our farmers have with high fuel costs, the impact from tariffs, disasters that we have seen. In the 15 seconds remaining, any help for our fishermen?
Well, I remember having the conversation with you when we were going through the process, and my commitment to you and to Senator Collins and some of our others on across the aisle was that it's time for USDA to recognize our fishermen as part of our farmers of the sea. That's never happened before. We now have an office at USDA focused on fishermen. And so I think as you all move forward with the supplemental, the conversation, and obviously up to you all what that looks like, but very supportive of treating our fishermen similarly to the rest of our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask you to help me reconcile some numbers. It's my understanding that this whole supplemental funding request is $87.6 billion, and most of the funding, $67 billion, is for the Department of Defense. Yet we are told the Department of Defense still has $75 billion in unobligated funding from last year's reconciliation package. Is that true?
Roughly correct numbers, yes.
So you left some change on the dresser before you prepared to come for this hearing. What's going to happen to that $75 billion?
Well, that 75 is, there's plans and designs on that, part of the rebuild of our military, which had to be undertaken. And so the One Big Beautiful Bill gave us specific avenues. I'd have to get you the exact numbers of what that is left to be allocated.
Does it have to do with the war in Iran?
No, this is rebuilding our military from what was not funded in the past under the Biden administration. So this is from 2026, One Big Beautiful Bill, which helped move the president's priorities like Golden Dome for America, move away from all the woke priorities of what the Biden administration was pursuing, give us a chance to start cutting these deals on munitions, all the things that the president wanted us to focus on: shipbuilding, hypersonics. I mean, the Biden administration ignored hypersonics. They just decided to pretend like that technology didn't exist and we shouldn't invest in it. There are things. I don't know what Lloyd Austin did for 4 years. I really don't.
Well, I'm sure
the amount of neglect, the amount of stale thinking and bureaucracy, it was staggering when we took over. So One Big Beautiful Bill gave us a chance to get caught back up.
Let me interrupt your speech for a minute, Mr. Secretary. It's my turn to ask questions. I've been listening patiently while you made your presentation. You estimated at one point that the cost of the war in Iran was $29 billion, but then added a caveat that there was a replacement of munitions, for example. Do you have a new estimate about what the war has cost us so far in the 5th month of the first year of this war in Iran?
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the fiscal year. So some of that anticipates what costs would be going out in the future as well.
So the new number you've given me is what?
$37.5 billion.
Senator. And that represents the cost of the war through what period of time?
Through now for certain aspects of it, but also mill pay, O&M, other anticipated costs through September 30th, Senator.
General Kane, let me ask you a question. I joined a group of senators, some are here, Senator Rounds, Senator Coons, Senator Shaheen, and met with President Zelensky in Turkey during the NATO summit. He was very explicit in terms of what he needed to win. He feels the momentum in Ukraine is moving to his side, and that he is putting a foot forward instead of back. Is that your feeling?
Sir, I think the pressure that Ukraine is putting on Russia is substantive at this point.
Do you acknowledge his request that we help them with air defenses as a high priority?
Sure, I know he's made the request. Whether or not that moves forward is always a debate at our civilian leadership, but I'm aware of that request.
Are you aware of the fact that we appropriated and the President signed into law $400 billion of supplemental funding for Ukraine, including money for air defenses?
I am, sir.
Are you also aware the administration has informed us that that money will not be available in many aspects until the next president is in office?
Sure, I'm not aware of that. My understanding was that capital had been allocated, but I'll have to defer to my civilian leadership.
No, I'm sorry to tell you the pay plan tells us to be prepared to spend that money in fiscal year 29. The new president, whoever it may be, will make that decision. If you're talking about air defenses and the momentum on the side of Zelensky, what impact will it have if we cannot fund this for 3 years?
Sure, I want to highlight that the incredible work that the Ukraine industrial base is doing as they scale their own capabilities. It ranges from their surface-to-air capabilities to their air-to-air capabilities. I'll note that recently we had the first air-to-air kill where a Ukrainian F-16 shot down a Russian fighter. So I think their ability to scale their layered defense has come along a long way over the past couple years with the help and assistance of many.
General, thank you for your service to the country, and I'm sorry for our losses. I believe 17 servicemen have given their lives in Iran so far, and hundreds have been injured. We should acknowledge that fact. And let me also say, we're at a moment in history where we can win the war in Ukraine. That victory would be critically important for those people who have fought for more than 4 years against the odds and proven they can put Putin back on his heels. But instead of finding the money that they need now for air defenses, we're putting more money into this exchange with Iran, a war of choice which we never should have entered. Thank you, General.
Senator Moran.
Chairwoman Collins, thank you very much. Let me first begin with just a statement to you, Secretary Rollins. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your attention to disaster assistance. Hugely significant and important in many states represented here, but across the country. And it is as challenging circumstances as I've seen farmers in my time and representing them in the United States Congress. And I appreciate my colleague, Senator Rounds, for making that case today. I appreciate the efforts by Senator Bozeman, the chairman of the Ag Committee, and Senator Rounds and his Vice Chairman Shaheen for their efforts here on this committee for that effort. Secretary Hegseth, let me ask you about your recent visit to the 101st Airborne Division. You saw the MV-75 Cheyenne. You saw it firsthand and heard from soldiers, as I understand it, about the next generation capabilities, how they will transform the way we fight. The Cheyenne has broken through, and it appears to me, in the acquisition bureaucracy to deliver a capability for our warfighting much faster than it otherwise would have happened. As you look across acquisition, I mean, we're here talking about appropriations, but the ultimate success we'll have in defending our country is putting that money to work as quickly as possible. So as you look at acquisition, what would you tell me we learned from the Cheyenne? Is it a model how the department it intends to field the next generation of capacity going forward? What does the program need from this committee to meet both the schedule and the necessity of its capabilities?
Senator, I appreciate the question. I think it's one of the untold stories of our department is how we've tried to revolutionize the speed and scale of new acquisitions and procurement. Some of it through munitions and ensuring that companies pay for building their own factories and their own assembly lines so that we're saving billions and billions as taxpayers while companies invest. And when you invest in something with your own money, you want to see it succeed ahead of schedule and on time. Also opening the aperture so it's not just the prime contractors that are competing, but new entrants who make high cost and low cost capabilities. I think in particular on the Cheyenne and the Black Hawk and the replacement, the gap that some have identified could exist based on the hesitation on speed and replacement exists because of an austerity mindset, again, that goes back to the Biden administration of divest to invest. And so you end up divesting in certain systems like the Black Hawk before the next one is online, creating gaps for actual operators. And what we're funding in this supplemental and across this budget is the ability to do both. Make sure the systems we rely on the battlefield right now are delivered, and that newer entrants that we're going to need for long-range fight to deliver to be more survivable in contested environments, which you're talking about. When I had a chance to see it, the soldiers were proud to be in it because they felt like it would give them greater advantage in the future. We need to accelerate the timelines of those and deliver them even more quickly. And when you allow new entrants with all the right incentives, those things happen, and it's happening in that program.
Will that take place, I think you may have just said this, but will take place in this circumstance of the Cheyenne?
I believe in this administration, because of the policies of this administration, it is likely to do so. Just like the B-21, just like the F-47, just like so many other of our exquisite munitions that otherwise would have taken years and years to even get into development, we're moving those things left by, in some cases, years, so that we get them in the hands of warfighters who would need them right now and not held up in bureaucracy in this town.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to you, General Kane. The department is requesting a significant supplemental to address the ongoing operational demands. Our adversaries are watching how we resource this moment. Beijing, Moscow, Tehran are all increasingly coordinating their activities and intelligence. In your judgment, do you believe our adversaries view this moment as an opportunity to exploit U.S. commitments elsewhere And how does this supplemental ensure our deterrence posture and our commitments to allies remain credible in every theater all at once?
Well, sir, thanks for the question. In my job, it's to look across the globe and look at the range of trade-offs out there. We are the strongest military in the world. Our adversaries still fear America's ability to project power at the time and place of our choosing. There is no doubt that they are aligning, as I've said before. And I think this supplemental and whatever funding structure the Congress, working with the executive branch, decides to structure and give us the capital, we'll use that capital to ensure that we sustain that, sir.
You're assuring us that this supplemental and further efforts will reduce the risks to our nation and its national securities issues.
Yes, sir. I view this, and I've spoken to some of you on the phone leading up to this. I view this as future investments to buy down risk, similar to what I said Marshall thought through in those heady days in 1940, where the need to invest capital early to deliver scale is an opportunity that I hope we don't miss, Senator.
General, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Senator Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Secretary Rollins, I just want to reiterate a point that Senator Padilla made. We have $10 billion in this request for Midwestern farmers who are suffering because of the interruption of fuel and fertilizers because of the President Trump's war, unauthorized war. Yet, many states, blue states particularly, have submitted requests. Rhode Island has one. February, we had the worst snowstorm in our recent history, and we've been denied by the president. In fact, if you look at the numbers, 20% of blue states seem to get approved and about 80% of red states. I'm making a point, not asking a question. This is unfair. Thank you. Secretary Hegseth, on February 28th, when you initiated this war without authorization from Congress, the Straits of Hormuz was open and providing vital fuel supplies for the whole world. Now they're closed effectively, impacting globally the price of oil and the economies of the whole world. But the Department of Defense has been planning for potential operations against Iran for many, many years. And one of their obvious assumptions was that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed. Were you unaware of that?
Senator, you are correct. Nobody plans more and looks at more contingencies than our department. And so, of course, undertaking a historic effort like this, of this scope and scale, of course, the Strait of Hormuz was front and center in every single aspect of that. Hence why one of our key objectives to begin with was to sink the entirety of Iran's Navy, which its conventional Navy was sunk. Now, you can't get rid of every single fast boat and every single machine gun and a fast boat or every single coastal cruise missile. So we acknowledge that if the state decided to become a terror state shooting at commercial shipping, that would be an ongoing and contested part of the battle, to include their willingness to mine international water. So one side weaponized the strait, and we've been fighting back the entire time.
Completely aware that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and obviously sinking their ships has not affected their ability to effectively close the straits.
We had U.S. boats that surrendered to Iranian ships under the Biden administration. So their Navy was effective in expeditionary ways in the past.
We're talking about a war you started, not a situation in which oil was flowing freely. There was no conflict. We weren't losing personnel as a result of Iranian actions. So your fallback to the Biden administration is just a very, very obvious excuse for what I think is probably, as you described so often, gross negligence. You did not fully inform the president that you would be in a situation where the Strait of Hormuz could be effectively closed, oil prices could surge, and effectively the Iranians could maintain their ability to strike back as they are right now. They just killed some of our servicemen last weekend.
This battlefield and all the dynamics of it, of which the chairman and I are responsible for ensuring the president understands every branch and sequel of what could happen, and we did.
So
the fact that those contingencies all were part of the possibility and we understood that is all the more reason why President Trump deserves the kind of praise he should get for undertaking this effort, having the courage to ensure that crazy Islamists can't have a nuclear weapon to hold us at issue. And he's been willing to stay committed to that regardless of the challenges.
Excuse me. So he should be praised. He should be praised for starting a war without authority, creating a situation in which the world economy is suffering tremendously. We have to have extra money for our farmers, and we have no outcome, at least no realistic outcome in sight yet. Let me switch to General Kane. General Kane, these airstrikes have not yet deterred and defeated the Iranians. Do you think airstrikes alone will do that?
So I think academically, as you look across the totality of history, air power's got limits, and we always have to be mindful of those. I think where America's area of exclusivity is when we bring the totality of the diplomatic, informational, economic, and pair that with the military, and there's a lot of that work going on,
Well,
sir.
the military, the next step would be escalation by ground combat. Do you anticipate that escalation?
Sir, I think it'd be unhelpful for me to opine on hypotheticals. What I can tell you is we always develop an unbelievable amount of options and the associated risks, and then my main job is to always ensure that leaders understand those options and the risks.
Now, if you employ ground troops to seize objectives, which I would assume would be the first stage, are you prepared for an extended guerrilla war, which would likely happen in that area?
Sir, with all due respect, I think it'd be unhelpful for me to opine on hypothetical situations on whatever decisions the President may or may not take in the future.
Have you advised the President that a ground combat would be very expensive in the lives of our soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and also could probably lead to an extended unconventional war in that area? I don't see the Iranians sort of throwing their hands up saying, welcome to Iran.
Senator, I always advise the President on a range of military options and all of the risks that are contained within that, but I have to keep my military advice to the President private, sir.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Rollins, I want to thank President Trump, and I want to thank you for including farm bridge assistance in this supplemental request. I know I've worked very hard to get it included. I know you have worked very hard to get it included, and I want to thank you and your whole department for your work on it and for this vital support of our farmers and ranchers. What I want to ask you about, though, is actually crop insurance. The number one risk management tool that our farmers have is crop insurance. And the buy-up option is critically important. It covers 67 million acres, 67 million acres of farmland in this country. It was decommissioned, and we need to get it reinstated. Again, you and I both worked very hard on this. Please update me on where we are in terms of getting that buy-up option for crop insurance reinstated.
We are 100% supportive of that and are moving forward to execute that buy-up option. Thank you for your leadership on that, Senator.
Thank you for your support. Also, Assistant Secretary Fortas for his support. It's very impactful, very important, and will make a big difference for our farmers right now. So thank you for that. Secretary Hegseth, are Russia and China helping Iran? And if so, how?
Well, Senator, as the chairman alluded to, there's definitely adversary alignment, attempts to do so, and there are many ways that we deter that, some of which are, and the depth and extent of it ought to remain classified, and it should, but there are ways in which both of those countries are limiting at different levels, enabling some of the things Iran is doing, yes.
General Kane, would you like to add?
Sir, I'd rather not opine on the specifics because that would divulge what we know, and I never want the adversary to know what I know. I just want to know it.
And hopefully we'll get a chance to do that in the
sir.
SCIF.
Yes, sir. Happy to do that in the SCIF, sir.
This relates both to the funding, but also, again, to how we achieve our objectives with Iran.
starting with you, Secretary, can we get to the point, and we're seeing continued, I think, improvement and progress on this, but essentially where we can work, and hopefully our allies they need to step in there with us, but where we get to the point where we can operate in the Strait of Hormuz, but keep Iran blockaded. We're continuing to get better at that, but that's how we they'll never do anything that they say they're going to do. They've proven that over and over. We have to keep the pressure on. But if we can do that effectively, we keep the pressure on and achieve our objectives. Tell us where we are in getting that accomplished.
Senator, I think that's a really good point. That's effectively what we did to create the pressure that led to the circumstances of the MOU, which was we're running a route where ships, and we did it covertly in cooperation with Gulf countries and others who were willing to take some of the risk with our protection, and then maintain the blockade. So effectively, oil's coming in and out, oil prices are coming down, but our blockade is staying and the pressure is mounting on Iran. That's something we have done and can continue to do. We moved into an MOU where Iran said we won't shoot at shipping, and then the IRGC turned around and decided to start shooting at commercial shipping again, at which point the president, I mean, as he should, cannot tolerate that, and so we respond, as he said 10 times, you shoot at ships, we're going to shoot at you overwhelmingly, which we have been doing now for, I believe it's a 10th consecutive evening. So consequences come with the willingness to shoot at commercial shipping. Our blockade has been reimposed and is effectively impenetrable. We got seized a ship inside the Arabian Gulf as well. So there's a lot of different angles to it, a lot of levers we can pull, and ultimately a lot of the strikes that Admiral Cooper and CENTCOM have been undertaking are taking Iran's ability to see and sense away in the Strait of Hormuz, which has tactical benefits for us.
And that's what this funding is about. This funding is about making sure that we and our allies can operate in the Strait of Hormuz, which helps bring down energy prices for every single American consumer, and that we force Iran to meet our objectives. Isn't that what this package is all about?
This is a peace through strength package. That's what 1.5 trillion has always been about, a generational investment at as the chairman alluded to, a step change moment. We need to be able to do it at speed, at scale, with autonomy, with AI, with exquisite high cost and low cost, to be ahead and stay ahead so that you're not just able to do what we need to do in the Strait of Hormuz, but deter adversaries like Russia and China from getting involved in future contingencies.
And just General Kane, for any follow-up that you would like on that issue.
Sir, I wouldn't have anything to add.
Okay. Again, thank you, and thank you to all of our men and women in uniform. We appreciate them so much.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary Hegseth, since you last testified before this committee, we finally received the spend plan for the $400 million FY26 appropriation for Ukraine security assistance. This funding was passed back in January, and now there are only 3 months left in this fiscal year. And while I appreciate that we now see what most of the funding is intended for, I just heard from the CEO of one of the manufacturers of the defense articles that are contained in the spend plan that they not only haven't received funding, but they haven't even seen a contract. So when are we going to see a contract for those defense articles that are contained in the spend plan for Iraq? I'm sorry, for Ukraine.
For Ukraine. Senator, I'll have to get back to you on the specifics of the timeline of that. I'll talk to our policy shop as well as the EUCOM commander to determine where that's at.
Well, you've told this committee that you've barely spent half of the $150 billion in reconciliation funding. And if you still have $75 billion available, why are you asking the American people to absorb the cost of a war they don't support, instead of asking for transfer authority for unspent reconciliation funding, especially if you can't even get $400 million in Ukraine funding out the door?
As I mentioned earlier, Senator, that money from the One Big Beautiful Bill is otherwise allocated to the rebuilding of our military with priorities of the president like Golden Dome for America and hypersonics and other munitions investments that we made up front as we tried to adjust the Biden budget into an America First budget. And so reallocating that away from those priorities is robbing Peter to pay Paul. Those are allocated to rebuild.
But my point is,
and ultimately we're committed
if you can't
to
spend
this
it
year's
on
agenda.
a timeline that makes sense, why do you need to come back and ask for more money? Wouldn't it be better to spend money that you already have? And one of the things I noted was, or at least I think that this supplemental doesn't include funding to repair damage to our bases or to our military infrastructure in the region. And I have not heard that we've gotten the full extent of any of those damage estimates. So should we expect another request to address that military construction costs? And at what point do you stop asking Americans to foot the bill for a war they don't support on top of an inflated budget request and billions in reconciliation funds that you still haven't spent?
Well, Senator, I obviously don't agree with your characterization of that.
I appreciate that, but you didn't ask. But I want you to answer my question. I know you don't agree with my characterization. I don't agree with yours either.
Well, one of the reasons I take issue with that characterization is something that Senator Durbin said when he talked about Ukraine and he talked about winning. And I appreciate as much as anybody winning a war. But I sit in front of a committee that wants to talk about winning a war that's been going on for 4 years and talks about strategic defeat of a conflict that's been going on for 4 months to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. I would hope for some perspective in this town of the historic nature of what President Trump is undertaking. Do you want radical Islamists to have a nuclear bomb that can stare down the world?
Because I have limited time.
I don't understand.
If you can't answer my question, then I will move on to my next question. Secretary Rollins, the timber industry has also been hard hit, as you know, by trade wars, by drought, by wildfires, by other natural disasters that are increasingly common. In New Hampshire, which is the second most heavily forested state in the nation, one of the things that we really need, as you know, because we've had this conversation, is a research program and Forest Service staffing on the ground in a variety of ways, but particularly at Bartlett Experimental Forest. These small investments in research and staffing and sound management help make the forest economies healthier and more competitive. I very much appreciate your having staff visit Bartlett last week with my staff and with staff from the governor's office. But can you commit to restoring staffing at Bartlett and to keeping the facilities there open now that you've seen the critical nature of that research?
Why don't I follow up with you? I have not gotten a report from their visit, so I would like to do that first. But obviously, you and I have been in a continuing conversation about that. The good news, there's no doubt our timber industry is in distress and has been for a long time. The fact that we import 90% or something from other countries of our lumber needs is crazy. We're changing that. But the good news, we had more board feet sold last year than any time in 30 years. This year, we're going to exceed that target again. So we're making the right moves on this, but there's no doubt that research is important to that, as we've discussed. And I'll follow up with our team, and then we'll reconnect.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As you pointed out, research is critical to ensuring that the timber economy continues to be successful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here today. General, in the war between Russia and Ukraine, who do we want to win?
Sir, I want Ukraine to win.
Is Russia America's friend?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't quite hear your question.
Is Russia America's friend?
I think that depends on your definition of friend. I think it's a complicated relationship. But no, I don't think they're our friends.
Thank you. If we could cut off Russia's cash flow, which depends substantially on its sale of oil, would that help Ukraine win?
So I think militarily, anytime you can restrict resources and cash flows against an adversary,
General, I
that's
have
a good
so
thing.
much respect for you.
Yes, sir.
But I have so little time.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be
Just
briefer.
Give me succinct answers.
Yes, sir. It would assist a.
Would help, wouldn't
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. If we could stop people, entities, and countries from buying Russia's oil, that would help cut off its cash flow, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
We have a bill to do that, as I'm sure you're aware. we have the votes today to pass it overwhelmingly. I also have enormous respect and admiration for our majority leader, Senator Thune. But I hope everybody on this panel will today contact Senator Thune and ask him to bring that bill to the floor. We should vote on it at a minimum of next week. Some of my colleagues, General, want America to just stop in Iran. In the blockade, bring all of our warriors home. What would be the consequences of that, in your estimation?
Sir, I think termination criteria is always a political decision. However, I assess that Iran will continue to be a challenge moving forward, so we have to be thoughtful
Will
about
they
that.
put tolls on the strait?
I don't know, sir. That's a decision that's a hypothetical and will depend on what happens
It's not
in the future.
hypothetical. We've got a blockade to stop them.
We do, sir. That's
General,
putting
I want you
economic
to look me in
pressure
the
on
eye.
Iran.
I'm not asking you for, I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I know your advice to the president is private, but this is serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke. Now, what happens if we come home and end the blockade to the world?
Sir, Iran has the potential to continue to be a threat, and we will need to prepare military
Will they
options to
toll
do
the
that.
strait?
Sir, that's a hypothetical question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, it's not hypothetical. We come home. It's not going to be hypothetical. You know that, General, and I do too. And I appreciate your discretion, but we're down to it. We need some hard answers and some straight talk. What'll happen, Pete?
Senator, I would agree with the chairman, but the likely outcome is they would try to impose their will on the waterways in ways that the world would not like. Call it a toll, call it a fee, call it an exchange, call it control. They would do something that they would try to hold it at issue. Yes, sir.
Would they try to commence development again of a nuclear warhead?
Part of the reason President Trump had to have the courage to do what he did after Midnight Hammer is that they didn't give up their ambitions even though their nuclear sites had been obliterated. So this is a regime hell-bent on nuclear ambitions, and
Guys,
President Trump's
we need
been willing to
straight
go after them.
answers. We need straight answers. Do we have the ability to destroy whatever is underneath Pickaxe Mountain?
Senator, a lot of our capabilities are classified, but if anybody in the world can reach anything on God's green earth, it's the United States military, the most powerful military in the world. It's all about options and trade-offs.
All right. I'm going to take a little extra time because others got it, Madam Chair. I won't abuse it. Secretary, are shrimpers farmers?
Absolutely, yes. There are farmers of the sea.
Are oyster harvesters farmers?
Yes. In this USDA,
Are they
yes.
having to compete with other countries who grow oysters and shrimp in a ditch and shoot them full of antibiotics?
100% yes.
And if you eat too much of that foreign shrimp and oysters, you'll grow an extra ear, won't you?
I'm not sure about that, but I know it is not good. And I also know we import 90% of our shrimp.
Why aren't we inspecting the shrimp and the oysters from abroad?
Well, it goes much larger than that. Why are we importing so much from abroad, which goes to the president's trade agenda?
I'm in big trouble.
Yes, you are.
Guys, look, we need straight answers now. We're down to it.
Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Secretary Rollins. I appreciate your partnership on addressing several issues in Oregon, and I sent you information about a couple others, and you responded. Appreciate it. We'll follow up on the research service. We'll follow up on the concern about in-kind contributions serving as a match. But I particularly need your help on the fire funding. And I know you've indicated how important that is. Where we stand now is that the Senate seems hamstrung, that they're seeking to have OMB give them a number on that. Various sources say the number is probably about $5 billion. I don't really care if it's 4.5 or 5 or 5.5. The point is that folks here, senators, are asking for a number from OMB in order to go forward. And when we're looking at the fires right now in my home state's the epicenter of the highest risk in the country. So can we get your help to get that number and move this process?
Yes, absolutely. It is of paramount importance, especially in the middle of fire season right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Chairman Kane, I think there was a sense that the President expressed at the start of the war that the U.S. military power was overwhelming and would likely produce unconditional surrender quickly by Iran. And that obviously hasn't happened. Was it your opinion as well? Did you feel like our military force could produce an unconditional surrender in quick order?
Sir, I won't, with due respect, I won't share my private advice to the President. What I will assure you and the American people is I always speak truth to power and offer an accurate assessment of what my assessment is of both our readiness, the plans and activities that might be undertaken, the associated risks, and the secondary and tertiary considerations that go with those opinions or options.
Thank you. So you feel like the various...
You guys know how I feel about, Pete Hegseth and General Kane. I think they're fantastic. I trust that they are doing the best that they can for this country. I do agree with Senator Kennedy. We don't want bullshit answers. Just give us straight answers. Now, listen. Now, I know that the Democratic politicians, they're corrupted. They have sided with our enemies. But I still want fucking straight answers from our leadership. I think that some of those answers cannot be given out in the open freely because our enemies are listening. And if there is something that I have observed while we started fighting this Iranian regime who has been warring against us for 47 years, what I have noticed is that President Trump has brought in the Midnight Hammer, has brought in the pain, the big hurt to the Iranian regime. They were crumbling. They were defeated. And the moment that the Congress and the Senate get together, they decide to defend our enemies. They did the same shit with our tariffs. We put tariffs on. Everybody and their mama was negotiating. Everybody, every country leader lined up to negotiate. And then China was about to negotiate, and Congress said those tariffs are illegal. I just want to know what the fuck is wrong with Congress and the Senate. I know that our government has been infiltrated by our enemy. But it pisses me off that these dumbass Republicans and the libtards in power don't see it. You can't argue and show weakness to the world. Well, I want clean and straight answers. We can't have them. Our enemies are watching. Communists, China, Russia are paying protesters. They use our mentally unstable people. Canadians, they look American enough. Eh? They are here as well, infiltrating the United States of America. On top of that, we have criminal cartels also invading our country. We have enemies everywhere watching every single one of us. You think you know something, but you really don't. You really don't. I don't know how fucking retarded people are, but if you are an American, you got to wake up to the truth. And it doesn't matter about your political correctness. Fuck your political correctness. This is about the survival of our country. If the United States falls, the world falls. Do you understand? Power corrupts. Money corrupts. I get it. This is why a lot of you and I are bitching and yelling for term limits. Limit their terms and power. 33 fucking years in the Senate, and Patty Murray has done nothing but help unaffordability be real in Washington State. 33 years of garbage to show for service. The Iranian regime was ready to deal until Congress said the president has no power. All of a sudden, wait a minute, don't sign that shit. Start bombing our friends. Start bombing our neighbors. And Iran said, we don't give a fuck. All we got to do is wait 2.5 more years. Congress, the fucktards, are going to destroy the United States of America for us. Plus, we have millions of Muslims multiplying, taking positions in politics. Like, we see the guy with the fake face. What's his name? Can't even fucking speak English. The guy has no brain, no wisdom. Not smart at all. How the hell do people vote for garbage into the politics? You know how? They stash them together. They bring them on boats, on planes. They stack them together. Tell them to multiply. Make children, American children. Make American children, American children. 18 years later, they have a vote. Somebody told me 100 million illegal immigrants in this country. Imagine 22 million illegal immigrants multiplied by 2. You have the population of 38 states. Multiply by 3, by 4. In 18 years, you're fucked, Americans. People think short term. I get it. So do I. But some things you got to think long term. And there lies the difference between those who love this country, who know what can happen if we don't take care of it, and those who are just fucking libtards. I just don't have a nicer name. I wish that I had a nicer name to call them, but I don't. This country has the beauty of having a lot of migrants, good people, good migrants. You will recognize them because they come here legally. They help build this country. Illegal immigrants don't. I want you to know that. Allowing our enemies to come to our country, give them citizenship to their illegal immigrant babies. You're making your own, you're digging your own grave. Well, you got migrants like me who have common sense that are here. One way or another, we come to your rescue. because by doing that, we rescue ourselves. I, as a Latino American, I'm on your side, and I'm glad you're on my side. With that being said, don't be afraid to be proud to be an American citizen. I know all my redneck brothers and black brothers out there. All brown, black, Asian, every kind of redneck that we can have to protect this country, I want you on my side. With that, I want to say thank you for being here with me. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. You have a good night. My balls are too sweaty right now.